flat earther, bro?
Well, I'm looking for evidence.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to talk to you about sigil magic, but I don't think you're there yet.
This is just stuff that has to do with lore and esoteric bullshit at this point.
Yeah, we can move on to the real topic.
Oh.
Matthew Learns is here to learn you. He'll tell you all you need to know about the globe. He's pretty good at it. Good to see you, Matthew.
I know all the things.
What Larry was saying is true, but people took an observation and turned it into something else. So that's what his point was about that. And he was going to talk about something else, but we'll do that later. No. Do you have any measurements for curvature on the ground?
No, I don't think you can measure. I don't think you can do direct measurements of curvature on the ground.
How about you, Lupin? Or Lupine? Do you think that you can measure the ground to find curvature?
That's an interesting question. I think so. Can I lie flat? Isn't that like what they're doing in China? Is that like a whole movement over there, lying flat?
I'm talking about actually measuring over the course of long distances. Earth's pretty dang big.
Longer than my body.
Yeah, I think you're just here to troll. And it's getting really boring really fast.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not more entertaining. 24/7 flat Earth chat. Because I told you I'm looking for evidence.
It's not about entertainment.
How would I produce evidence at a local scale that the Earth is flat? A level?
Is that a level question mark?
I mean, you guys have a different perspective.
Well,
would a level not work? Seems to me a level
that's
would
a bit
work.
too small. You're going to have to level at great distance.
Too small, but I thought that was the point, is to see if I can do it like at a local level, on a small scale.
Local means from your perspective, like you're in that area. You're the one doing the observation.
I'll get a Home Depot. I'll get a level, and I'll put it on the ground, and I'll see if the ground's flat. And if it's not, then I'll find some other ground.
Now take that out, flat. And you're going to have to be able to do that for about 200 miles or more, 275 miles, and find curvature. Because if you don't find curvature...
So I'm not looking for flatness, but I'm looking for curvature.
You're going to find flatness.
But, okay, so we're going to talk about fractals, right? Because the level...
No, because the official globe claim is a sphere. So at some point you would have an altitude that you could reach where you would see an oblate spheroid. What altitude do you think that is?
Basically, I would need a curve to measure a curve.
There should be a known altitude because rockets. So at what altitude do we see oblate spheroid within the center of the visual field?
I have no idea the words you just said.
Like, you should see a ball.
Oblate? It's like,
okay. The official claim is oblate spheroid, not perfect sphere. So it's a little wonky. It's not an absolute perfect basketball sphere. At what point do you see the oblate spheroid, though?
You mean from space?
Yeah, there should be an altitude that you see it. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that it would be barely visible at the altitude of the ISS. And he's... I should have said Felix Baumgartner first.
Yeah, I guess
the whole space jump, you can't see it there either. But at an even higher altitude, you can't.
Hold on. It depends on the lens, right?
Well, then that wouldn't be the curvature of the Earth, would it?
Exactly.
You can't have a wide angle lens because it's going to bow it. You need something that's just normal lens that records what's actually there.
Yeah. So how do we measure it? Just saying, like, if we want to prove the Earth is curved,
all the ordinary lenses that you send up there at any altitude that we go right now, it'll show you a flat horizon. That's the point.
I guess. Well, hold on. Every lens that we look at is curved. or that we look through, right? Like our eyes are curved.
They put the wide angle lens up there for a valid reason. They're navigating at a very fast speed with some of these things that they're doing, and it's so that they can see where they're going. They're not actually trying to show the Earth being round.
What if the Earth was the same shape as our eyes?
It's not about what ifs, man. It's about the measurements.
Wouldn't that produce a flat image?
You're talking about the dome of your vision, which has to do with a mental construct that your brain builds in order to navigate reality. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about measurements of the ground.
The ground. All the ground.
The ground that everyone shares.
But we don't all share the same ground.
You're all in the same place. I can say, hey man, meet me here. And there is a way for both of us to go to some location and meet. Therefore, we're all in the same larger place. On a greater scale, it's the same place.
I guess. Yeah. Theoretically. How do we prove that? It's a really good question. Has anyone asked the NASA?
This conversation has nothing to do with sophistry, and appeals to authority don't work.
Well, and again, the only other alternative is just like measure everything, right? But like, what do you use to measure it with? Again, that's the question. It's like, what would
you're trying to find 8 inches per mile squared? That's the thing, is it's not about proving it to me. From my perspective, I no longer believe in Santa Claus, and nobody is going to convince me to believe in Santa Claus again.
Why? Okay. Does this like involve Nora? Really confused.
The Globe claim is the Santa Claus. There is no Santa Claus.
So because there's no Santa Claus, there's no Globe?
It's a metaphor. Can you wrap your mind around that?
I'm trying.
So because there is no proof to a claim that was made based off of philosophical grounds, I can say that's not real. It's unfalsifiable, and it has not been proven.
Right.
In the same way, I can point to a story about Santa Claus and say that's not real. It's unfalsifiable, and it has not been proven.
Correct.
This is about the scientific method and what can be applied to the world around us, what can be tested, what can be proven. This isn't about
we can prove what's here. We can't prove what's not here.
Exactly. That's why it's so difficult for people to prove a curve. Because you can't prove what's not here.
There's no curve, so.
If it's not curving, what is it?
Could be looping.
If it's not curving, what is it?
Well, I guess then, presumably you want to say straight or flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But like...
You mean welcome to Round Earth?
No. We're unwelcoming you from Round Earth.
Uninviting?
Yeah, we're uninviting you. We're inviting you to Reality Earth.
Which, again, is the flat version or the
flat version? Circular. Well, how does elevation work?
It's flat. Why can't
no, it's not an if. It's not an if. I don't know. Your eyeballs are bad.
Wait. Did you just see why can't I see China?
Hey, hold on.
Gentlemen, we're not going to start with a gish gallop of questions, and please don't talk over one another because then nobody can hear each other.
Right. So he said, why can't he see good? Because his eyes are bad.
When World War III starts, let me see a nuclear explosion happen in Russia.
What the hell are you talking about? Anyway.
That escalated quickly.
Guys, how about we go back to Lupine? I think he was the one that was talking before we were so rudely interrupted.
Hi. Well, I'm looking at the image that Matt posted, which obviously is a 2-dimensional circle. How do we know that that's a sphere? And I guess that's the distance thing, right? It's like, so you'd have to measure a curve. Like, if that is as big as people say it is, then there should be a certain amount of curvature over a particular distance. That's the 8 inches over, what was it? How many miles squared?
8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile squared. Huh. Well, so again, miles squared, that's like a square. So what is the 8-inch measurement within that square shape?
How do you mean, sorry?
I'm sorry. People refer to me as smooth brain sometimes. I guess my brain's flat. So the flat earth thing makes sense to me.
So basically, if you're standing still... Oh, go, Ethan.
I was just going to tell him to look in the side chat.
What? I see. That's interesting. I don't really get the last one, though. What's going on the last one with the candle? It's like the candle's going down, or it appears to be going down as it's getting further away.
It's a demonstration of demonstration of optical phenomenon on a planar surface.
So the idea is the sun just goes back and forth in the air, 2 dimensions.
Through the air.
More around in a circuit.
But through the air.
Around
that lens.
There's air in space? No, well, I guess there's air in atmosphere.
Space.
The Atmos.
Far as I know, the sun's in the air. But I mean, I don't know. I guess you got magic space stuff that is nothing with the sun in it. I don't know how that would even work, but all right.
Call it a vacuum.
Yeah.
It would be weird looking through a vacuum.
Show us how a vacuum can hold a microscopic light.
I guess the idea of a vacuum is there's no
little big lighter out and put it in. Brother, you're not making no sense. You know what scale is?
I do.
If the sun is a little bitty dot that you couldn't imagine in the everlasting vastness of the vacuum of space, how powerful do you think the Earth is with its little puny atmosphere or the sun's gas? Wouldn't be there. Do you understand? Big vacuum, little piece of dot gas. I don't think you know what you're talking about, buddy. Can you demonstrate your claim being anything different than what I'm saying?
Democ, you're forgetting distance. Distance matters.
Distance about what? Distance in your vacuum? Cool story. So listen, in your vacuum.
What's going on, boys?
Hey, how's it going?
Talking about
What are we
things that
talking
suck.
about?
Whether the Earth is flat or not.
Ooh. Ooh, yo, you can go from India to America.
Yeah,
and
we're going to
straight back.
demonstrate a sun in a vacuum. How does that work? What's that?
You said a thumb in a vacuum?
A sun, S-U-N.
The hell is that?
The sun.
I don't know. You tell me. I thought it was the yellow thing in the sky. I guess
We were
not.
already talking to somebody, Lupine, here,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
where you came in. And
Fine.
I'm trying to
I
make
don't
some
mind sharing.
coffee. Yeah, I'm just letting everybody know I'm making some coffee. Please don't talk over one another because nobody can hear each other. I'll be back soon.
A cup of coffee sounds pretty good right now. But it's like
Well, the gentleman was talking about a vacuum. He thinks that an atmosphere or a little dot sun can exist in a big old vacuum. And he was going to proceed to like tell us how he's seen that on Earth or something, or demonstrated that.
If the sun is a chemical reaction, right? Could there even
No,
a
it's
reaction
not.
happen in a vacuum?
No, the sun isn't anything that you don't know what it is or can't demonstrate. So don't make weird claims about what the sun is if you can't produce a little one or make one or match what it is with the solar filter in a lab, buddy.
Okay. So take a black hole and then rewind it like a few million years, and you have a sun or a star.
Yeah, that made no fucking sense. Yeah, okay, million-year-old guy. Yeah, that made no sense.
Demonstrate
So
that
you,
to us
so
at a
your
big
kids,
show.
your kids and your grandma can reproduce that. They can rewind black holes in a lab. What are you talking about? Let's stick to a lab, Goofy. Not what ifs, not if things.
It's the
that don't
implosion
exist.
of a sun or a star.
Where did you see that? In your chair at home?
Dude, if you just look.
From your chair at home on the computer screen? What are we looking at? So from your chair at home, you're going to look at what cartoon comic book Venom space? How do you know it's real, Santa Claus?
You look at it, man, and if it hurts your
You
eyes.
look at Santa Claus, and you sit on his lap too, right? And give him cookies and milk when he comes, right?
People believe in it's okay.
They
So people
believe in
believe in
Santa.
Jesus.
Santa, you
It's
can
the same
follow
thing
him.
as Jesus.
No, Santa can be followed on Doppler radar. They don't follow Jesus on Doppler radar, son. Ask the kids how they follow Santa every year now on Doppler radar. The ISS follows Santa around. Are you disbelieving that? They have photo evidence. They have proof. They can calculate where he's going to be and show you where he's at.
So you believe in Santa, dude?
They can show you where he's at.
Right, Demont. This conversation has nothing to do with belief. It has to do with measurements.
Right.
Measurements aren't belief. Your height is not a belief. You can measure it yourself, and you know how high you stand. So that doesn't require belief.
Yeah, I was trying to get him away from belief into the lab, out of Santa Claus belief that, if you just believe shit the space says, then you got to believe in Santa Claus is my point. So if you don't have to believe what they say, because we know Santa Claus isn't really being followed by Doppler radar, but they tell all of America it is, why would they lie?
I can give you some facts.
No,
and
why would they lie?
Wait, hold on. You also mentioned Jesus. Again, I'll reiterate, this has nothing to do with belief. It has to do with measurements.
Right,
Can I please make some coffee?
Right,
I'll be
that's
right
why I
back.
brought a belief in. Because I'm showing them that their thing is no... Well, I'm showing you your thing's no different than a belief, right?
Let's let him measure something. He's going to give us a fact.
Yeah.
Okay, using Earth's distance from the sun, the sun's total energy output is calculated.
Whoa, man, let's stop you right there. Or what is Earth's distance?
Let him go. No, let him go.
Okay, sorry.
Neil, let him roll.
You can use Kepler's law of planetary motion and Newton's law of gravitation to calculate the sun's mass, right? And then you can see how that affects the rotation of the Earth.
You were talking about the
Newton
light
figured that
energy
out
to
by
start
looking
off
at
with. Guatemala, you were talking about the light energy to start off with, not gravity. You don't even know what gravity
you're right. Well, there's different. Well, so there's multiple measurements then, right? It's coexisting, and they all interact
you
with
had
each
the
other.
distance of the sun, and you had a specific amount of light energy.
Kepler's law. The sun's mass has been calculated.
Here's another law you might want to look into: the inverse square law.
Inverse square law. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, you better look that one up if you want to talk about light. Anyways, as you were.
Inverse square law for light intensity. How it applies to the sun.
It doesn't matter. Look, none of this matters to begin with because everything you're going to come up with is going to make an assumption based off of a non-inertial reference frame.
Well, but then how do we move? Okay, so you're right.
What?
You're right. But how do we move like satellites and rockets through space without these measurements?
Aircraft treats the Earth as a non-rotating stationary topographical surface, like a plane. Like it treats it like it's flat, like it's level. It doesn't treat it like it's a ball.
Well, so if we're
All calculate a better way to put it, I guess, is all calculations are simplified.
You're right. And if we were to distance ourselves away from the Earth far enough, it'd be smooth, right? It wouldn't be like bumpy or geographic. It would just be like a smooth ball. That'd be if we distance ourselves completely, like
nice
far enough
hypothetical.
away.
Space is a violation of natural law, so you'll have to come back to Earth to do some measurements, mate.
There isn't curvature for a ball. At an altitude of 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, it's still a horizon. And he's gone. Just going to ask, how do you get ball? But
How do you get what?
how do you get a ball out of that? Got to go a lot further, I guess, because where they're at, you ain't getting it.
Convinced me. I think I'm a flat earther now.
Ain't about convincing shit. You need to go do measurements and study stuff.
I did. You guys, this is
Learn
a very enlightening
about
study.
Worldviews, man. Like just
go do your own
build your own.
research. Go look at your own observations.
So are you telling me to go to space? I don't understand.
No, just build your worldview by studying.
I did. My worldview's flat.
No, because you can't just take something somebody tells you and believe it. It's not about belief.
Why not?
Because cults require
and what
belief.
how am I supposed to measure this?
Listen, cults require belief in unquestioning authority. And that's the entire point of this, is you're free to question
to adapt
people.
Me into your cult, it sounds like.
It's more like
why are you not letting me question you?
It's more of an anti-cult stance. That's why
maybe I want to be your cult leader. Maybe I want to be the flat earth cult leader.
You're being encouraged to study on your own accord for a reason. Because cults require people to stand with unquestioning authority.
I can be like, I have seen the earth and I know it is flat.
No, you don't understand though. Why do you think people come in here to mock this conversation?
I don't know. This is a very enlightening conversation for me so far. It's probably one of the best conversations I've had on the server.
They come in here to mock this conversation because it's been made ridiculous to question authority. Like, oh well, astronaut said so. See, look, NASA, man.
I mean,
scientific communicator said so. I better trust my TV. People believe what they're told without checking what they're hearing. That's the issue here. But that's why this has nothing to do with cult shit. And if anything, it's anti-cult because there are no leaders here. You are the one to lead yourself.
If you don't tell me how to check it, then I just have to rely on my own measurements, right?
Continue studying. And yes, you have to do measurements. Somebody showing you theirs isn't going to help you understand something for certain. You're just still going to be believing in somebody else or appealing to their authority. That's the whole point, is don't do that.
Don't take measurements. Don't listen to other people's measurements.
Don't appeal to people's authority.
Oh.
Just because government man says so doesn't mean it's true.
Well, but just because they say so doesn't mean it's not true.
You have to understand things like falsifiability. If something's in a state of
how would I get everyone to believe? how would I get everyone to believe the Earth is round? What would I have to produce? I guess that picture, that would be a prime artifact, right?
Have you ever heard of the cult of Pythagoras?
No, but I've heard of Pythagoras.
He had worshippers who wrote songs about him and stuff. Dude had an actual cult.
It's about triangles and
brotherhood.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Dudes who love shapes, and their favorite shape was a ball.
Not a triangle.
Triangles involved the favorite shape, but they considered it to be like a holy type thing. It's a divine shape because it's so perfect, like the shape of the gods.
Perfect circle.
Yeah, like a sphere, whatever. This influenced lines of thought throughout history, and philosophy gets passed down. It ends up merging kind of mysticism with religion as things fuse together, especially with how the Holy Roman Empire ended up doing things, which was not much different than how it was already being done.
It seems like the only way I could really confirm this is if I went to space myself. And even then, because my eyeball is round, I would still see a flat Earth.
Then how would you confirm it? Maybe by measuring it?
So you're saying I got to learn numbers.
You measure it, brother.
It's not about
With
math.
what? What tool shall I use to measure
tape
this
measures,
curvature?
ruler, plumb bobs, horizontals, a water level.
Tape measure.
Yeah, tape measures, plumb bobs, horizontals, the things surveyors use, and the things you use to measure your house and floor width to make sure everything's straight and your siding and everything, a plumb bob to set it up. What are you talking about? That's how you measure horizontals forever, brother.
I don't know too much about
We're not arcing our siding, are we? You arc siding on your house? You arc your porch? No, get real, brother. Quit asking
arc siding. So there's like a tripod, right? And like you line it up with a post in the distance, right? And you're trying to figure out what the inclination is, right? Is that the declination?
No, how can you line it up in the distance? What do you line it up with if it's not a horizontal?
Well, that's the gravity aspect, right? So you get the weight at the bottom of the tripod that pulls straight down so that you're aligned with the center of the Earth. So that's the.
So is gravity making the Earth a horizontal
perpendicular to a sphere? Gravity allows one to be perpendicular to a sphere.
Brother, I can't tell.
Hold on. That was a smart quote. Gravity allows Gravity allows something to be perpendicular to a sphere. Oh, you keep interrupting me, you douchebag.
Gravity allows what?
Gravity allows, I guess, a thing to be perpendicular to a sphere.
Show us in the lab.
I need you to tell me what you think gravity is.
Well, that's a whole discussion. No pun intended.
What do you think gravity is? Keep it simple. Summarize for me.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, you got to know what it is.
I have an inclination or declination. Gravity is what keeps us grounded.
No. That's not the definition of what gravity is.
Gravity is what lets us fly.
What version of gravity are we talking about? Like the definition of gravitas, or Newton's understanding of gravity, or Einstein? Then it's just the weight of something.
Yeah, that's the heaviness.
What's that mean? That doesn't mean magic, does it?
No. No, I wanted to say love. Gravity is love.
No, it doesn't. It's magic that you can't demonstrate. Gravity is magical beliefs. And we're not dealing with beliefs. We want to deal with demonstration. So how can you show a spherical body of gas? Gas hold a shape into a sphere, or gas be held down by gravity?
No, it's just the weight of gas that causes atmospheric pressure.
No magic.
It's throwing all this gas at me.
Yeah. If I have gas in the bottom container and just the air in the container above, when I turn the little valve to release the blocker, it goes from bottom and fills the top container. If gravity's real, that wouldn't happen.
How do we measure a weight of gas?
I don't know what gravity doesn't exist. I don't know how you're doing anything with it. That's the problem, isn't it? You're asking how you do stuff with the thing you're trying to convince us is real. It's really weird.
I mean, how do you convince me that gas is real?
I didn't say they were.
You know, like smell it or touch it or hold it, feel it.
You can smell gases, certain ones. You can definitely touch it. You can wave your hand in the air right now. Can't you smell sulfur and flowers and stuff in the air? That's how you smell them, right? The turpentines get carried through the air.
Too.
So wouldn't the air just be basically?
Maybe I'm just weak. I guess I'm just weak. That's what it is.
So you don't. So you disagree with air now because
going nowhere.
Can't find gravity. That's weird. You can definitely see air. It definitely moves water. You can definitely blow your hand and it'll definitely knock you over and move anything you got. So tornadoes will tell you that. I know you believe in a tornado. That's made with air. So now the gravity thing, can you demonstrate that as well as we can point and demonstrate and go jump in a tornado that's real?
I could theoretically toss myself off a building.
Yeah, well, cool story, Mark Twain.
Stop.
We don't want Bible stories.
Everybody needs to stop with this shit because the conversation's not going to go anywhere anyway. And clearly no. Just don't use those kind of theoretical situations then. Don't do that.
I could throw a bowling ball off a building. How about that?
What does that have to do with anything? Because gravity as weight, yes, it'll just drop because obviously the buoyancy or density of something is going to influence how it passes through a medium. But what does that really mean? Like, how does that prove that you're a globe? How does that prove that you have a globe under your feet?
Again, this proof aspect. So what would you accept as proof?
Your
measurements for curvature.
I'm claiming that the Earth is flat because that's the way I see it. That's my claim.
That's fine. Then I guess we're done talking about.
How do I guess the only way to prove that is to show you my vision, which would be like a picture. But Matt already posted that, so there you go.
We got him.
I'm settled down. I got coffee. I'm chilling.
We got him with coffee.
I was going to ask questions about your understanding of gravity because there's different definitions for that word, depending on the situation of what somebody's talking about. Because the weight is one thing, but then there's gravity as a fictitious force. And once you get into that pseudo force stuff going into gravity, it gets into imagination land shit.
That's what you're referring. Right? Quantum gravity?
It ends up getting into imagination land stuff where people in their theoretical physics and all they're doing is just making up stuff by the seat of their pants.
It's quantum gravity. That's not like gravity.
Yeah, which the point is these are unfalsifiable assertions. When you get into that kind of thing, now what you can weigh on a scale right in front of you, and you could say that's gravity. what I'm saying is you can weigh something on a scale in front of you. You can weigh that and be like, okay, gravitas, weight. All right. But once you start adding to that story, now you got to prove it. You've expanded it into a claim.
Reality is unfalsifiable by definition.
Weigh the gas without a container.
It's what I'm talking about is when they start applying things related to all these math equations that they've come up in their head to what they see above them and tell you a story.
Okay. Yeah. Like
you can't falsify that. Yeah. But you can weigh stuff like, yes, so that kind of thing exists. Nobody's saying that gravity in that sense or the gravitas of something doesn't exist. That's why I'll define it as the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Because I could weigh someone's words.
Yeah, because that's a broad enough description of what the word actually means.
I weigh words. I weigh words all the time. Oh, and I also wayward. Yeah, that makes sense. Totally.
A lot of people have a lot of assumptions or things that they were told that basically are reductions to absurdity on how physics actually works. They have like a cartoon version of Earth in their head. Which ends up it becomes an issue.
Class.
It just becomes an issue a lot of times. People come in here with the automatic glober mentality where the globe can't possibly be wrong. And so therefore, whoever they're talking to must be an idiot, and they'll start spiraling. It gets weird. So I just want to say this has been a pretty awesome conversation. You've done well in comparison to some of this shit
the globe makes all kinds of falsifiable claims, though, right?
Yeah, there's a ton of them. What's funny is the Big Bang narrative that ties all this into religion and the church.
That's where but that's unrelated to the shape of the Earth. That's just another part of cosmology.
Yeah. Well, that is the direction that would go. I was thinking propaganda and appeals to authority type thing. Same situation, different time. But right now we're at a point in history where people can go out and make observations on their own and study things with technology that didn't exist long ago. And before that, humans had to listen to authority for certain things. Like it prevented them from dying. In certain ways, they had to obey stuff like that because there was no other way to get the information. They didn't have the internet. So it's like a comfort zone it creates for people because they know that this has helped with this, therefore this should help with all of this. That comfort zone ends up being fallacious.
I think I'd like outer space.
Outer space, as they describe it in the official narrative, is a thermodynamics violation.
Oh, that's not true. It perfectly comports with thermodynamics. What are you talking about?
Matthew's got his version of the story, too, that he can explain it. You got apologetics for your worldview.
Right.
I mean, the idea is it's cold, right? Is that the thermodynamic thing?
No, the idea that every pressure requires a container, and so if there's atmospheric air pressure, there must be a container, like a container containing the Earth's atmosphere up there somehow.
Ah.
And if there is no container, it must be a thermodynamics violation because
so,
entropy says that
first,
the
Matthew,
air
before you
expands.
Filling with crap. Lupine, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
I will have to meditate on that. How does one have gas pressure without a container? I don't know. Again, presumably the container is what would offer the measurement of the pressure. Yeah, no, I guess outer space does have to be wrapped in something, right?
As you were,
Even
Matthew.
if it's just our imagination. See, and I guess that's the reason people make fun of me, because I'm like, even the things that our imagination is able to wrap our heads around is pretty cool. Because it does. It creates a kind of pressure, because it's like, oh, is this true or not? And then that's the scientific method. It's like if we can wrap our heads around it.
Scientific method has to do with testing things and verifying them, not just imagining.
Right, exactly. But that's the thing, is like stuff starts and like, okay, can we wrap our heads around this? It's like, well, let's see. Can we actually like physically do it?
Then the question would
we wrap our heads around everything.
What's the scientific experiment for gas pressure without physical containment next to a vacuum?
Just going as far as we can into outer space until we hit the edge.
You'd have to create your own situation. That's not a feasible one. That's unfalsifiable.
It is unfalsifiable. Unless you get to the edge. In which case, you're probably too far to come back. That's the danger. Can you go? How far to the edge can you go and still be able to return and tell of the tale? That's why I like Gattaca. Theme in Gattaca. So the guys went on their swimming competition. The guy with the weak heart ends up beating his brother. His brother asks him, he's like, how were you able to do that? He's like, I didn't save anything for the trip home. And I guess that's why maybe the Earth could seem flat, because like almost like a trampoline. It's like we can never like get away from it. Because if the whole point is to figure out if it's flat or not, then like I guess you want to share that with someone, so you have to come back and tell the tale. So that's, I guess, and that also implies the gravity aspect.
It wouldn't matter. To me, it wouldn't matter at all.
You just want to know.
It has to do with measurements of the ground. So I'd have to know that the Earth has measurements for curvature before I'll say that it's curved. Somebody could go to a high altitude, experience an optical phenomenon, even take a picture of that optical phenomenon, and that still would not convince me.
Correct.
There's something called Snell's window.
Weighing the words.
There's something called Snell's window. It's connected to the Snell's law thing. So when you dive deep enough, you can look up and there's this kind of cone of light coming down.
I've seen this.
So to me, it's within the realm of possibility that there are other explanations. So unless I have measurements for curvature, I don't care what optical phenomenon I'm presented.
Oh. What's the shape of a fish's eye relative to a human's? Flatter, right?
Yeah, but what does the shape of an eye matter?
I would
How
say
they see
fish
the
has
world.
I'd say a fish has a fisheye lens.
Very nice. Oh, that's great. I have to remember that.
Yeah, and it should be in Google and like all other ways, and they should have taught you how in school how they measured the Earth to prove, without going to pictures, without being goofy, that you're on a curved surface. Water should curve down away from a horizontal line. And if everybody's horizontal line of the horizon is all perfectly horizontal, I don't know where anybody keeps getting these ideas of a ball anyway. If all that even the military tells you is you can measure this, and all you see is ever is flat. So I mean, you mean to tell me out of a billion people standing here on this thing, nobody's seeing the curve? It doesn't make any sense. Like zilch. Companies would have
Again,
to, yeah.
What do you accept as proof other than their word? What can they show you?
Measurements, man. Water dropping away from a horizontal line. What the hell? Go out to the water. Put a horizontal line across the top of it. Have a
You mean like a waterfall?
No. And
Oh
in the
my
end, it'll
God.
always be about measurements. But no, he's not talking about water in motion.
Yeah, not a waterfall. Like a lake, a pond, your bathtub, any big body, the biggest body of water you can go to that's not blowing around in the wind.
In like a cave.
Just anybody, like a lake's not too bad. A pond, you get a 10-mile lake. After 1 mile, the lake's supposed to be dropping down 8 inches. After that first mile, and then exponentially after that squared. So if you think about it, all you need is 1 mile of water, brother. And they got 2-mile pools in certain places that have enough money. They have a pool that's 2 miles long, and it's not curved. The water's not curving, which had to be impossible if gravity was even a thing. It would be impossible to not curve. There's not 8 inches of drop in that water, and there's definitely not 16 to 32. It's level with
I,
itself.
on the
It's
other hand, say
horizontal.
there would be 8 inches.
I mean, the shape of water is like an inverse mountain, right?
So the shape of water, it's horizontal on the top. The bottom takes whatever shape you fill with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Unicorn's butt with water, but the top of the water.
So it's only the tension between water and air that's
Where's the ball
flat.
tension, brother? We're not looking for flat. How come you guys are always seeing flat and pointing out flat, but saying ball?
Because that's the misleading part.
What's misleading? That flat is flat? I don't think so.
Correct.
At all. It's misleading to say that flat is horizontal. It's curving. That's misleading. Flat and horizontal does not curve. You got to find the curving part. It's misleading to keep saying something's doing something we don't see or
But
can't
that's what I'm
test
saying
or
is like
measure.
the bottom
And we
part.
can measure fucking flat and horizontal. It's not a fucking you and I. That's all we can do. There is no other way about this. You go get any human in the world, all we can measure is water while it's at rest being horizontal. You had 30 miles of fucking water in a room, in a big pool. We could not find the curve in there. We wouldn't see the center part, the end part, or the beginning part. It would all be the same height as itself. Guaranteed. That's what we measure, dude. We have a thing called a water level.
Again, I'm extrapolating. If, like, again, to the extent that water fills a container, I'm thinking of this. I guess this is where like the whole
inside a container, brother,
pressure comes in.
No, water doesn't fill the outside of its container. Thus, no water on the outside of a ball. You got to get a cup and pour the water in it. That's flat Earth. On a globe, you don't need to pour water in a cup.
But hold on. But the part that's flat is the exposed part of the container.
Do you understand which part of your ball is supposed to have water on it? Which part of your ball is supposed to have the ocean?
I don't think I understand that question.
The top portion of the surface. The water is supposed to reside against the surface of the dirt, not down in it. Gravity is holding water everywhere around a ball at all times, supposedly, magically somehow. That means you'd have to demonstrate that. You're not demonstrating that by digging a pond and pouring water in it. You need to go find the water hill or the pond that goes stacks on itself. You need to make a horizontal base and pour some water on itself and make it stack up. Shit, do your meniscus, baby.
That sounds like magic. Huh.
Sounds like magic to me. Water doesn't stack on itself like that. Stacks down in things on itself, but doesn't stack up on things.
It's a really good visual. I like that. Thank you.
Yes,
Mountain
sir.
of water.
Yes, sir. That's what you're looking for. If you're a little guy and they always tell you a meniscus, right? That means you would be able to walk up to the ocean and you wouldn't have to dive in it, brother. You'd be staring at the bottom. You'd always be staring at the bottom of every water portion if gravity was real. But we have to dig a dirt hole and then pour the water down into it like a cup, brother. That's flat earth physics. That's not globe physics. Trust me on this. Globe physics is the water on the outside of the ball, brother. I swear to you, like the green line on my name. And then there's another line on top of that that's supposed to be your atmosphere. That's even just as magical because we can't prove that either. That an atmosphere curves or holds a spherical shape? Doesn't. Not unless it's a fart underwater. You have to have a medium to totally resist the other medium from all angles physically to produce a spherical body of gas inside another body of water. In nature, there are no bodies of spherical bodies. You've got leaves, nerves, people, like there's no spheres everywhere. Literally. If gravity was a thing. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
If gravity was the thing.
Yeah, then everything would be the little protons and balls sticking together like little clumps of balls. And you'd see balls everywhere and clumps of balls, and there'd be nothing but ball. It'd be Ballville. Everything would be balls if gravity was real. You could not be a ball if gravity's real. That's the weird thing. You have to be a ball. Gravity only makes balls.
So the name of the game is Kill the Man with the Ball. Got
it. What?
Joke.
I mean, literally, we would, like, if the Earth was a globe, we would be able to dive down in the water at an angle and swim to the surface, brother. You wouldn't have to worry about swimming back up. That's only on flat Earth. On a globe, you would be able to dive down in the water at an angle and then pop out the surface that fucking way. Everybody would. Come on now. It'd be curving water. You'd be able to dive in the curve part. Yeah.
I don't mean this cognitively, but are you very dense?
No, I know how to swim in water. What do you think? You can't swim now? You can't swim in water because of the globe? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
So what, submarines don't work, fish don't swim in water? You're telling me that an object or a fish couldn't swim diagonally through the fucking water and pop out the surface? Are you dense? What would stop a fish from swimming through the water, buddy? Or a submarine, or you, or me? We do it every day when we swim, don't we? Water stops you from swimming through the surface of it a little bit? How microscopically small are you that you think you couldn't swim through the ocean and pop out the surface like the tip of a needle through an orange peel? Are you okay? I'm not dense at all. I have a brain. I know scale and I know size. I know if the ocean is 8 miles big to your little ass and your little bitty, that your little bitty microscopic butt would have fun swimming through diagonally. Microscopic guy, little atom, to this big ass ocean.
8 miles.
8 miles deep, the Marianas Trench.
I could swim 8 miles horizontally. I don't know about 8 miles vertically.
No. Why do you keep going to the extreme, stupid? Take a needle The tip of the needle is you. Now stick that needle through any orange peel or any round object you want, right? That's really thin like the orange peel. The orange peel is going to be the ocean. Just barely stick it through the tip. Barely. You're only going to stick a little bitty piece. That's not going to be 8 miles. It's going to be the smallest amount possible. You do your fucking globe math. 360 is always 360, brother. No how big your ball is. No matter how big the ball is, 360 is always 360. The only thing that would ever change on a sphere or a circle of the 360 idea of its circumference or radius is the circumference or radius. The ball can be bigger, but 360 is always going to be fucking 360. Correct? So what I'm telling you is that you know how to do math and you can get an orange peel real quick and stick a needle through it. That's what we need to see in reality. Your orange peel's the water going all the way around the fucking earth. Right? You stick the needle through the peel just diagonally. Stick it out. Sticks right out. Doesn't even hit the orange. Right out the peel. Yeah, we can do that in water. That's what water does. You swim in it, brother. You can dive in it. You can swim. You can do flips in water. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay, so don't tell me we can't dive down in water in a submarine.
You're talking about like an arc measurement.
Yeah, arc of water where the submarine tip would pop out, but the rest of the submarine would be in there.
I got you. Okay.
Exactly. You can draw this out, brother. This is real physics.
In the side chat, I posted an image related to the conversation. It's more related to what y'all were saying a little bit earlier, but either way. Rotation. The assertion of the official claim is 0 rotation at the poles, but 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Yeah, and then put water on that bad boy and gas.
That's why I use the image of the tennis ball with water on it spinning, the droplets flying off of it in all directions.
That's reality. That's all we can demonstrate. I don't know where you can demonstrate water staying on the ball. Where that exists at. Other than a religious belief. See, the only physics we have are flat earth physics. What you can demonstrate every day in a lab yourself. You can go grab stuff and do this yourself.
I mean, that kind of makes sense because all of physics is trying to falsify reality.
Correct. But what it's doing, in fact, is it's trying to gratify non-reality. Because what science is based on is what if? Well, what if you should fly away? Why don't we fly? Like, what? No, motherfucker. Pay attention to what's happening, action and reaction. Write that shit down, and then further your fucking studies, and you'll be the greatest ever. You'll get the best fucking thing possible. Every reaction you want. Trial and error, action, reaction. You don't say what if all the time and magical shit in space that you can't, like, where do we even go with that shit? How do you do physics like that for kids in school when you're talking vacuums and space and black holes and just the dumbest shit that's not even, you can't do nothing with that to sit there and act like you're retarded. Like, I'm right, you're right. No reference, nothing to see, nothing to go by other than your imagination that you're fucking right because you imagined it. We shouldn't be like that. Science is supposed to prove the natural reality, not disprove reality, brother. You can't disprove reality. What would that mean you're proving? Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can't prove fairy tales. And and everything they tell you about a globe is a fairy tale because guess what? We can't fucking prove it.
I mean, you could share stories, but that's it.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. We got comic books for that too. We got Superman, Venom. We got like everything you can think of, Morbius. But those things aren't real still. Right.
Last Venom was pretty good.
Yeah. They're all great stories. But how tangible are they? How mechanically feasible are they in reality?
How true are they?
Exactly. How would you test that? You'd have to demonstrate those things that they say, the claims they make in those comic books. You have to bring them to reality and test the claim. If it's
Well,
not, if you can't do it, then it's
they say ahead of time. They say ahead of time that all those stories are fictitious, and any relation to reality is strictly coincidental.
They say the same thing about the globe. If you read on the bottom, it says not for educational purposes.
I think they say not to scale, as in like don't weigh this.
What scale do you have? Where's your real scale at?
Like my arms. Can I pick it up?
What?
I could pick up the globe. I don't know if I could pick up the Earth. Could I pick up the Earth?
No, listen to what I'm asking you, brother.
Worth trying.
Listen to what I'm asking you. Where is a scaled down perfect version of the globe that matches what the fuck it's supposed to be 100%? If you don't have that, what are we even talking about?
Fair.
How do you make a globe that's not the right globe? And then how do you make flat maps that are so fucking accurate you can't, you within fucking millimeters? How does that make sense to anyone?
You want to talk about?
We're talking about it.
You guys only talk about the flat Earth.
You only talk about fairy tale balls?
Big facts. Why flat earthers have small cocks?
So anyway, we were discussing what you can demonstrate in the lab or what you can't.
Well, dude, grab a computer, supercomputer, and just take every equation that is confined to our existence and plug it into a computer and then simulate.
No, take your computer and throw it in the garbage. We're going to go in the lab and do physical stuff, okay?
How do you know we're not on a supercomputer?
I don't care what you know or don't know. That's your problem. You got to go defend that. You got to go prove that claim.
It's not a debate. It's a discussion. It's an intellectual discussion. We can bounce off each other.
What's a discussion? What is?
You said what?
What's the discussion?
It could be anything, dude. I mean, existence, bro. How do you even evaluate your existence if your senses?
Because I'm here. I'm alive talking to you, dude. Get real.
Exactly, right? Exactly. And so you rely on
here now. Where's the globe at? Where's ball physics? Show me here where they're at.
What's interesting, right, is your senses lie to you. Like your body has a biological thing.
No, my senses aren't lying to me. No, they're not.
Yeah, don't start this shit, man. We don't want to talk about how do we know anything exists, man?
Well, yeah, dude, you gotta
start that shit. It's a nowhere. The conversation goes nowhere whenever you do that.
Just like flat Earth.
How do we know that's true? How do you know I'm even real? It's a pain in the ass conversation. Provide evidence for your globe, right? Or ask questions about flat Earth, but we don't want to say, how do I even know I'm real? Those conversations they're just boring, man. Ridiculous. How do I know I've ever eaten food before?
In my defense, I'd say the same. I think flat Earth is also a redundant thing to think about because it doesn't change anything, right?
I know, computer guy. Cool story. We're great that you just play with fucking numbers that don't exist in reality and computer screens. That's great.
No, we're playing on terminology right now.
Yeah, numbers on screens do mean something if they are actually like aligned to measurements that someone took reliably.
Like our DNA.
Guantanamo, if you don't care about flat Earth, don't come to the flat Earth room.
No, dude, I think it's fascinating. I just
come to the flat Earth room. Well, you think it's fascinating, but you think it doesn't matter. You want to come here and talk about how do we know if anything's real or not? Go to a different room and do that.
That's real skepticism. I mean, that's honest skepticism. It's the same skepticism.
There's something that you can't prove or disprove. Right? We can go to a large body of water and we can test for curvature, and when we do, we can't find any. Right? We can go over and analyze that information and encourage people to go and do that for themselves. But we can't talk about how do we know what's real and what's not real. Pointless conversation. We're never going to get anywhere with that.
I'm taking the same amount of skepticism you use against flat Earth, and I'm just applying it in other areas. That's all it is.
No, because we're going out and actually physically testing the Earth. We're doing practical demonstrations. We're talking about things we can validate, not things that we can't validate.
Cool. So validate it.
Well, do you want to see observations?
Hell yeah, dude. Give me a hit, bro. What's the study, bro?
Have a look in the side chat, man. Not a study, it's an observation, right? This is just a clip from a full-length video, right? But you can see in this video, the observer height's 8 foot, right? And according to the math given by the globe Earth model, right, the horizon has to be at 3.46 miles. It's a physical geometric horizon if the Earth's a globe. But we can clearly see the horizons way past the oil platform, which are distance markers. So we know how far away they are, which is 10.1 miles, right? So we can see the horizon beyond the 10.1 mile oil platform. But if the Earth's a globe, the horizon, the geometric horizon has to be at 3.46 miles. Right, so we can see around 10 times further than what we should be able to see. In this observation and countless more observations, we can see even further than this. Laser tests, we got all sorts of things we can show you where, there should be hundreds of feet of curvature, but we can shoot the laser right across a lake or right across a frozen lake or a salt lake, hit the target on the other side. What I'm talking about, they're like actual practical demonstrations, not just theoretical, calculations based on assumptions of numbers and things like that. Eratosthenes. It's not like that. Actual real world stuff that anyone can go do themselves.
He's gone.
Yeah. Why?
He was in here earlier. Did something similar.
Maybe he wasn't real. It was part of our imagination, part of the simulation.
Just the hand waving away the conversation. That kind of attitude. If it doesn't matter, why are you here?
Yeah, it's just I'm just sick of those conversations. How do we know? Not a brain in a jar. The Earth's definitely a globe.
I guess every time someone asks a question, how do you know? It's an appeal to authority, right?
Oh, man. It's just like a question that you can't answer. It just kind of goes in circles.
Because I said so. That's the response.
Some people come in here and they say, like, oh, you think the surface of water is flat? Nothing's flat. You zoom into it on a microscopic level, you'll see it's not flat.
Fractals are pretty cool.
Fractals?
Yeah. Like if you keep zooming in, you see fractals, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't myself, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it looks interesting when you zoom in on the surface. It's pretty trippy. But yeah, what we mean by flat is like you have a still lake, right? There's no wind on that day. There's no tides. There's no currents, and you can see like a perfect specular reflection on the top of the water. You can see a perfect mirror.
Yeah, I've seen that, but I've only seen that in caves.
In cave? Oh, I've seen it in like if you Google it, like specular reflection.
Oh no, I take that back. I did. I went on a sailing trip once from Daytona Beach down to St. Thomas, like right through the Bermuda Triangle. And there was one night when we were becalmed, and there was a full moon, And yeah, it was really cool. Like the ocean is like glassy still. It's really neat.
Yeah, that's
more
pretty cool
memorable
because that's
sites.
kind of rare to see it on the ocean. Usually,
Yeah, it was exactly. It was nighttime and there was a full moon. It was freaking perfect.
Yeah.
Of course, we lost our engine power 2 weeks into the trip. So the third week, like the last like 8 or 9 days, entirely under sail power. We became becalmed once during that time. That sucked.
That's fun.
It was a good trip. It was a lot of work. But I did it.
What kind of boat was it? Like a yacht type boat?
It was like just like a 37-foot sailing boat. There was I met this couple when I took a class down there. It was like a sailing class, and they had just finished a sailing trip where they went from Florida. It was like the first time that they had done a long sailing trip, where they went from, I think, Key West or Key Largo or somewhere in the Keys, and they took like, I don't know, like 4 months or something to get from there to St. Thomas, where they just did lots of like little day trips and took their time. And then a couple years later, they wanted to start a chartering business, so they bought a boat. They bought it in Florida, and they wanted to bring it to St. Thomas, but they didn't want to do the same thing they did last time, and they just wanted to do like a straight shot, yeah, quote unquote straight shot. And so there were 4 of us on a 37-foot boat that was just just getting it from point A to point B. And I guess the other neat part of that was, we literally went right through the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. Again, to the extent, I guess that would be like, how would you measure the middle of a triangle mapped on a sphere versus being mapped on a flat surface? Yeah, I don't know if we were actually in the middle or not. We were very close to the middle.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, no triangles on a sphere possible.
According to the Garmin map, we were in the middle of it.
Pretty cool. Was it scary?
There was there was one storm that we encountered where the boat was like, the sail didn't hit the surface of the water, but yeah, it was pretty close. So like,
it went on the side angle that much.
Yeah, exactly. We had to I was in the cockpit, but essentially like standing on the side of the seat.
Yeah, I used to watch the big sailboats out I used to live next to a big lake in Australia, and you'd watch the sailboats on real windy days, and yeah, when they turn, like they look like they're gonna flip over. Really touches the water.
Yep. It felt like that. That definitely felt scary. Caught a tuna. That was awesome. Ate it right on the literally as soon as we caught it, just started cutting into it and eating it right there on the side of the boat. That was cool. That was really cool. Did you do much sailing in Australia? Mr. Australian.
Hello.
Make your case. The Earth flat around. Go. Got convicted, huh?
What?
Thought so. Waiting on the newbie to make his case. Doesn't seem very convinced.
See how that mirror image is flat? Like the mirror on your wall? You ever shaved in an arc mirror? A round spherical mirror? I wouldn't advise it.
They show too many blemishes. Try to avoid those kinds of errors.
Well, I'm just saying, if you lived on a sphere,
course.
you live on a sphere, don't you think the water would look like a fucking sphere and not make a mirror flat in it? A 1-for-1 fucking scale perfectly of what the fuck it look. I mean, a fucking beautiful mirror image. That only happens with flat sky, flat water.
Hello guys, I'm back.
Hey, what up? We were just talking about how water is a beautiful flat mirror for anything you put above it while it's at rest. Doesn't arc or show you a funhouse image. Weird, huh?
Yeah, so I got a question.
Is it about water that's beautifully horizontal and mirrors the sky for miles and 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 miles on your horizon?
Because it's flat.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a question.
But yeah, what's your question?
So, what kind of movie that you guys like? Because almost all movie, right, is all about right, is it's a globe, right?
Movies
So
are all about glow.
almost all movie you probably don't like it, right? It's like what kind of movies is right? Kind of movie is this, right? Almost all movie is all about globe.
How can a movie be about a globe if a globe doesn't exist?
Yeah, like all
Neil.
the space movie, all of this kind of movie, like everything, right? It's almost about globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're asking how, like, why, or how that can be?
Yeah, I was wondering, is like, do you guys watching movie or you just watching it for fun?
It's entertainment. It's a fictional world.
Entertainment.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
cartoon ball is a fictional world, and it's used in entertainment.
Just like comic books and cartoons. You know, little kids grew up on cartoons and none of that shit's real, right? It's all cartoons. But we grew up on it because it's fun. It's cool, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so I mean, there's nothing wrong with watching movies, whether they put a globe on there or flat. I mean, that's the whole point of a movie, to be out of this world, to be something not real. So if you like not real movies, then put a globe on there. Hell yeah.
Makes sense.
I was wondering, you guys have a flat movie?
Yeah, you break the fourth wall, and all movies are filmed on a flat and stationary plane.
And a flat stage.
You think they film it on site? Like they go up there and they got actors and they use like the spherical Earth as a backdrop? They don't go on site to do anything. Everything's a cartoon.
Deadpool is a good example of evidence because there's lots of fourth wall breaking in it.
What?
Deadpool.
Oh, Nicolas Cage actually on that movie. I didn't know that.
Well, just like with the moon missions and stuff. Can't go
Deadpool
on site.
Is like saying flat water, right?
Film it. Can't go on site. You film it here at home. And they did.
Yeah. 7 years ago, there is a movie starring by Nicolas Cage, is Knowing the Earth is Flat. Do you guys like that movie?
Does that movie have measurements for curvature?
I don't know. I thought that you guys must like that movie. I just know it. I just know it today.
You won. You're hot micing.
Yeah. Hey, Yuan, please don't hold micing. And then there's another movie by 2017 directed by Evans.
What's with you in movies today, man? We're asking for measurements, and you're like, "Hey, man, you want to talk about movies?"
Hey, please, guys, this is fun. Okay, don't. I mean,
he probably thinks it proves globe. It's on the movies.
Please.
It must be real.
I mean, guys, your life, get it over. Don't be boring. Your life must not be boring. Talks about,
Hey,
let's talk about movie.
Understanding the movie magic, that's the cool part.
Yeah.
So there's nothing boring about that, especially if you understand how they did what they did in any given scene. It becomes much more interesting then to watch it.
Right.
And in answer to your original question, Neil, yes, I do watch movies. I love watching the special effects.
No, this is a flat Earth movie.
My favorite special effects are when they take like old footage that's actually military grade footage of just rockets launching or things exploding, and then they incorporate it into movies, which they've been doing ever since the space race. Stock footage.
Yeah. Well, my question is that. So, are you guys watching much more a lot of movie related to the flat Earth, or
I do not spend much time watching fiction.
Okay, I got it. That's what I thought, because I believe that the flat Earth people. I don't think these people like watching movie.
But
that's what I thought.
A lot of people that I know watch movies and stuff. But I just don't spend much time doing it. But most of the flat Earth people that I'm friends with, they're all watching movies.
They're not watching
just because I'm a flat earther doesn't mean that I'm going to only look for flat Earth movies. So I don't understand your logic, but like, what are you trying to what are you saying, man? It's kind of non sequitur to entertainment, because if you're watching entertainment, you don't really care about the premise of everything. You're already kind of invested into a storyline that you know is fiction. Like the whole illusion.
You watch scary movies. No, you didn't. When you watch scary movies and stuff, those people aren't real, but you still go to the scary movie and watch it.
And me not watching
it real, and
just because I don't often watch movies doesn't mean that other people are doing the same thing. Like, that's each their own. Everybody's doing their own shit.
And I don't really watch movies per se in general like that, but if there's one that catches my eye, fucking why not? I mean, what's the harm,
Just spend most of my time doing other stuff.
Exactly.
I just don't understand why you would think that I would just be like, only flat Earth movies. I'll never watch a globe movie. I hate globe movies. I hate it. Why'd they put a globe in this movie? Damn it.
Yeah, I'll mute you one.
That don't make sense.
I'll mute you one. He was hot micing, but he's texting me. He apologizes.
All right. I don't know. I've never met anybody who had an attitude against the cartoon ball in fiction, Neil. But if you saw a flat Earth in fiction, what would you say? You're watching a movie and all of a sudden the big reveal and it shows you a flat and stationary plane. Would that ruin the movie for you?
It would.
The entire conversation is non sequitur to the ground anyway.
I'll be right back. I need to get my water.
Okay.
So guys, I found you one. Fascinating guy. This guy has a PhD in physics, and now he's a flat earther. It's really interesting stuff. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? But he can.
Yeah, man. I mean, the proof, like they say, the proof is in the pudding. Yeah, because I was looking into the mathematics of this thing called general relativity in my research. And we defined this thing called a manifold. And a manifold is something that is locally flat. And they say the Earth is a manifold, so therefore it must be flat. It's literally in the mathematics.
So it's calculated then. You've got no measurements for us. That's awesome.
So these meaningless equations are just fictional concepts inside of your head. This conversation here is focused on measurements of reality. We don't really care about calculations inside of people's heads, regardless of what somebody's claiming or saying. It doesn't matter. Prove it. Whether flat or round, prove it.
All right, I'm back. Who is trying to prove right now? Three man?
You won.
Okay, we meet three man.
No, he's laughing uncontrollably, so I figured I'd help him out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Earth is flat, definitely.
You got measurements?
Do you got measurements, bro?
Yes. Let's compare notes.
Okay, you start, bro.
I asked you.
So the Earth is flat because it's a manifold, and manifolds are locally
Now you're
flat.
repeating yourself.
Manifold? What is manifold?
Anything that is locally flat, like the Earth.
Manifold? What? Are you talking about like the top of a fucking motor? What are you talking about? Like when you change the manifold? What are you exactly?
No, but like the Earth is a manifold, right?
No, what is your interpretation of a manifold actually?
Anything that is locally flat.
What does that mean though? Like what? Give me a manifold. What's a manifold? Give me another object that is a fucking manifold, right?
A sphere.
Are you retarded as fuck?
Why would you say that, bro? What the fuck is wrong with you? In an intellectual debate, calling somebody a retard, bro?
Did you
fuck
just
your
say-
entire family, motherfucker?
Because you do not have measurements for anything, which we made it pretty fucking clear to begin with, would be required of you.
Okay, then what are your measurements? I'm telling you the Earth is a manifold because it is locally flat, motherfucker. And you're telling me you need all those measurements and stuff.
I'm telling you.
Here's an idea for you. Come in here and call someone motherfucker again, and you don't come back at all. Period. So, how about we try again? Do you have any measurements rather than it's a manifold, it's a manifold, it's a manifold? Because a manifold can be quite a few number of different shapes. So, measurements, please.
Okay, first of all, maybe I got a bit unhinged. I'm very sorry about that, gentlemen. I didn't mean to offend anybody here. I just want to take a moment to apologize to everyone I might have offended. Second of all, motherfuckers, the earth is a fucking manifold.
What are you talking about?
What an idiot. A straw. He thinks the earth is a straw. You know, you got a heat manifold on your car. You got a manifold on the back of your dryer that you put out the window. You got an oil manifold. Like, it's a manifold. Just a cover. Could be anything. Any number of shapes can be a manifold. What the fuck? This guy's crazy. That's all.
Is he actually for real using Indian accent, or he is actually Indian?
It's a clown.
Hey, what's up, John? Hope you're well, mate.
Same shit, different day. Right now I'm just drinking coffee and waking myself up.
It was funny though, wasn't it? I was waiting for him to say the big reveal or something crazy like, and then he said a sphere. What? Hold on a minute.
I already knew to begin with that he had some kind of comedy bit routine because he was quoting a video he saw online. This dude doesn't know shit. He was just quoting something and then trying to act smart. And I just allowed him his place to speak so he could get do his little bit. Now he can fuck off because he exposed himself for being the clown that he is. Yeah, keep doing that.
There's no Globers left, only trolls. Sorry state for the globe.
They come in here thinking they're going to be serious, don't they? Some of them. And then it always ends up with them always asking us questions. Well, how do we do this? And how do we prove that? How do we do this? And then what, you don't believe us? And we're like, well, you got to be the one to prove it. And no, we don't have to believe shit.
Yeah. Tree Man, you can tell your friend he's an idiot who just triggered the bot. Thanks for that, though. Couldn't have done it without him. We already know what you're stupid, and he's It's filled with useful idiots that regurgitate information. Mindless parrots who hear cute buzzwords and decide to go use them in order to try and attempt to make themselves look smart, which is literally what sophistry is. Devising ways to make one look like they're intelligent when they really aren't. That's why they laugh like they do, like maniacs, because they honestly believe that they're correct and the conversation is ridiculous to begin with. They won't even look at any information because they don't care.
Of course they do, bro. What else is new? I expect nothing more from these motherfuckers, bro.
I don't understand how it only takes a cartoon to convince them, but if I show them cartoons, then they'll be like, that's not real. I'm like, well, I mean, it's just as real as your cartoon. I mean, it's different.
What's even scarier is they don't realize that the only thing they've ever seen is cartoons. It's like when Eddie Bravo used to say, he used to sit watching the space shows with Joe Rogan, and he said it just hit him one day. He's like, oh my God, this is just cartoons. Takes a while, doesn't it, to kick in?
Yeah. Yeah, CGI cartoon, computer cartoon, graphic cartoons, or man-made cartoons. However you want to put it.
They always spiral off into oblivion whenever they have nothing else. Whenever they're exposed to having nothing to begin with, actually, because they come in with a backpack full of show and tell. And when you tell them that all of their toys are stupid and fake, they get big mad.
Oh, they're cat toys? Oh, man, that really pisses them off. Cat toys and bongoscopes. Telebongs. Cat toyometers. The gyro cat toy.
That stupid manifold conversation that guy was trying to bring up before. I've heard that shit before several times. It's effectively apologetics for gravity. They're just explaining away certain things and giving a story. Same exact shit they always do. The buzzwords of scientism. It's a way of them conceding without conceding. They can maintain their position by changing the words they use and how they say certain things without changing what they're actually saying, which is highly manipulative. The story is so freaking inverted that their fictitious forces don't even operate in that way in the equations that are presented by Einstein. Like the shit that he actually says versus what they say he says, night and day.
Yeah, I like the bit where they pretend that the math for mass attracting mass and Newtonian physics works with Einsteinian. That bit's funny.
They're practically non sequitur. It's like the difference between Pokemon and Digimon. The only thing they have in common is monsters, and they're both anime.
Yep, one is a force, one isn't a force, and somehow they think that the math of a force is the same of the math that is not a force and uses the same values when it doesn't. It's completely different math.
And
that's a fun part to hear them.
It also admits, like in the math, it admits openly that it's making an assertion. It has an assumption based off of the form of Earth. And it's assuming in motion too. Like the difference between inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. It makes an assumption right off the bat.
Oh yeah, of course it does. And Kepler does as well. All of that shit. It's nonsense. And they assume Earth at the center, which is ridiculous. All of Newton's math is about Earth being in the center. And all of Kepler's laws is the sun being in the center, but neither are correct, are they? No, sorry. Newton's laws are the sun is in the center. Yeah, that's what I mean. I've literally just woke up.
They also admit that it makes.
But obviously, the sun isn't the center anymore, is it? They've updated since then.
They all admit that it doesn't make a difference either way, and they're making an assumption based off of philosophical grounds. Hey, CB, what's up, man?
What up, what up?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Man, if y'all don't put a soundboard in here, I'm leaving. I'm just joking.
They won't give that shit to us. If we could have it, you already would have it. I would have made certain of that.
They took it off us because DJ was abusing it.
Come on, DJ, man.
I'm only joking.
Don't say that.
I knew you were joking. I'm just kidding. So what's up? Where's everybody at? Is this the panel tonight?
You don't need a soundboard.
For now.
Yeah, we do.
And you can do that on your end, though. Nobody's going to stop
you. Know what?
You be like,
say stuff.
Watch your mouth. Cut the bull.
Oh.
Who's your mama? I don't know. You could just say stuff. You know, you could be your own soundboard.
Yeah, you could be like, damn, son, where'd you find this?
Damn, son.
Where'd you find that?
Stop the cap. Nah, man. We got to get the soundboard back. I might just buy another iPad. Go old school style. We have Neil, Spirits, Heaven, Hell, God.
I got a question.
Oh, our buddy Neil, our good buddy Neil that had a problem with elevation. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Have you guys be in like emotional or really like emotional that be able to realize that, oh my goodness, the earth is actually flat, and you got this kind of emotional feeling in your life once you
No, dude. No.
no, really, like for the first time, that all the people is like lying to you, that like all the people
Neil,
are being indoctrinated, and suddenly over the sudden you
Brother, I
realize that
knew it.
the earth is actually flat, and you got
no, Neil, I
emotional
got
feeling.
emotional. I tell you what it hit me. I tell you what really hurt me, Neil. When I had a few conversations with a few people like yourself who are Globers who just couldn't accept the facts because maybe they have a job that makes them feel like they're involved in the space travel. That's when it really hurt me because I realized it doesn't matter how many facts or logic I put in front of you, Neil, you will never ever accept the reality around you. You will just buy into the authority. And that really hurts because I had faith in humanity. And now I've realized we're all screwed. You lot don't give a shit about truth.
Right. Cartoons and numbers can just do it all for you. And then fuck reality, fuck the tree in front of you or the cliff you're going to jump off. Don't worry about it because magically you're not, you know.
No, the reason why I say this, right? Because when I watch this video, and it's so emotional.
Well, that would be your emotions, not ours.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Do you have that feeling too? That's what I
had a
asking,
feeling that
genuinely. Yeah.
I had a genuine feeling that the government's nothing but damn liars anyway. I don't know who they're telling the truth to or why they would when every one of their jobs is to be damn liars. Like just, I mean, the idea of getting a job with a government official like logo or stature of CIA, FBI, NASA is to be a damn liar. That's your only job is to be a fucking liar. Do what you're told, follow the script, right? So when I heard the earth was flat, I was like, well, shit, that makes sense. They lie about every fucking thing else. Why wouldn't they have lied about that? It just makes sense to me. So yeah, that was it.
Yeah, that's why it was kind of just a shrug moment. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. In fact, that makes a lot of other things make sense. Word.
Correct.
It wasn't a big like tearjerker moment or anything because there's already been plenty of other shit that we've confirmed that is absolutely true. By the time you get to this, it's like, oh, okay.
It's funny.
That's not even that bad.
It makes sense. It makes more sense this way than the globe. You know what I mean? At least finally now shit can make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like the only thing that upset me is, like I said earlier, is smart people have lost the ability to use their discernment and have now chosen to ignore truth for popularity, for social benefit, for their career. And these guys are sellouts. And I know these personally, and I had faith in them, motherfuckers.
Yep, and that part is what doesn't make any sense. Like, why? You're so intelligent. Why?
No amount of facts or logic can wake these people up. They are bought into an idea, and it's like a religion, and you can't wake them up from it, Neil. That's the disheartening thing. Yeah, he left because he knew I was talking about him. He was LARPing, by the way. He's a bit of a troll, guys.
Same shit, different day. Look, I could insta-mute these people. There's so many that I know they're trolling. I give them enough rope to handle themselves. Sooner, like within a short period of time, sooner or later, they're going to do something really stupid. And at that point, they expose themselves. Then we mute them. Then they can't say, oh, you just mute up people because they disagree with you. No. People always keep on doing stupid crap.
I think he was trying to link Flat Earth to sensationalism.
Yeah.
But it backfired very quickly. Neil thinks he's so smart. So we see through him so much, man. I don't know why he keeps coming back with these new ideas and tactics. He'll be back in 10 minutes. Do you guys feel empowered because you're flat earthers? Shut up, Neil. fucking grew from the Minions sounding ass motherfucker.
What's funny is that's actually what was supposed to happen with the whole globe thing. People see that image and have a religious experience, and it's unifying and all that. Nope. The look on their faces every time I see any of these people who come back from high altitude aircraft journeys seems like cognitive dissonance. There's something going on. The gears are turning, and they've got cog diss about what they just saw. And you look at the images, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense.
I saw the oblateness and the beauty, and I was amazed.
They see the horizon, and it doesn't curve as they expected it to. They expected to go to a high altitude to see a ball, and then they don't. A little bit disappointed, and it's pretty obvious that they've got cog diss going on. It's in the facial expressions, the countenance, their bodies. They're not satisfied with what they saw. Body language.
Somebody new just joined. Who's that? Brandy Namite. What's up? CB bolted.
He needs buttons to push.
Yeah, I've noticed. I feel like us flat earthers, some of us are building disorders where we can't really talk to each other very well anymore. It's either we talk to globers or we fuck off. The community's getting a bit hungry, I think, for the globers.
There's only so much time in the day.
They're prepping up for what's coming.
What was that, Matrix?
They're prepping up for what's coming.
Oh, what's coming?
An onslaught of idiocracy. We get to lead them out of it.
Yeah. What do you think's going on, Matrix? Where are the globes?
I don't think that I think we'll help some people, but I don't think we're going to be leading anybody out of much. The Pied Piper he's asking for his dues, and people are going to follow him. They've indoctrinated a lot of the next generation into something else entirely. Preparing them for the technocracy. Technocracy.
I wonder if in the future, if we could get a time machine, we go to the future, and everybody's getting on these trains to this international, interstellar airport, and then they get this train, and then all of a sudden they're on another planet, and it could quite easily just be another location on Earth or a hologram. Like, this isn't going to stop. This is going to get worse. Like, people will have globers in here saying, yeah, I have actually been to Mars on a VR headset, you dickhead. And it's just going to be our sons and our daughters left telling them how stupid they are. Yeah, don't mind me, guys. I've just woke up. I'm in a weird mood. I had some weird dreams last night.
Welcome, Solomon.
Hey, John, 10 years in now then. Well, you're more than 10 years probably. I don't know how long you've been a flat earther, but do you still think flat earther is the bottom card that can open all of the doors? Because I used to think flat earth was, if you became a flat earther, that was it. Everything would just fall into place. But now I'm not so sure whether that is that, that all-powerful doorway to truth. Because look how many weird flat earthers there are.
It's just
like
another puzzle piece.
Marijuana of gateway drugs.
The marijuana.
That's what it's like.
That's implying it's still soft.
We'll get them hooked and push them down the rabbit hole.
So where's the harder stuff then? Come on, what is it? If it's not flat earth.
Actually, good call.
It's a foundational thing, so it's very important, but it's still something that it's not going to change certain other things. If people don't change how they do things on a fundamental level, then it doesn't matter. There's plenty of evil people who are flat earthers throughout history, so we know what the UN is. Unfortunately, I don't think that it's going to have the kind of change that people think it will.
I'm starting to think it's always supposed to be like this. We're never supposed to be a utopia. Maybe that is just a fantasy.
And the thing is, it's the Globers who usually come in with a claim that it should make some kind of difference. But we already know that it's not going to be that way. There's always people who are going to try and obtain power or use certain things against other people. So it doesn't matter about what's openly talked about in relation to the state or the shape of the earth when the state of the world is so fucked up.
Well, here's what I realized, right? I realized that even if they admitted that the earth was flat and it was mainstream, there would still be Globers. There really would.
There'd be movements for leadership, too.
No, I'll tell you what would happen. There would be a whole truckload of clowns going, oh, but the mainstream media lies. And it'd be like, dude, we've been telling you that for the last 20 years. It's nice of you to catch up. That's what would happen if the mainstream media spat it out tomorrow.
Yeah, and there'd be people who we consider flat earthers, who we think they're just like us. They've come to these conclusions in the same way. Actually, they're going to switch to the globe because they just like to be contrarian, or we have contrarians within the circle. We have people who just want to be on the fringe. You just want to be alternative. Yes. Yeah, and we don't know who they are. We only can just feel something weird about what they're saying.
This is why it's important to differentiate between belief and knowledge. Measurements aren't beliefs. There's plenty of flat earthers out there that are flat earth believers, but knowing that the earth is flat is something else entirely.
So, I'm trying to sum it up. Is there another layer of hard-hitting discernment, triggering logic, injecting subject? Is there another subject that is more powerful than flat earth? I used to think flat earth was the most powerful, but there's got to be something more, because come on, there's always going to be something, more powerful, and flat earth just isn't working at the minute, I don't think. Maybe it's because of the anti-flat earthers.
It's the foundation. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's a foundational principle. But then if all you know is the ground, and you don't look up above that at all, not even to look at where you're going, you end up staring at your feet all day. That's my thing is I don't want anybody staring at their feet all day. I think that it should be encouraged that we build upon this, because we already know the foundation of things, what it measures as being. There is more, I agree with you. But I think it's just about leveling up on what is already there. You build a house on a solid foundation.
Yeah, I think it's not one subject. I used to think it was health. I went through a phase where I thought, okay, after flat earth, you start looking at health and, all that stuff that we're not really allowed to talk about. But even that, you know, I don't think that is powerful enough, because we don't have that direct, you know, validation. We can't validate anything within that properly. It all takes too long. There's all so much going on. We live in a big soup of toxicity. So it's just hard to pinpoint anything. So I don't think it's health, but I think you're right. I think it might be a couple of, it's a couple of these subjects. It's flat Earth, it's health, it's history, but it is a multi-pronged, it's a multi-pronged approach, isn't it?
I'd like to change my thing on flat Earth. I think I'll say it's the capstone, because once you lift that, everything else starts to fall apart. Or keystone, whichever way you want to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the tip of the spear or the base of the pyramid. Yeah, I agree. But on its own, it's not enough. There has to be an understanding that whatever's happened with flat Earth is happening in everything. And I don't want to say everything, because then people will take that to mean literally everything, but you get my point.
There has to be an understanding as to how things work, because if people have a belief in something, but they don't understand how things work on a fundamental level, they're going to have major problems. So they'll end up with the same exact problem that the globe has. Lighten up, Roots, but it's not showing anything. I might need to leave. I'll rejoin. Mic check.
Is it just me, or did everyone go super quiet?
Root's name was lighten up, but
oh, there he goes. I can hear
no
him.
audio. How's it going, man? Okay,
Can you
so
hear
my
me,
mic's
Nathan?
working. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, you're going in between loud and quiet for me, and I don't know if it's my headphones. So
I think it's because I have push to talk, and if I start talking before it kicks in, it's messing up the audio feed or something.
all right.
Shit, I couldn't hear you guys for a couple minutes then.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you either. I knew there was some kind of glitch going on. Man, keeping the conversation on measurements is so damn difficult. I'll keep on trying to bring it around to measurements over and over and over again, and it's the same shit every day. Clowns want to try and gish gallop with other random questions that have nothing to do with measurements of the ground. There's a bunch of guys joined in earlier, and I was trying to explain stuff to all of them at the same time, and it's just too much. I had to like calm them down for a second. Like, before y'all start gish galloping, let's talk once at a time. hopefully I answered everything, like things correctly. I know that like there's too many people asking me too much at one point though. It's like overloading, and I'm trying to answer everybody's question with one sentence at the same time.
You know, it's really hard, dude. Like when I first got into Flat Earth, I remember following a few channels like A Plain Truth, and he was showing Fanta Organums. And I remember he was saying stuff, and I remember leaving a comment saying, "I wish I knew what you were talking about." And I'd been introduced to Flat Earth, and maybe even like 6 months, you know, but I had no fucking clue what he was talking about. And I always try and remember that when I remember talking to people, that most people, even though they think they know what you know the whole Flat Earth thing's about, they still don't really get it. And we talk from such a high level because we've been in it for so long that they really like are just nodding along, but they don't know what they're on about, like what we're on about.
I guess we sound like a bunch of mad scientists half the time.
Or they'll agree, they'll be like, yeah, I get what you mean, but they don't fully understand what, you know, they'll just on the face and the surface say, oh yeah, I kind of get what you mean, but they don't know what that implies. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of professionals who do this sort of thing or have like different scientific related things, but they're not scientists. Just because they do things that involve science doesn't mean that they consider themselves to be doing something scientific. Whether, like a doctor, for example, they are going to engage in scientific practices, but that individual might not consider themselves to be a scientist. Even though they are doing scientific things, they're running experiments and shit. The tests are experiments.
I've noticed those guys, they just stick to the rhetoric, don't they? They don't actually care that much. Like it's a job to them.
Well,
for
they
us,
care about the parts that are related to their job, but anything outside of that, they don't even think about. So they might be scientifically minded on certain things, but they're not taking other stuff into consideration. Like, they've compartmentalized their understanding.
Right. And every single one of them on their CV have, I am passionate about geometry or science or whatever. When actually, it's us who are passionate about it. They don't give a fuck. They just want to get paid. They're just smart. They're not passionate, though.
Their job is to play the character persona of an individual who is passionate. Welcome back, CB. CB on the CB.
Yeah, sorry to bounce out like that. My bad.
You're good, man.
I'm just finishing up some work in the background. Yeah, facts. I was finishing up some work, so don't let me interrupt anything. Is Matrix here?
Yeah, he's here.
What's going on?
All right, nothing. I'm just chilling.
You've got some soundboard thing going on, haven't you?
Nah, wait. What do you mean?
Well, you
I
said you were
wish.
going to get another tablet. I thought you might have nicked off and got one.
Brother, I need to go. I need to buy one. I've been looking at buying another iPad. I'm like super close to getting one. I don't need it, but I want it, type of thing. You know what I mean? And then if I buy it, I can actually start building my old soundboard back. God damn, that's gonna be painful, but it'll be worth it.
We have mad archives though of all of those sound bites.
Bro, I know. And you know what's so funny, dude? I wish you guys could see how I did it before. If you guys could get a visual, be a fly on the wall and see how I used to do it. It's so funny, bro. I would like my phone and my iPad with me all the time. You know, I just take the iPad, hit the button, put it right up next to my phone. Shit was crazy, bro.
Well,
yeah, man.
Is what I'm trying to do with my mixer is just run two PCs side by side, and as you can see, I'm in this channel, but I'll also on another computer have another copy of Discord running on my home channel where I've got access to all the sounds, and I just play it through the mixer. So as long as I've got this channel open, everyone will hear what happens.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, we maybe we should have a third-party soundboard, Matrix. You know what?
Yeah.
It's too bad that the way I had it set up before, it's not able to be shared or downloaded. I can't give you the files or like the whatever. So it's like it's a single-use soundboard. Unfortunately, it can't be shared. So, man, if you do make one, ours will be slightly different. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
No. I was just thinking maybe there's some other like software I can use instead of Discord. There's something else we can use that just plays sounds.
Potentially, yeah.
Interesting. Because that'll get rid of me electrical buzz. Hey, Micah, how's it going?
Micah.
Hello, Matrix.
What up?
What's up?
What
up, dog?
This way.
The what?
What brings you this way?
We were talking last night.
What brings you back?
I was just interested. I wanted to hear what y'all were talking about.
Do you are you a flat earther?
No.
Do you feel like you understand the topic a lot or a little, or are you still learning, or you don't know at all?
I understand astronomy little. Yes, I understand astronomy a little.
What about flat Earth? Do you understand flat Earth a lot, or a little, or none? Still learning?
My personal opinion is that it's a dumb conclusion to come to, but
you're not. I don't know if you, but I what I'm trying to get at is, if it's a dumb conclusion, you must know what the conclusion is. So I'm asking if you have a good understanding of what a flat earther's position is, to then maybe try to dismantle it. If you know the position well, I'll have you detail it for us. If you don't know it very well, we could talk about that. But if you're gonna say you don't know it well and it's dumb, then I'm gonna have to have you detail it a little bit for us.
No, I said I don't know astrology or astronomy very well, but Matrix was in here when we were talking.
I'm not asking you about astrology, Micah. Listen to the question, right? The question is,
I meant astronomy, yes.
But I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you, do you understand the topic of flat Earth or a flat earther's perspective a lot, a little, or none? And you're, for some reason, having a tough time answering it, but take your time.
Dude, I had such a civil conversation with Matrix and last night.
Like we're having a civil conversation now.
Dude, and you're coming very, like, you're coming at a very hostile angle.
I feel like I'm speaking very calmly. I'm just asking you the same question over and over.
Be fair. Don't be hostile, okay?
Not hostile. Is it okay if I ask you one more time, Micah? I'm just asking. The topic of flat Earth. Micah. You understand it a lot, a little, or none? I'm asking you specifically about the topic of flat Earth.
And I said
You're saying I don't know much about astrology, but I'm not asking you about astronomy or astrology.
Dude, I said astronomy. I literally misspoke.
I'm not asking you about astronomy or astrology, my friend. I'm asking you if you understand flat Earth or not.
Dude, like I've met very civil and cordial flat earthers, and
he's not answering the question. He's not answering the question.
No, but dude,
brother. Yeah. But you understand, like this. I'm not being hostile. I'm just asking you a question. You're refusing to answer, or you're not understanding what I'm asking you. But I'm being clear.
Okay,
I'm not being hostile. I'm not called you any names or anything. The question is very, very clear. Really, see you again. Okay, we talked about whether you understand flat Earth a lot, a little, or none. I'm not speaking Chinese here, my friend. Could you just answer the question?
A little. But
tell us what you know. Okay, hold on. What? Tell us what. Since you understand a little, tell us what you understand.
Dude, you got a weird way of speaking. I'm just gonna put that out there. Like
you realize I'm just going off of the things you said. So you said I understand it a little. So I'm asking you to, if you know a little, tell us a little bit about it then.
Matrix, I respect you as a flat earther. I've heard you talk. Matrix, I've heard you talk as a flat earther, and I really respect the way you come about it. But like this, who the fuck is
this? Will be a first.
Micah, dude.
He ain't gonna.
You realize I'm not saying anything crazy. You said I understand it a little. So I'm just asking you to tell us what you know. If you know a little, tell us a little.
But you weren't saying that.
quick.
That's exactly what this is live recorded. Like, it's exactly.
I just want to say,
It's okay,
CB
Bear.
is
Leave him alone.
Neil, please. Micah, CB's a real chill dude. If you think he's bad, I got a couple people that you could meet if you'd like to talk to them.
I am pretty chill, bro.
I had a 2-hour conversation last night on the Flat Earth Discord itself, and I was like, I came back with new knowledge, but CB
we're trying to get to the knowledge. We're trying to get to the knowledge. Micah, you're being a crybaby. Micah, stop being a faggot, bro. Please,
Micah,
all right,
relax, man.
All right, relax.
CB, are you for real? Are you for real? Is this how you communicate ideas?
Why are you crying? Like you're crying, bro.
Dude, CB, is this how you communicate ideas to people?
Yes.
All right, then that
you said, look. You realize you're not able to stand on the things that you say. You said, I understand it a little. I came back with some knowledge. Can you just tell us about that?
I don't even know what fucking knowledge you said because you.
The reason he's getting frustrated. One of the reasons why he's getting frustrated. CB's getting frustrated with you because every time he tried to ask you the question, you kept talking over him instead of just answering him, man. Can you just answer the question?
Okay, let's just recap. Micah, I asked you, to be clear, I said, do you understand Flat Earth a lot or a little? You said a little. Then I'm saying, okay, if you understand a little, please tell us what you know. And you're like, what? A little what? You said you understand a little. I'm just holding you accountable to the things that you said, and you're acting confused like you didn't say it. So if you understand a little, could you just tell us what you know? You said you came back after a 2-hour discussion. You know a little bit more. What did you learn? I'm not sure why this is so difficult.
But you're oversimplifying the fact that you're being completely condescending and being
brother. You said you understand a little. Can you just tell us what little you understand?
Can we have
You're cock blocking the conversation right now, dude. We'll just move on to someone else.
I went very
You said you understand a little. Just tell us the little you understand, please. For the love of God, stop bitching and just tell us the little bit that you learned, please. For the love of God.
Like that, dude. Like, is that how you?
All right, bro. I'm just gonna mute you. We'll just move on. We'll move on. Thanks. We'll move on to someone else, dude, because this is just painful. You said, I understand a little. We're trying to get to the little that you understand. But you're like, God, I just don't like it. Dude, stop being a bitch. Answer the question. If you understand a little, tell us what you know. Why is it so painful for you?
All right. And I hope everyone in this chat...
We're muting. We're just going to mute. We're moving on. This guy's a faggot.
I realize...
Peace out, bro. Like, this is just terrible. Holy shit, dude. This is what's so funny. Like, people will be like, yeah, I say X. Oh, you said X? Can you tell us a little bit about X? What do you mean? It's like, did you not just say you understand a little? Okay, well, tell us the little you understand. Well, why? Jesus, dude. Soy Nation out here,
CB,
bro.
I do get your point, but as soon as you start calling him a faggot, that's just going to turn the conversation into...
But it was already turned before that, my friend. You realize, like, he's like, but this CB guy's being so mean because he's asking me to say the things that I just said. He's being a little bitch, bro. It's annoying. Do you guys want to talk to him while I finish up some work? Can you just have him address? If he's saying he understands, we need to know what it is. I know he's gonna start complaining. If he's saying he understands, just tell us what it is that you know, dude. Go ahead, guys.
My main goal, CB, is to talk about the measurements related to the Earth.
Look.
So
I came in here.
That's what I'll be trying to do. Sorry, Mike.
I'm not gonna. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay, I was just gonna say I'm not coming here to complain. I have cordial arguments with people from the Flat Earth community. I came in here hoping to have the same kind of conversation, but when I'm called a bitch and a faggot by someone, like not even making points, I'm literally sitting here trying to figure out what's going on, and I'm getting attacked. Like it does give a mark on like the people that come in the server. Like this
is what I said would happen if you unmute him, and this is why CBO was saying if you do give him a reason to complain, he will take that opportunity and then pin it on all flat earthers.
I'm not pinning it on all flat earthers. I'm saying that I think that CB like made a very poor decision.
Well,
by coming at
yeah, well, that's keep that to yourself. Like, this is why this is why I said don't unmute you. You know,
this would be between you and CB then, Micah, and now you're talking to me and Roots. So I think that we
CB. Okay, so CB.
My question would be, he's finishing up some work right now. He's around, but let him finish his thing, and then he'll be able to talk to you. The quicker he gets that done, the quicker he can talk to you and focus on the combo with you.
The reason why I said what I said is because do you know how many rude, toxic, trolling globers that we speak to on a daily basis, and we don't rise to it? Even if we feel triggered, we will still try and have that subject matter conversation. We'll try and move the conversation forward regardless of the meta. But I've noticed where if you guys have a critique on one of the flat earthers, the whole conversation becomes, see, this is what flat earthers are like. So I think that's a bit unbiased.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't consider myself a glober. I'm sure that there's a bunch of people that come in here trolling you, calling you shit names, but why am I the person that gets called shit names by someone who doesn't even know me? You know what I mean? Like from a human perspective, that does seem kind of fucked up from CB's perspective. Would you
like I just said before, that's between you and him, and you'll be able to talk to him about that.
But you have a backbone enough to understand that that's kind of fucked up. If I'm coming in here trying to have a logical argument, and he starts calling me a fag and a bitch, like that is messed up on a logical human level, correct?
Well, from the other side of it, from the logical standpoint, you could have just answered his question and said, "This is what I know." End of discussion.
That wasn't what it was. It was from the get go. It was very hostile, and I know every single person in here understood that. I know every single person understood that.
There was a transition where things escalated, and if the question had been answered initially, that wouldn't have happened. But also, there's more things going on here. It's all recorded right there, and we were all here.
I would love to hear it. Yes, I would love to hear it.
My point is this. You can take that up with CB since he's still here. Y'all are both men. You can talk about it. That's fine.
Except for one of them has muting privileges. I don't have muting privileges.
He did not use his ability to mute you, not once. So, like, that didn't happen till the very end, where things started escalating to a bigger point. And I don't even know who did that. That might not have been him. I would have to check.
My
point is this.
So someone says that I'm a bitch and I'm a fag, and then I get muted. Like,
I recognize that offended you. Like, okay, but here's my point. Right. Are we going to keep talking about what happened, or are we going to talk about the subject matter? Because I was going to ask you about your worldview and how you see the Earth. You just tell us what you know, and try and carry on a cordial conversation. Meanwhile, CB's still here, and once he's done doing his work, you can directly have all the grievances that you have. You can ask him to his face. Is all I'm saying, and everybody's here and will hear that conversation.
No.
Not to his face, because
I would love to talk to you, Aether. Yeah, I don't value CB's point highly. So Aether, my point is that the way that I see the world right now is that I don't have distrust in the people that have the tools to be able to observe the universe that I can't directly observe. That's my point. And I would love you to rebut it, because I want to hear other points.
You should look up the definition of indoctrination.
But it's like, but you don't question why we're made of atoms. We can't observe atoms.
That's non sequitur.
What do you mean?
It's not measurements of the ground. It has to do with something else entirely that's unrelated to the subject.
No, but I'm saying it's the same thing. Like, there are people out there that have way more equipment than we do. So what is the distrust coming from? Like, why don't we trust them?
At 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, it's considered to be like flat and level, And the horizon, the curvature that they would claim, is negligible. You would barely be able to see it, is what the official claim is to that. You can look up people like Neil deGrasse Tyson who have said this. That's their claim. And at a much lower altitude, you've got Felix Baumgartner jumping for Red Bull at the edge of space jump. And again, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that altitude because that stuff is flat. So you've already said it there, and he repeated and reiterated himself at a higher altitude when talking about the ISS. Why would I think that anybody at a lower altitude would see curvature?
Okay. I think that's just a mismatch between what me and you value. Like I know that there's a curvature that should be seen, but my big hookup is like who would lie and why would they lie and how many people have to lie about it? You know,
why would they lie type thing doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying.
Something that you would be stuck on, and here's why. You have parents who tell their children that Santa Claus is real, and they'll go out of their way doing elaborate little, effectively holiday pranks on their children in order to encourage a belief in Santa Claus. I don't need to know why their motives behind wanting to do that. Could be good, could be bad. All I know is it's fake, that it's a cartoon. In the same way, like a more extreme case would be like a murder. If I walk into a place and the scene is clearly a murder scene, there's a body and everything, like somebody did that to that dude, and it is quite obvious that that was no accident, I don't have to wonder why they would do such a thing. I don't have to know that. I know for a fact there's a crime scene. That's all I need to know.
No, but why? I need to know why it happened.
Bro, why is he so condescending? That's the thing. Like why? Like he is
butthurt, bro. Why are you butthurt? I said 2 words. You're already like hurting, dude. Chill.
Bro. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm trying to be nice, bro. You want me to go toxic, bro? I'll go demon time, bro. I'll cook you right now, bro.
Is this your maximum?
Just wait, Micah. Stop talking, boys. If you think that's condescending, perhaps you should go back and listen to some of the 24/7 recordings that are years old, and you'll find that he says the same stuff back then, so nothing's changed. It's not condescending, it's sarcasm. He's saying the same thing.
But it could be sarcasm, but like he's like, but why?
You just took it the wrong way because you're already on the back foot because you're upset.
No, I'm on the back foot because he called me a bitch and a fag. Yeah, what the fuck what the fuck else?
Yeah, well, hey, listen, man, if the shoe fits, man, just like don't be pussy. I don't know, bro. Just like
it's CB. I know you're trolling. It's all good, man. Like you don't get under my skin no more. It's all right. I'm not gonna let
get back on track. Good.
Okay.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing. He completely okay, but that's the thing. He completely derailed the whole argument. I don't even know why you'll let him sit in this server.
Pretty sure I welcomed you to the call.
I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about before.
I was here before you joined, and I welcomed you to the call, my friend.
But we were having a
conversation.
Micah, can we move forward, please? I know that we're going to stay here talking about the same subject for an indefinite amount of time if we don't.
Let's get back on track, bro. I was just, did he ever detail the little stuff that he knew, or no?
We were talking about belief and why I don't.
And y'all know that's some subtle side, but I'll take it. Whatever, man. If that makes you happy,
you could just answer it, bro. I don't know what's. This shit is funny to me. I don't.
All right, whatever. All right,
let me just rip the bandit. I'll just rip the bandit off. You don't know what flat Earth is. Yeah, you don't know what flat Earth is because.
Coffee, bros. Be right back.
Oh my god!
Give me one too.
Fuck, dude, this is actually degenerate, bro. This is
all right, bro.
Go ahead.
Just chill, bro. Listen, Most people don't know what flat Earth is. They will also say the same thing. It's a dumb conclusion, etc., etc. You got to know what it is to call it dumb. For example, I went to ChatGPT one time and I said, "Give me a word that doesn't exist," and it pumped out a word called floor blitz. And let's say I'm like, "Hey man, have you ever heard of floor blitz?" And they're like, "No, that's dumb." Well, what is it? Nah, I don't know. I just know it's stupid. It's like, well, I would say you kind of need to know what something is to then like go and detail how it's dumb or a bad conclusion or whatever. So that's why I'm only asking, like, what is it, so that we can understand where you're coming from. It's not that deep, bro. If you don't know what it is, that's fine. I would challenge that most people don't know what flat Earth is. So if you don't know, it's not a big deal. But if you're saying you do, I just want to know what it is, and we can help you out. We can correct you if there's any mistakes, and if you do know, then great. It's not. I'm not trying to twist your arm or anything, bro. If you know, if you don't, it's fine.
Creation Bear, yeah. No, I understand. Creation Bear, like, aside from flat Earth, were you bullied, dude? Were like on a real note, were you bullied?
No,
Like,
look at the
did you feel insignificant?
look
in
at
high
the
school?
psychoanalysis. Not at all. Look at the psychoanalysis happening here, guys. Instead of answering the questions directly, now we're like, "Oh, how is your personality?" And stuff like that.
No, there was
This
no
is
question.
classic,
You
bro.
had statements like, yeah, were you
This is
bullied,
classic.
man? Like, are you just projecting?
I already answered the question. Do you feel like I'm bullying you? That's
You
crazy.
already answered the question, and you just kind of like fade off. Okay, all right,
But I've been asking you questions that you're not answering. So.
bro. Are we gonna play this fucking like
dude?
But dude, you're the one asking me if I was bullied in school. What do you mean?
Dude,
You're the one.
You started the game, dude. You started.
This
There's
is
no
non sequitur.
game.
Why would you even ask?
Dude, I came in here wanting to have an actual conversation.
Yeah, well, your
And I'm
question
trying to
was not a
find out
legitimate
where
one.
you're. All we're asking is where you stand, bro. And you're like, "Well, dude, were you bullied in high school?" What are you? You're asking me? You're talking about I'm playing games? Come on, man.
You said, "Oh, all we're asking is who you stand." As soon as Aether asked me, I explained exactly where I stood, and we were
Why are
in a
you triggered?
conversation until you joined back, and then I forgot what the fuck I was talking about because
Micah,
you
triggered.
shut the fuck up.
Micah, can I just say though? Can I just say, Micah? Just because CB's got a different personality type to Aether, I don't know why you're so triggered by his style of conversating and questioning. Like, I don't think he's been particularly rude. I think he is a bit boisterous, but that, it's a subject that he's very confident in and has been in for a long time. So, you would expect that from some people. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I would understand that until the person that has that personality calls me a fag. Then yeah, of course.
Oh, you are being a fag.
Dude, and that's the thing, dude. Like, that's
You're
why
asking if I was bullied in school. You're clearly hurting, bro.
Because you said that, dude. It's a cause and effect relationship. I wouldn't have said that.
It's your behavior, not mine. You realize you're the one acting like.
Dude, okay, hold on.
Or
I will metaphorically put my hand out and shake your hand if we can have a cordial argument about it. Okay.
I got no beef. I don't. You're assuming I got beef with you. I have no beef, bro.
I have an idea. Can we hit the reset button and move forward? How about that?
Okay, There's no beef on my part. I have zero beef with Micah, bro.
All right.
Yes,
I'm just asking questions, dude. Like, this is
okay.
crazy.
Digitally, you guys have shaken hands. Okay, everything's cool. Moving forward.
Yes.
Let's get back to the discussion, bros. Come on.
Okay, I agree. I think that there's no incentive to lie about it. That's my deepest thing about flat Earth. That's not like pulling me over. There's no
Is there an incentive to
There's
tell
no
the truth? Because I would
The
say
what?
there's no incentive to tell the truth. In fact, actually, it's a negative. There's no incentive. It actually causes you to lose things if you want to open your mouth and blurt out the truth to people that don't want to hear it.
What if the incentive isn't monetary, but it's more of something that's rooted in philosophy?
That's where I'm a secular person, so I think we would have a fundamental disagreement on that.
Like, the monetary part is a aspect of it, but that's not the fundamental aspect of it. goes deeper than that, and it has to do with philosophies of man.
Yeah, that's the thing. I have a secular viewpoint, so that's where we kind of we probably just draw the line. It's like, damn, like I guess we just disagree.
Well, do you understand what I'm saying with the incentive? Is there an incentive to tell the truth? If there's no incentive to lie, are they also incentivizing people to tell the truth?
I mean, there's an incentive for everything. Yes, it depends on how much money is being made and how many people are being benefited from.
Can you give me an example?
What do you mean? Like just like in a random example of incentives?
Oh, dude. Let me reel it back in. Okay, so you said there is some incentive to tell the truth. I'm asking you to give us an example of that.
If you want, like social acceptance, if it's obvious that if you were lying, then like, dude, I'm the most distrusting of the government as there is, but I'm saying, if you're gonna have like a SpaceX rocket be shot into space, and you're not only gonna have the engineers that build the rocket, but you're also gonna have the VFX artists that make the fake space videos, like that's incentive. The incentives don't line up.
Well, something to think about, Micah. Since you said you're very distrusting of the government, go and have a look at what it says on the webpage of when you look up NASA. .something on the end of it.
What do I look up?
Well, just type in NASA, and you know how web pages normally have .something on the end of it. What does NASA have?
.gov. Yeah. No, but that's not a gotcha. Like, okay, so let's look at SpaceX. Like, what's their incentive for lying about it? What's their incentive for lying about space?
No, there's no incentive to tell the truth. That's what we're trying to say. Yeah, and there is incentive to lie, Micah, because what is the saying? The government says jump, and the people ask how high. What do they gain? They gain a bunch of zombie followers that will do and believe whatever they say, right? They can say that mysterious rocket, we don't know whose rocket it is, but it's crashed into the moon. Oopsie. This is an actual article that came out last year. Multiple sources. They don't some mystery rocket, right? Crashed into the moon. They can get you basically to believe. They can get you to believe damn near anything. And if I can tell you something and you'll believe it no matter what I say, that is an incentive to lie. Absolutely. And there is no incentive to tell the truth. I will say this. A lot of people in this panel probably have had similar experiences where they go and run off and try to tell people the truth. Hey, look, I found this out. And what happened? People spit in their face, maybe metaphorically, maybe even physically, like literally. People spit in your face, they treat you poorly, you lose friends, family, sponsorships, money, jobs, etc. There's no incentive to tell the truth, and actually telling the truth might cause you to lose things that you've built up. I have a clip, I'll finish with this. I have a clip from Jujutsu Kaisen. If you've seen the show, it's a great show. Crime detector, the investigator goes upon a crime, and some crazy shit happened at the crime scene, and they're like, wow, do you think we should tell people about this? And the investigator goes, nah, nope. If you want to make it to retirement, we're going to keep this, between us. And that's just a small example of the incentive to lie, number one, and how there's no incentive to tell the truth. Thanks.
Tell him the truth about what?
Okay. Anything, right? If the earth really is flat and you go to tell people that, how do you think they'll respond to you, Neil? Go take 10 random people in your life and just go tell them the earth is flat. Do you think they would treat you nicely, or do you think they would treat you a little negatively? What do you think?
Just blurt it out to them. Walk up to someone and go,
I think it's that you probably have to explain to them why do you think that the earth is flat. No, but it's like instead of asking them to prove the curve of the earth.
That's fine, bro. I'm just saying it's not, you're not going to be rewarded or treated well because you tell people the truth. What do they say? Truth hurts. That's a saying for a reason. People don't like to hear the truth. They want comforting lies.
But the good thing
there is an incentive to lie because it's comfortable to people, and they will believe it.
But the good things from you is that you guys don't claim to know the shape of the earth, right? But you guys challenge them to challenge them to prove if there is a curve, show me the curve, show me with your measurement, right? And that is that's good, right?
Yep. But he's saying that he's asking here. This guy's claiming that there's no incentive to lie, and we just detailed how there is.
No.
I'll give you. Let me give you another example. Unless you want to correct what I said.
Incentive to lie. Okay.
What did you say? You said there's no incentive to lie.
No. I said that it would be much harder to lie. It would be much harder.
Well, you brought up the word incentive. That's what we were talking about.
Yes, there are incentives. Yes, there are incentives, but there's like the incentive to lie is much less versus just telling the truth. Like, hey, the Earth is round. Like, hold on. So is it based on like theological reasoning or?
So, but Micah, that's not true. Hold on, CB. I just want to back your last point because it's like he didn't listen. CB was trying to tell.
Why the backhanded? Like, dude, I'm just trying to talk. Why the backhanded?
No, but you weren't listening because he's gonna say what I was gonna say too. You weren't listening because I just said.
Okay. I will listen, dude. I will listen.
Yeah, CB's gonna have to repeat himself, so I'm gonna say it in other words. But what he was saying was,
fuck you, dude. No, dude, you're so disrespectful. Fuck you.
What?
Wow.
Wow. See, this is I was right. What I called him earlier was
an example, Neil, of what happens when you speak the truth.
Wow, bro.
No. That's not what happened. It's just a psychological happening in here.
Bro,
imagine if you are learn about God. Imagine if you're in learn about God, right? Channel, and you guys and we are talking about God. And if you don't believe in God, and then
Neil.
What I was the same thing, bro.
Neil, what I was about to say.
Listen, God.
Neil,
it's not the same, bro.
Neil, shut up just for 1 second.
Thank you, Neil.
CB made a point, that people don't like to hear the truth, right? And that it's painful for people. He kind of brushed over that and then repeated himself and said he doesn't understand the incentive. He thinks there's more incentive to tell the truth. I was going to tell him that's not true, because when it comes to health and when it comes to important matters, people don't listen until there's an emergency. And if you was to say to somebody, let me tell you the truth, bro, let me tell you the truth, people are going to expect some negative information. We don't respond well to the truth because the truth is sharp, painful, whatever it is. But he didn't get that. And I was just going to repeat that point. You guys are off somewhere else.
Yeah, no, exactly. See, somebody, dude, that honestly, it geeks me out that they have such an inability to listen. And it's not like we're saying anything crazy or complex. I'm a layman's layman. I'm a people's, I'm for the people. I don't speak in electrostatic quadrilateration, extrapolation, all this crazy shit, right? I'm just trying to say it as plainly and basically as possible. He's like, no, there's more incentive to tell the truth than there is to lie. False. I just gave you a bunch of reasons why that's not true. Welcome, Hangover, as well.
That's why it's like telling the truth to a bunch of ants. Ants.
Oh shit! What do you mean by that?
Ants is very small animals.
Oh, ants. Right? Oh, got it. Got you.
Yeah. So it's like telling them the truth that about the shape of the large kind of place, right? They wouldn't believe that because they are so small.
Got you, bro. I mean, that was weird. It was like, I'm out of here. You guys, I'm mad.
Hangover.
Oh, man. Hangover. What's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, fuckers? Are you, you come here a lot, or is it your first time?
Third time.
Third time. Okay.
Yeah.
Give us a quick reaction to Flat Earth. What is your reaction to Flat Earth?
I think it's interesting. I don't think it's true, but I'm willing to listen to some people. Yeah.
Cool. Do you feel like you understand flat Earth a lot, a little, none,
Some
or
of the
you're
stuff
still
they
learning?
say, some of the stuff they say makes sense. Some of the stuff I don't understand.
What do they say? What are some of the stuff they say?
Like, like I asked them about why do ships disappear, and they say, all right, yes, the basic shit. I almost said shit. I want to swear.
You can say it.
Yeah.
You can say it.
Shit. Anyway, like yeah, why do ships disappear over the ocean? They say stuff like it's what do you call it, refraction and stuff that can visually block it. But yeah, I don't understand it. Also, yeah. Also, I asked him like, so according to the flat Earth, do you think Antarctica is like a continent, or is it just like circling the whole thing? Being like a edge or something. I'm trying to understand the view, the module. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, well, these are some decent questions. Does anybody want to go from there? Anybody in the panel? Bruce,
Yeah. I went on an expedition to Antarctica. I know all about that. No, I don't. Nobody's been to Antarctica. Why do they always ask that?
Wait, did you say they wanna like on YouTube? I said it last time. Yeah, I saw this thing called the final experiment, right? Where they want to take a few flat earthers and a few globe.
Well, I would say that that's non sequitur to the measurements of the ground. It's an optical phenomenon, and I have certain explanations that I could present, but I'm not going to. But all you really need to know is, you can do that on a planar surface. It is not proof that the Earth is a ball in any way. In fact, it's a social experiment. It's not even an actual experiment. The social experiment is what's the hypothesis to it?
Okay, so as far as I understand it, right? So according to the flat
what are the
Earth,
variables?
The sun should set, right? But like,
oh shit, this is Hangover. By the way, this dude's cool, guys. Yeah, what's up, dude? He was here the other day.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, he's
I got an image.
Fence, actually.
I know where you're going with what you just said, and I'll share an image while you finish saying what you're saying.
Oh no! I was just like I read. It was in this week recently. I found about this final experiment, so I just found it interesting.
There we go. You said, does it set? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So the thing is, right? Is there like a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Okay, I just want to say quickly, Hangover. Even if there is, or even if there isn't, it doesn't change the fact that we don't have a curving, moving Earth that's being claimed. And also the heliocentric model won't all of a sudden make sense and become a working model if there is or isn't 24-hour daylight, sunlight, or a sun at Antarctica. It's actually, like Ether said, completely irrelevant. The important thing when talking about flat Earth is what's in reality, what are we experiencing? And regardless of what happens in Antarctica, we are experiencing a flat, motionless plane. That's the reality.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, but like according to your
check the real quick Hangover. Check the side chat. Go ahead, man. You're good. I posted something in the side chat.
Oh, atmospheric refraction. Oh, okay. Wait, the other ones are still loading. My internet is a bit fucked.
It's all
I just saw the first one. So what is that atmospheric refraction like? What am I looking at?
You're looking at optical phenomenon related to the horizon.
Oh, okay, I understand. Yeah. Why doesn't the other ones open? It's just a black thing.
The resolution's probably a higher one that your phone's capable of receiving, so you're just waiting on it to load through. I guess you're not on Wi-Fi or it's slow.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi is a bit shit. So, makes sense.
If I lowered the resolution, it would make the details so grainy that it would kind of ruin the point of sharing them.
No, I'll just wait.
It can go.
Oh, yeah. When you say about reality, wait a minute, hangover. When they said about reality, are you saying is that reality is actually flat, but it doesn't matter what could be the same.
Who are you citing?
Outside of the it could be that it could be curved, right? It could be curved when
No,
we
like the
zoom
quote,
in.
you said somebody said something about reality. Who are you citing? Like who said that? Who said reality?
Roots say that but when it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what would be the shape of the age of the earth. But
No, I said
what matters is that when we look outside, the reality is flat.
Yeah, I said regardless of whether there is 24-hour sun or sunlight in Antarctica, the fact is that the Earth is still not a curving ball. That's basically what I said. And even if you can confirm or non-confirm a ball of light in Antarctica at the time they say that there is, it doesn't prove or disprove the fact that there is no, all of the evidence points to a local enclosed system, that you can't take that away from a one point in moment when you go to a so-called island or continent, you know what I mean, that we can't verify. I just think it's ridiculous to say this is any kind of experiment. This is just a PR stunt. We
okay, wait a minute. I still don't get.
We already know, Neil. There could be 24-hour. There could be 24-hour sunlight, fully explained in Antarctica, fully explained on a flat Earth model. And if you guys overlook that, you just jump into conclusions, not really thinking about it properly.
Okay. So if let's say in future that people trying, hypothetically in future, someone say, hey, actually the shape, the total shape of the Earth is actually a ball, and you will probably say, no, that's not what we believe. What we are actually saying to you guys is that look at reality is actually flat, right?
You can tell me as much as you like.
We don't claim that the total shape of the Earth is actually flat, but what we actually observe, reality is flat, right?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Is that true? Is that true?
No,
well,
he's talking about you're being silly now, Neil. We're not talking about no topography. We're just talking about the overall nature of water. We know how water is. It's always finding its rest. It lays flat and level. Most of this realm or world we live in is water. We know there's no drop over distance or curvature, Neil. So what we're saying is regardless of any trip to Antarctica, that doesn't change that. We still don't measure drop over distance.
It does not change the reality we observe, that the observation that we are look at reality is actually flat based on our observation. So hypothetically, I'm actually put.
It's not just observations, Neil. Neil, it's not just observations. It's measurements as well. It is not just an observation.
Whatever observation, measurement, and everything that we observe. That the observation that we observe through a measurement, you name it, right? You name it, yada yada yada, right? You name it. The investigation, measure,
observations are not measurements.
You name it, right? And
explain what observations are measurement, Neil.
What we are measure in reality is actually flat. Hypothetically, if someone say in future, hey, the scale of the Earth is actually globe, and you will guys say, no, that's not what we are trying to say.
Would this someone have proof of measurements?
What we observe is flat. Is that what you guys think about in the flat Earth community? Actually, if that is what you guys think about,
I'm about to mute you if you don't stop talking over us. You understand, Neil?
Neil, shut up. You've made your point. No, you've made your point. Shut up. Neil,
bro.
Neil, you made your point. I could do the exact same thing to you, Neil. Yeah? I could then say to you that you relativistically are not taking into account there could be a bigger size or a bigger shape. We could do this all day.
No, I'm just...
Wait. Before you reference a scale... Oh, man.
You're making a bunch of assumptions like you're some kind of mind reader, dude, and you're not.
Please, guys, please, for the love of God, just... Is that what you guys... actually is? I'm just asking.
You're close, but not, you're close, but that's not it, bro. You're close, but that's not it.
Listen, because just because you believe in relativity. Okay, so relativity, you believe this is magic
I
word.
don't care about relativity.
Neil, you're talking about it now. If you don't know what relativity is, then how the fuck are you making that statement you just made? You're saying that the Earth is too big for us to be able to measure any curve. So you're talking about relativistic size, okay? Right? Whether you know that or not, you're talking about relativity. All of these arguments that you globers make are based in relativity. And that is a magic word to say we can ignore all of our senses. We can ignore basically physics or scientific method. We can ignore any experience we have in the natural world. And that is a religion. I'm sorry, Neil. You don't understand what you're saying.
Facts.
You're away with the fairies, Neil. You're in a religion.
So what is that then?
Relativity. You just wave this hand, this magic word, and say, "Oh, the Earth's too big, so now we can just throw out any data." Nothing has to be provable. We don't have to be able to validate anything in reality because relativity. It's a magic word that you guys use.
Can I? This is gonna sound, Neil. Let me ask you something. This is gonna sound a little vulgar. But can I scale up the size of your vagina 100 times? What size would that be?
Jesus.
Jesus
I don't have another way to help you understand. Listen, you can't scale up things that you don't have measurements to, right? If you don't have a vagina,
facts.
Right, do you understand hypothetical? Oh, dude. I understand what you're saying, right? Because people cannot say, well, if I scale it up, relax.
Hypothetical.
Relax. People can't say we're going to scale it up because they don't have a reference to a scale.
Neil.
So they don't have size or a measurement of
I'm just trying to be hypothetical.
I just want to ask a question, and it's kind of non sequitur, but it is related to the subject. What's the difference between inertial and non-inertial?
Oh,
can you answer that?
Hypothetical or in real?
In reality, what is the difference between inertial and non-inertial?
Talking about reality.
I am
talking about hypothetical conditions.
Well, I don't want to talk about unreality.
Neil, if you don't know, just say you don't know. Don't make it long.
Yeah, I don't know because your reality is different with my reality.
That's not what you are on some other stuff, dude.
Because you live not in my reality. That's the problem. So I can only do hypothetical conditions.
Neil,
you're suggesting that you're in an alternate reality, dude, and that's something else.
In my reality, electron spinning towards proton, but that's not in your reality. So we cannot talk.
This guy's talking about alternate realities now.
I know. He just asked you a simple question. Do you know what the difference is or the definitions are of an inertial plane of reference and a non-inertial?
No, I cannot talk about inertia because your reality is different with my reality.
Okay, no, it doesn't have anything to do with anybody's reality. These are just definitions of words. Fucking hell, go ahead, Ether, explain to him.
There's only one reality.
The definition inertia in your reality.
I don't want to explain it to him. I want him to look it up and find out what the difference is and tell us.
Oh, man.
That way he'll know. He'll learn on his own accord because if I tell him, dude, if I tell you, you're not going to remember it. This has nothing to do with all. I'm done.
There is only one reality, my friend.
No, the way you actually, what is that?
Well, that you can call that perception or like your perspective.
No. What is your understanding in your reality about electron, proton, and neutron?
It'd be the same as yours, Neil. We don't exactly see them crawling across our hands, do we?
Exactly, because you don't know electron.
So it's the same as yours. So you
electron does not exist in your reality, right?
Neil, tell me something now. What does electrons, protons, and all the other crap you've been rattling on about have to do with Earth curvature?
Italy.
He's just realised. Realised he's been babbling. Neil, you've been babbling on about all sorts.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, he's got his headphones on. He's not listening.
Oh
no. I was actually playing the YouTube to see if my voice is actually inside inside
Yes, it's correct, yes.
YouTube. So
Sorry,
exactly right. You will back to me saying that, okay, Neil, what is electron, proton, neutron in your reality? Explain to me. When I try to explain that, then you will challenge me, prove it. Right?
What do they have to do with flat Earth or the shape of the Earth?
Because in your reality, electron couldn't be actually spinning towards proton because that will be contradict your reality.
And Neil, what has this got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Okay, in your reality, do you believe Big Bang?
Neil, what does electrons and protons and neutrons have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Because it's going to be related to the development of universe. Development of a universe is actually expanding.
We're gonna keep trying, Neil.
Process.
What does
to
protons,
develop
electrons, and neutrons have to do with the shape of the Earth?
The shape of the Earth is developed by the atom, electron, neutron, and proton. Yes, development of universe.
We're getting closer. So
this is pure zealotry.
Yes. Do you understand the CMB process? But I don't think you will actually.
Neil, stop. Out of that, all I heard was, do you understand the
process to learn
CMB
more about
process?
Yeah. I will be right back.
Holy fucking God. This guy.
Wow.
Wait, did he leave?
He'll be back, don't worry. He hasn't got his dose of stupid out yet.
Oh my God.
He gets worse.
What's that guy? What the hell was that?
That's Neil. Haven't you met Neil before?
No, I'm talking about the Micah dude. I know that's Neil. I'm just asking, like, the Micah guy. What the fuck was that? Have you guys talked to him before? What was that?
Apparently, I spoke to him yesterday. But here's a little bit of trivia for you. I was at home base from 2:00 in the afternoon right through to when I was talking to you, which was 9:00 at night.
Dude, you were on you and DJ stayed on forever.
Yeah.
He's probably remembering from a different time, like a couple days ago or some shit. And he just doesn't have his time right. 8-second attention spans will do that.
Goldfish. Goldfish earthers.
Goldfish. Dude,
yeah,
it's
we were
so funny
saying,
because, like, go ahead.
No, I was just saying before you joined CB, we were saying about how like it's really hard to communicate with the Globers and how like they're just flat Earth facts aren't enough for them. I think it's just one of those situations where we've just sort of seen the evidence where he just didn't understand what we were saying and was just taking everything offensive or personal.
Right. It's weird. This happens every now and again. Like, it's weird. I go back and forth with people for some reason. I'm either like the nice guy or I'm the asshole. You know, like, it's funny.
What I find interesting is you triggered him, not me. Normally it's me.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's me, sometimes I'm the good cop, and sometimes they're like, I fucking hate that CB guy. It's like, dude, what the fuck? I didn't even do anything.
Dude, I felt like I came in neutral at the end, and that was the last straw, and I felt like I was absolutely completely
You weren't
balanced.
even there. You didn't even say anything. You were like, dude, you just weren't listening. I'm just going to repeat what he said. Yeah, well, then I'm gone. What? the hell? Stop this puppy shit. Oh, man.
Oh, jeez.
Dude.
It's true.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Imagine if he had met...
Snowflake.
Oh, sorry, Roots. You're good, man.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was just going to point out that was actually mild in comparison to some of the other conversations I've heard.
Right.
Like, CB is chill. That conversation was not at all anywhere near like the fire of some of these conversations. You held his toes to the flames and he didn't like it.
He didn't like it.
You didn't grill him or anything. You just held his toes a little too close to the fire. You're like, no, stop.
I don't like the candlelight. Please stop it. Oh man, imagine if you got the torch out.
It was when he was doing his speech about how he would accept the truth from Ether but not CB. I was just like, come on, man. What a stereotype.
That's actually what I really wanted to talk about is that part, because it's not about the person. Sometimes people receive something from somebody because they don't. It's just you. As offensive as you, it's because you're who you are. They won't receive it from you, but they'll receive the same exact thing from somebody else. And you can't take it personally. People are just the way they are. So
yeah. I don't take it.
Yeah,
funny, bro. Like,
yeah. That's why it's good that we have. We kind of have a team. Oh, you're breaking up, or I am. One of us is.
Yeah, you're roboting CB.
CB's roboting. Yeah, happens about this time every night.
Okay. Fuck. God damn it, bro.
You're clear now. Oh, yeah.
My check?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. Cool.
But yeah, like, because to me, it's not so much about Micah, it's about the bigger picture here. There's always going to be people who do that, and we'll just have to, I guess, trade off the conversation to somebody who can if something's too overwhelming or different. Because another thing is some of us might not be able to handle something because somebody's moving at too fast of a rate, whereas there's people who can handle that at a higher rate than I can. So I would love for them to be able to take the wheel and be like, here you go. Here's all this information that answers your questions. Because it can be flustering, especially when I'm not feeling so good, passing a kidney stone or some shit. I can't handle having a conversation with somebody on Discord while doing that.
Yeah, I hear you.
I've tried, though. With varying degrees of success.
Accountability is kryptonite.
People don't know who they are, man. People just don't know who they are. So everybody's like chasing the wrong shit and accepting the wrong info. It's literally like upside down. But, you know, until people can actually if you figure this out, people don't know who they are, or the person you're speaking to doesn't. There's no good hitting them with facts. Because like we were saying earlier, truth scares them. So you got to try and help them work themselves out of being scared of the truth before you can even hit them with truth.
Wow, that's good. That's good. That's facts.
It's like
hear something they don't.
You definitely need to know.
I was just going to say they hear something they don't understand and it scares them. Yeah, this comes up on Fresh and Fit. Like, towards the end of the show, they'll ask the girls, hey, what did you think of today's show? God damn it. Am I still hot micing or roboting? You're good now. For now, anyway.
Yeah, it's just I'm about to leave here where I'm at right now, so it's just bad. I guess dead zone or some bullshit.
Yeah, like you're right next to a dead zone. You're out of it.
Oh, for real? I'm about to leave here in a second.
Well, no, you're clear now. However you got it now is working.
Oh, okay. All right. Roger that. Anyway, where's everybody else at? Is this it?
Yeah, I guess we need to. Well, I kind of did a at here on one of the guest servers, but it's been a while since then. We could tag some people and see if anybody's online.
Yeah, maybe we get Miggy to go on X or some shit.
They might be over on the other server.
Yeah, someone take a look at politics, see if they're over there or whatever.
That weird time of the day, like crossover time.
There's a few.
Politics is, yeah, they're lit. Politics is lit right now.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, that room is full.
Oh, what do we got?
We need to go back on 24/7 again.
Yeah.
We need to find a way to get the guys to go back over to 24/7, dude.
Just ban them all from politics. They'll have to go back home.
That's a bit extreme, but that would work. It'd be very effective.
Well, dude, it's just annoying because I don't know. I now look at it 24/7 now. This isn't what we wanted. You know, it's not ideal that this is happening. And I don't see anyone trying to remedy the situation.
The point of the guest rooms initially was to bring more people into the home server, not
back
take
to
everybody
24/7
out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. But they were like they were saying, "Oh, we're not going to tell them that we're from 24/7. We're not allowed to talk about 24/7." That's some bullshit, bro. Well, as soon as we started going to politics, they're like, "Yo, you're not allowed to bring anyone back to 24/7 from there." It's like, what? What do you mean?
You know, I think the solution, genuinely, I think the problem is if you've got the same mods for the home as you've got as for all these proxy servers, what you've got then is people will follow those mods across. I think it would be better to have 24/7 mods and then a different team that are always there, a different team that are always there, rather than everyone swapping and changing all the time. I don't know, I just feel like that would create more of a home base on each server that isn't the same people then.
Well, we sort of do have that, don't we? Like, there's mods at politics that aren't mods at 24/7, and they seem super comfortable with that. And then even PNR has even Dubs is like a mod over in politics and religion.
Well,
is that where we are now?
It's kind of balancing out.
Yeah.
So it ends up being the same team. I hope that it actually ends up being that completely, because we'd all be on the same page, which would make more sense. But at least with the guest rooms, like the same team does all the guest room stuff, and that way we can alert each other, and somebody needs to take up the slack because something's going on, or there's an overabundance of Globers, and there's a conversation started or something.
We need to figure something out. 24/7 can't just die like this, bro. And I can't be around to bring it back to life by myself.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. The home server needs to have something going on too. At least like events.
I try. I don't know. I just wish there were more people that would give a fuck about our home. We can't let it die. If it dies, it's gone forever. You know what I mean? And it's almost at the point where it's like the lobby still has a tons of activity. The admin chat has activity, but the VC is damn near dead, bro. And I don't like it.
The YouTube.
You know, it is broke.
Caused a bit of that.
Go ahead, Matrix.
That didn't help. When YouTube started playing up, not allowing us to put our bot in or to use the bot, that wasn't a helpful factor, because we always had something playing. You'd have people sitting in there having a listen, but that didn't help.
Yeah, also, I think you've got to find a way to get everybody a chance to speak. I think there's a lot of people who want to speak and feel like they can't, because eventually the same characters tend to dominate. So I think maybe shows where you're actively encouraging people to speak and conversate a bit more might help.
The stage, I think you have an option with that, like a raise hand type thing, so the audience can ask questions.
That's what we should do. We should do stages. Maybe that could be a solution.
we have stage access here, but we don't have stage access over at Politics. Well, we might.
We haven't even touched it at 24/7.
Yeah. So, like, that's something that should be looked into because it's one of the newer features of Discord. It's been around a little while, but
It has been around. Yeah, no. But
most
no, we
people
should
don't know how to use it. So yeah,
I know. It's a lot like Twitter Spaces. I think it's pretty good. We should try to fire it up at 24/7 and see if that helps like get people back in there. I mean, I don't know. I've just not been around. I've been working too much, and my hours don't really help in terms of like running the show.
I'm pretty sure that that'll show up at the top of the list too whenever events are going on.
Yeah,
that would help bring people in.
Yep.
You know what would really help if we had people out there directing Globers to the channel all the time, whether it's bots, whatever it is. We just need someone sending the Globers over.
We should also to me, I think that having the chats, the discussions and debates categorized in kind of a way where it's mild, medium, and spicy. Because some of the conversations get damn hot. And then there's other people that haven't been in the conversation long enough to be able to deal with that. It's too intense.
Like Micah, freaking loser.
You got
you know we're always going to be in the spicy room, bro. Always.
Yeah, facts, bro.
Yep. But it's just there are people that we meet who they can't handle the heat all the time, every day, 24/7. So having an area for them where they can kind of learn about, they need a safe space for the mild room. Pad the walls a little bit for them.
I was going to say a padded cell for some of them. Oh, wow. Don't we have a space like that called CogDis?
Just tell them don't lick the walls because the entropy from the spicy room, it's getting into the walls, so it might burn you. So don't lick the soft walls.
Oh my god! In fact, don't do any licking at all. We got slobber nurses for you. Go ahead.
You know what would solve a lot of problems if we just had a VC just called "Why the Lie" or "Why Would They Lie."
Oh, there you go. The fact that the last guy said that is just like incredible. He's like, but no, I just can't see why they would lie. What's the incentive? Right, we can detail 100 incentives right now why they would lie. Are you kidding me?
You know what's amazing, CB, is some of these guys will come back in and ask that 3 times a week. Why the lie? Why the lie? Why the lie?
They just can't believe it. Like, they just refuse to accept the fact that somebody could, should, or have possibly lied, you know?
But
they don't want to accept
school
it.
Teachers and engineers and politicians and your mum are all liars.
They've never heard, dude. It's blatantly apparent that they've never read the story "The Emperor's New Clothes." They've never heard it, never read it. They have no clue. People lie to themselves.
No,
and that's
true.
It's the only motive they need is to lie to themselves to defend their own ego. It has nothing to do with money or anything else. It's philosophy.
Dude, people do not like telling the truth. Let's just be honest about that. If you have a piece of lettuce in your tooth and you go by 10 people, how many people out of that 10 are going to tell you got a piece of lettuce in your tooth? Most of them aren't going to say shit. Why? Because they're afraid of, I don't know what they're afraid of. Yeah,
they'll feel awkward for pointing out your awkwardness, and so the whole thing is so awkward they won't. So they just kind of cog-diss themselves away.
But it's all like the truth is they have it in their tooth, and if they wanted to tell the truth, they could. But it makes them uncomfortable, so they avoid telling the truth. This is true on many levels, not just if it's true. If people having a piece of lettuce in their tooth, you think they're going to tell you even harsher, deeper truths? Hell no. So yeah, man, they're not about to tell you the truth, dude.
I mean, look at Micah. He ran away from us trying to tell him that people don't like to hear the truth. They didn't like it, so he ran away.
Point proven. Exactly. Comforting lies. What is it? Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what people want to hear. They want to hear the lies, bro. The cat.
And you know what? I'm the first one to admit I want to hear lies. I said to my missus, I said, I said, don't be moody with me. She says, yeah, but I'm just feeling moody. I said, well, lie to me then. I said, you lie to your boss. I said, lie to me like the way you lie to your boss, or the stranger down the street who you're just nice to. Be nice to me like that, and she got it.
That's a good one, bro. That's a good one. Yeah, actually,
I mean, we all appreciate them. Yeah, we all appreciate the lies, the good lies.
Mac Miller said that in one of his songs. He's like, I told my bitch just, what did he say? If you love me, then just lie to me. I'm finding it in a winery. Took it from someone's piracy. But yeah, that's funny that you told her that. Lie to me like you lie to your boss. That's classic.
That's it, dude. I lie to people all the time. You know, if I'm feeling like crap, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm feeling like crap and bring you guys down.
Oh,
you know,
there you go. Though. That's another one. Oh, how are you today? I'm fine. Like,
absolutely.
Oh, really?
Dudes don't go telling everybody all the pains they had during the day. We just don't do that shit.
No, dude. You know what? We're about to get deep in here with that one. Because
Sorry.
No, I'm just gonna try to get a thought off because I haven't really said this before, but like, it's stuff like that makes me not worry, but it brings out like the inner child inside of me. Like people really do put on a mask and hide their true feelings, and it's unfortunate because that's deep down. Like I like to feel for people and be like empathic, or is that the right word? But like when you're like, hey, how are you? And you can clearly see they're not well, but they're like, yeah, I'm good. That I want to fix them. I want to help them or do something for them. But like, it makes me sad, low key, that we don't tell the truth as much as we probably should.
That's one of the saddest types of lying, because you know that they're not doing it to hurt anybody. They're doing it for quite the opposite.
So like, it's
depressive lying. Like,
so like, not.
You know what? I also respect it though. I do respect it because a bit like on the whole, like, you know, like the man thing, like we go through a lot, you know, and I'm sure we've all been through some tough times, guys. And, you know, the fact that if we was to sit here talking about it all the time and focusing on it, we wouldn't be able to bounce back the way that we do. And I think it's part of that process of just moving forward, chin up, forget it, ignore it, let's crack on sort of thing, you know?
Yeah. That's a W. That's positive, especially when it comes to men. But I would say a large part of it is societal, where like society doesn't accept you if you're open and you express your feelings and tell people how you feel. They're like, oh, you're being weird.
Like women are supposed to cry about it, and men are supposed to lie about it.
Ooh.
Yeah, dude. I agree.
I feel bad for a lot of guys though, Loki. I mean, because you do just have to shut up and keep trucking. And yeah, it's tough. I feel like it's weird, man.
I feel like that's the game. That's the masculine game, you know, like the coolest guys, they will make an entrance. You know, the coolest guys are the ones that kind of look invincible to everybody. And regardless of, we all know they're not, they're human beings, but the coolest guy is the one who does it. You know, that's what style is. That's what swag is. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So that's what'll get you the most attention from the female side. So that's actually kind of what will satisfy us, by being that person who can look bulletproof, you know? And I think there's something to that. We have to appreciate that.
Absolutely. And like, that's what I'm realizing that now, because I'm sort of severing the tie between like being a boy and being a man. I'm like lately becoming more of a man, and it's hard. But it's like, I hear this on Fresh and Fit all the time. They're like, yeah, man. And a man is like, you've been through shit. You've got scars and wounds, whether that be physical or mental or spiritual or whatever. You've been through some shit. And that's how you're not born a man. You become one. You know, you're made into one. And that takes trial and error. You go through fire, you fuck up. But yeah, to come out on the other end, you have to go through that. And I'm sort of realizing that. And I just turned 30, so I'm like, I'm like trying to not be a boy anymore and be more of a man. But it's not really a trying thing.
Dude,
of course,
that's when it happens. About between 30 and 40 there's like this change that happens in dudes where they solidify who they are.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of things that change.
Yeah,
you kind of
things
double
have
down on
changed.
other stuff too. All the stuff that's good ends up you kind of double down on it because you know that it's correct.
Right. Find out what works, keep doing it. Whatever doesn't work, change. I have made some changes. I'm actually excited about the transition, but it's like it's kind of scary and sad, and I don't know. There's a lot to deal with for sure.
Yeah, man.
I think the end justified the means, though. So we'll be alright. Damn, there's some deep shit. We're going on some deep shit tonight, boy. Micah, I'm still thinking about that Micah dude. Holy, go ahead.
According to the Science Foundation, babies are born scientists, and pretty much everything they do parallels the scientific method. So once you reach that age, like where you're past 30, you've already got experiences that you can work with where you do have a fundamental understanding of how reality works, or at least you should.
I don't want a fundamental understanding. I want like a deeper understanding, because I have so many questions about this reality. Even if we just like, I feel that as flat earthers, we haven't quite taken the step beyond. Well, okay, it's flat, but why are we here? And I don't necessarily think we are going to come up with an answer, but I would love to brainstorm.
I was kind of saying what I said as a yes and to what you're saying about that guy from earlier. Like, at least you should. And there's so many people who don't have a fundamental understanding, and they come in here and it's like, dude, and then we try and talk to them about it and they flip out at us.
Hey, here's my theory about growing up, right? So I think my nan always used to say to me, once a man, twice a baby. And I didn't understand what she meant. And what she's saying is you're born as a baby, you grow up, become a man, but you end up going back to being a baby again. So I actually take that literal. I actually think you peak around 30, 25, 30. And then you start going, like, instead of trying to chase being a man, you all of a sudden something clicks and you start chasing being a child again. Like, you want to undo all of that shit that you did for the first 30 years. That's how I feel anyway.
To me,
I agree with everything except for the peaking point. I actually think that peak happens later. 30 is like, dude, no way you peak at 30.
No,
For a woman, you're peaking way early. Like 23, you're peaking as a chick. 24, maybe
there's
25.
There's a reason why
tops.
I said there's a change, and it's like a transitionary period for about 10 years between 30 and 40.
10 years, 40. Yeah, I would say a man's peak is like 35 to 45. I would say that 10-year span is probably a man's peak years.
I don't think that's what it was supposed to be, though. I think that everybody's health is so degraded that we've devolved to the point where, because middle age is 60. People should be living to be like 120. So at middle age should be the. I'm just saying that you would want to, if you had the same functionality that you do now and you still run around and do stuff.
I don't know about that.
All right, that's cool.
Low key. But I see where you're coming from.
That's a lot of baggage.
That's a lot of, dude. I don't want to be here that long. Yeah, fuck no, I don't want to be here that long. But no, I see what you're saying though. If you had your energy and stuff, I'm sure people do really appreciate it.
Yeah, because when we think about it, we normally think about it in terms of the elders that we do see, and that's not how it would be.
That's not how it would be. Yeah, I agree. But where were we? Yeah, no, I think you peak as a guy like a bit later, and you're probably right. Like it wasn't always like that, but just the way things are now, like 35, 45, you should really hit your stride, and those should be your best years, I would say.
One thing that concerns me, and I know people can take it as being rude or whatever, but when you called him names that hurt his feelings. If you're in the middle of a war and the enemy calls you a name and you just break down spiraling and like you're going to end up suffering some consequences and you won't be in control of the situation. So
yeah, I mean,
that's how you know that shit's fake. That's how you know that shit's fake as fuck. Because like, if it was in the middle of a war, all of a sudden now you're not seeing red. Oh, you talked about my mom. I'm gonna just walk out into the battlefield like a nutcase and come after you. No, that shit's fake, bro. You're just putting on a show.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I probably should have called him that or whatever, but he was acting like a bitch, bro. Like,
you're correct, though. I'm just pointing out that he needs to have thicker skin because he's going to come up to a situation where somebody's going to say something. He's going to lose his cool and end up losing control of the situation because he spirals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only said something, CB, because I've seen it so many times where he'll probably talk about this for months now.
Oh my God, you're probably right.
He'll come into the channels and he'll be like, well, that's
This one guy.
a flat earther. Yeah, you flat earthers are all this. And it's like, I just hate when they use that opportunity to just ignore everything, you know?
I didn't think about that. You know what? I apologize. That is a good point because he's going to have a lasting impact. But I will push back and say that sometimes these experiences can be good. Like, QE does this really well, where he'll have certain interaction at first with somebody, but then as they come back, they actually build a lot of camaraderie because that's just how QE is. I mean, they come to learn them better. Like that first, it's like a show of how like you put two like crabs together and they start duking it out or whatever. It's like two dogs, they like start barking at each other. It's just sort of sometimes it's the masculine greeting.
100%, bro. Yeah, I run a football team and I clash with the parents every time there's a new parent.
Oh, really?
And then we end up having a really good relationship after. And some of my best friends have come from. I had a fight with a kid once at school, and then for like 8 months after that fight, we were the best friends. So I feel like you learn intimately about each other when you go through battles like that. And I actually agree 100% with everything you were saying earlier, CB. Like, and sometimes the best tool for somebody who don't know themselves is a kick up the arse. That can give them the most clarity, because truth doesn't affect them. So I'm with you on all of that, but as soon as you give them something that they can whine and whinge about, all of your hard work's done then. Do you know what I mean? And they can just play victim then, and then they go into their feminine, they be a victim, and then they whinge about it for 3 months, and now they're no closer to knowing who they are or the truth or anything. Just you know what I mean?
Yeah, Mike is different. And dude, imagine if he had met QE. He wouldn't know what the hell to do.
Man.
That's what I was trying to tell him is like CB is mild. He ain't even laying the heat on you.
No.
I didn't specifically say it that way, but I was trying to explain to the guy, relax.
It's cool. I actually have
look
this
how
effect
sensitive he was, Yeah, he ran away for no reason.
For no reason, I know. It's funny, dude. So, like, is Matrix still here? Because I have this effect on people every now and again. It's not every time, but it's just funny when it does happen. Because I know deep down, I'm like, I feel like I'm a pretty chill guy. Like, anybody could have like a beer with me or whatever, and like it'd be a good time. But when they're like, he's an asshole, it's like, all right, let me just turn up the asshole a little bit. Then you can see how much of an asshole I am.
Now we get it, bro. It's just we're here in PNR. We get all the overflow. All the guys that get upset with the politics guys or the 24/7 guys, they come here after. So we have to get through all of that meta conversation before we can get back onto the shape of the earth. They're complaining about Crit, they're complaining about Miggy, they're complaining about Jedi, and we're having to say the same script all the time. Listen, it's not about any of those people. That you're missing the point completely. You know what I mean?
This is basically the 24/7 flat Earth Glober
therapy session
department. Yeah, like this is the butthurt department. They come in here like, okay, here's some butthurt. Got you.
The butthurt department. That's hilarious.
Dude, can we get some more people in here, bro? Like, what the hell?
We need to.
This is the panel.
Just wait long enough. Miggy will hurt them. They'll come across.
There you go.
Yeah, we get the broken ones.
The broken. I know.
I'm sure Rob Scuddle's due for his daily visit soon.
Did you guys watch QE's show today, by the way? Just speaking of Quantum Racer.
Yes.
Dude, that nigga was on demon time today. I love it. I love this toxic shit, bro. I love it. Man, I don't know where that dude gets all his energy. He's like in his 60s, and that dude has more spunk than... I don't know, bro. So he has more spunk than me sometimes, bro. Shit's crazy. I have a lot of respect for QE. I joined the panel though because me and QE we've been like getting tight. Pause. We've kind of become pretty tight over the last couple years, and I joined the Ballbusters panel like a week ago, and I was like having some wine, bro. I was kind of lit, and like Brian and fucking Adam were like mad that I was stealing the show. They're like, "Who is this guy? Why is he's drinking?" I'm like, "Man, I know you ain't talking right now, Adam." But yeah, no, I fucking love QE, man. I hope.
Hey, bro, can you share that episode? Because I ain't gonna be able to find it, but I want to watch it. Oh, listen.
I don't even know. I had to go looking for it. It was like right at the start of the show. He's like, and we got intensive care bear here. And I'm like, I don't know. I was just talking my shit, and being a hype man as usual. And Adam's like, have you been drinking? I'm like, Adam, shut your bitch ass up. I know you're not talking right now.
So you're the intensive care bear of the butthurt department?
Oh man, I love it too. The intensive care bear. That shit's funny. I think QE started that, and it caught on. Yeah, shout out to QE, man. They were cooking. So I guess Witsit was on Tim Pool. Did you guys hear about this?
Oh
Yep.
shit!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Matrix.
I heard
What
about
do you
that.
know about Tim Pool, though, Matrix, or
Did y'all-
anybody else?
Yeah,
So
no,
you
I know who he
about
is.
him? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyone
I know
else?
who
What
he
do you
is.
guys know about Tim
He's
Pool?
got about 1.5 million viewers.
Yes, he
That-
does.
That's the more important
It's
part.
big, yeah.
Wait, so what do you guys know about Tim Pool, though? Anybody? Because I got a little bit of tea, but not that much.
Well, I just was going to point everybody's direction to the comments from his audience because
What did
those
they
are
say?
golden. To just go in there and read the damn comments.
Oh man, were they cooking Tim or were they cooking Witsit?
No, they're just straight up talking
Cooking
cash shit
themselves?
about flat Earth, and then exposing how dumb they are. Now they don't understand
wow.
how reality works. Everything they
hilarious.
say, it's oh my god.
I have a clip because my boys over at Fresh and Fit, they collab with Tim every now and again. They'll like go to his studio and do a show in studio with Tim. And Tim's been on Fresh and Fit, and so they're not like buddy, but they do collab every now and again. And so when Fresh and Myron went on Tim Pool's episode, somehow Flat Earth came up, and because I think I don't know, Myron was talking about the government or something, and then randomly Tim was like, and then they crashed into the firmament. And Myron's like, wait, so you're a flat earther? And Tim's like, no, definitely not a flat earther. That's stupid or something, you know? And so, you know, and Tim, I don't know what he has like a weird thing with flat earth. It's always funny when people bring it up on their own, unprompted too, you know? Who hurt you? Type of thing. But yeah, I don't know that much about Tim, but he does have a huge audience, and I guess he's cool with Fresh and Myron over at Fresh and Fit. And somebody's come to him about flat earth before because he feels the need to bring it up unprompted. And I can grab that clip for you if you give me a second. It's in my server somewhere.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Witsit yesterday, and he was saying he was really, not yesterday, maybe 3 days ago, and he was saying that this podcast was coming out, and how excited he was, how he thinks this is going to like. This potentially could take his version of Flat Earth mainstream. So he's super gassed about it at the minute.
Yeah. I mean, when I talked to Witsit last as well, we had just done a panel with Fresh and Fit. Not like with Myron and Fresh, but some of their mods and stuff. And we were talking about getting a Flat Earther on the show on Fresh and Fit. And like the only candidate really was Witsit. I mean, couldn't think of someone. We talked about maybe Dave Weiss or something, but Witsit would probably be a better candidate to go on Fresh and Fit. But this was like way before all the drama with QE and all that. So I don't know. It probably won't happen, but I don't think they're gonna let someone like Indio or Quan Bracer on the show, right? They only want someone on there similar to Tim Pool who has like a a track record. They've got content. They've got history on the internet. Like they don't just accept randos. So that's why Witsit was like allowed to go on Tim Pool's show because he has his own show and stuff. So
to determine how well known somebody is, go on like ChatGPT and ask them who somebody is, like who is Quantum Eraser, who is Nathan Oakley, and see what response it gives you.
oh wow, I bet it has stuff for both of those guys. But that is a good one. I never thought about that.
I want to know, like, if anybody can do that, tell me what response you get, because mine's corrupted by my conversations, because it's going to give me certain responses based off of things related to the subject matter. I'm wondering if a fresh copy of it will give you the same response.
Okay.
Mine said
it frames it based off of. Sorry.
Mine said Witsit and Nathan were the two most popular, but Roots was the most awesome. So don't know about yours.
Yeah, mine said that too. That's crazy.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, so I mean, Witsit was like, no, I feel very confident that I'm going to go on Fresh and Fit and stuff like this. I'm like, okay, cool. Good. But I don't know if that'll happen.
But yeah, it seems like they already know about people. They're just picking and choosing who they want to talk to.
Yeah, basically. And actually, I think John or Quantum Eraser picked up on that today. He's like, something's fishy's going on here.
Apparently, Witsit's going on modern day debate to debate Destiny on vaccines soon. So Witsit's crossing over, I think. I think he's the only one who's actually getting mainstream attention in the community.
Well, I mean, he's done some smart things to put himself in this position, because I kind of remember before he even got big like this. And now he's like in a whole different. I mean, yeah, I gotta have respect for the guy, because he did some pretty outlandish things, like the whole U.S. tour.
He did do a lot of random things.
That tour was that's a beast right there.
My point was that
that's heritage.
I think there's a lot of people who are already famous within this, and then there's people who are blacklisted from a mainstream conversation.
Yeah,
folks who they're just
like Enoch of TikTok, Nathan Thompson.
Thompson, yeah.
If they don't fit certain criteria, they're not going to do interviews with certain people. Blacklisted.
It's amazing how you lot have known of Witsit for a while. Prior to me signing up with FED 24/7, I had never even heard of him.
Really?
One of these flat Earth.
That's crazy.
I'm not into any of that shit. But yeah, if it wasn't for QE ripping his arsehole a new one, if they'd have never done that, I might have heard of him, only because you guys have spoken of.
He was rolling sort of around Owen Benjamin. Like there was Owen Benjamin had his group, Witsit had a little group, and there was somewhat of a small crossover there. And so that's how I had become familiar with them. But I never really was like a Witsit guy. Like I didn't I wasn't in his camp. I wasn't one of his people. You know, I was hanging with Owen around the time, and so that's how I became familiar with. There are certain Witsit type of people who just joined. Welcome Guantanamo Jose.
Hell yeah, dude. How we living?
Chilling.
Very good for you,
dude.
Coffee. Got some chicken and rice going on, dude.
Chicken and rice?
Fuck yeah, do a little cabbage on the side with a cup of coffee, bro. Hits a spot.
What time is it where you are?
It's currently 6 a.m.
Man, are you hungry? You got chicken, cabbage, and rice at 6 a.m., boy?
Yeah, bro. I took up the leftovers. I was like, fuck, man. Heated that shit up.
Valid. That's valid. And,
hey, if you keep eating and drinking like that, brother, you're going to end up looking like a display picture.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit, man. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad.
Hey, it's all tough love. It's all tough love, boys. We can handle it.
Facts. Nah, so wait, Jose, is this your first time here or are you a repeat customer?
Dude, I came here earlier, bro, and the flat earthers were just on my ass.
Facts. Pause. So just give us like a quick reaction to flat Earth. You know, what's your quick reaction?
Dude, real shit. I was like, how can you be so skeptic about this? About fucking the universe or the world being flat or fucking round if you're not even to question the fact that what you know could be wrong. It was nuanced as shit.
But I think inherently flat earthers are like that. They're built like that. You can't become a flat earther if you didn't question your reality. To be I want to say no one's born a flat earther, but you're not really exposed to flat Earth until way later, like recently type of thing in the last like 10 years.
Dude, it's like dude,
flat Earth isn't something. No, dude, flat Earth isn't something that you'll hear and go, "Oh, that sounds interesting. I'll probably believe that." Flat Earth is something that you will go down kicking and screaming, bro. You'll be like, "No, I can't be a fucking flat earther," and you'll be angry with yourself at first, you know, and then eventually you'll become comfortable with who you are, you know. But it's not one of those things you just decide to be. You go through a process.
Real shit. When I learned about Building 7 going down without getting hit by the plane, bro, that's when I started questioning shit. I was like, fuck.
There you go. See, stuff like that, man. And you just go up to a random normie, "Hey, tell me about Building 7. They're like, "Well, what do you mean? There's nothing wrong." Like, are you sure? Like, come on, dude.
The rate it fell was the same. No fucking... It's crazy, dude. That shit's crazy.
Dude, yeah, they'd be like, wait a minute, there was a third building? Yeah.
Exactly. They'll be like, "Wait, what do you mean?"
Didn't get hit by a plane, but fell at the same rate of speed. Like, what?
I don't even think the other one got hit by a plane either, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Well, and then it goes into like plasma, dude, and how like gas or the fuel wasn't hot enough to melt the beams. Jet fuel. And so it's like,
here we go. Yeah.
I was like, fuck. I was like, who can I talk to about this, bro?
The flat earthers. Exactly.
Your local MP. All right. Oh wait, no, you can't do that.
Okay, so flat earthers question their reality. We could be wrong, even I guess in our current position. I don't know.
Yeah, at least we're trying.
We're open to being wrong, bro. Yeah, we're open to having our minds changed. I think your average Joe ball earther isn't as comfortable with changing their mind potentially. They're like, "No, it's a globe. Like, if it wasn't a globe, someone would tell me." You know, so I don't really need to think about it. The experts will do that. So they're not comfortable with changing their minds, unfortunately. We already changed our minds.
And yeah, dude, they'll have you believe that flat earthers are claiming, like, you know, we know the shape of the earth. Like, you need to really understand the nuance of the argument here. A flat earther is just someone who has realized that they have no evidence or proof for any of their heliocentric claims. You, by default, become a flat earther once you question the globe. We're not claiming anything about the overall shape of the earth. We leave that to, you know, the globers. They do that.
Dude, could you say that's like agnostic in a way?
No, I just don't think you can know it. Let's just, for a moment, we're all globe earthers. We're on a globe in outer space, in the solar system, galaxy, whatever, right? If we zoom out... yeah. So if I were to say, well, what shape is that? Like the whole thing, what shape is that? Because the Earth isn't the whole thing. Even if we are globe earthers in the universe or whatever, the world doesn't stop at Earth. The Earth is in this giant place called, you know, outer space or whatever. So what shape is that? Could we say? You realize we can't get that POV. You can't see
an infinite
from
plane.
Like, well, I call it like God's eye, actually having to look at the reality system outside of that reality. God damn it.
Are you guys open to aliens? Or are they is something outside?
Who knows, right? Who knows? Why not? But they definitely don't come from a vacuum in the sky because that's impossible, right?
Alien. extraterrestrial, terrestrial, land, extra land, somewhere from not from your
Ooh,
land.
it sounds like something we could conquer.
Extra terrain.
Me going
Yep.
to your where you live, I'd be an alien from extra land.
I would say no, because there's nothing that's outside of this environment.
That we know of.
Basically, in order for my argument would be this: even if there's something that you would define as an alien, I would say that thing doesn't come from outside of reality. There is no entity from unreality, so nothing is alien to this system.
Mm-hmm. It can't be unnatural. I felt that.
It has to be a part of the system.
Well, what
I
if
get
it's
down with
still
that as well.
an infinite plane? What if it's an infinite plane, though?
You still wouldn't be able to see it from some outside place. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
I just wanted to say that was what I wanted to say. Is like you're inside of the reality, which you cannot leave, and then view that reality from outside of the reality that you're in. Right? That's a lot of words, but you get what I'm saying.
You can't exist and observe.
Trying to
that
leave
existence.
your
Yo,
own. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about those the double slit experiment where once you observe them all,
we go.
Once you
Anybody
observe
else
it,
wanna add on that?
changes the actual reaction, right? So you can't exist and observe existence because once you observe, it changes it, or at least the initial natural flow of it, which is scary as shit, right?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's all you know, it's all theoretical though. At this point, we're just speculating.
Well, quantum mechanics. So if you,
Bro, you got to focus though, because you asked a specific question about is our position agnostic. When you ask what shape is flat Earth, and we're like, well, we don't know, we can't know. You know, it doesn't have anything to do with a double split experiment or anything, bro. Like I'm just saying, it's not something that you can know. Period. So we don't worry about it. Just like your average ball earther, they don't care what shape the universe is. They don't even think about it. It doesn't matter to them. And so in the same way, that same feeling I would say I have too. I don't really care about the shape of reality because I don't think you can know that. That's like a God's eye view that you'll probably never have. Does that make sense? It's like leaving your own body and then looking at your body from outside. You're inside your body. You know, you can't go outside of it and then look back at yourself. So that thing applies to
I mean, like an atom as to an apple, as to the world, as to the fucking universe is fucked.
So then try to go outside the universe,
yeah,
right?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think you heard that. Like,
I get what you're saying. It's like you can't go outside of that. So, yeah, we don't know what shape reality is. It's that's what makes it difficult to try to give flat Earth to someone new. There's no brochure where I can like draw it down. Here's a cute little circle. Here you go. Like, you know, there's no way to draw the Earth on paper because so how would you see that point of view? You know,
Big facts. And you can't make it proportional either. Yeah.
I guess you'd have to know the size too, which we don't know. So what we do know is just like the water is flat. That's a big thing. If there's all this water here, all these oceans and lakes and stuff, and all that is flat, then it's, I guess it's flat, right? So that's seems pretty basic, easy to me. If the Earth is curving the way they say it is, the water has to be curving up. You know,
Yeah,
like a hill. I joke around and call it a hill of water. Go ahead. No, I
was just going to say what you know, I want to add on to that because I was going to say, yeah, what we can do or what we do have is we have the natural world and we have these laws. We have these laws of nature that we all share, we all observe, regardless of whether, you know, whatever the existence you may think it could be. We all have a natural world that with natural laws that we can follow and we can observe. What we observe is not a curving surface, not a moving surface. We're also experiencing gas pressure, which can only exist within containment. And we can go through, and this is where the value is in flat Earth. You go through all the evidence, not to become an expert on the Earth, it's to actually challenge what we're being told and build this understanding that you can make sense of this using logical discernment. We have these laws of nature. We know how things should behave. And we know that the world is behaving as a non-rotating, flat, topographical plane with gas pressure.
Yo, why don't we feel
not a heliocentric world? Sorry.
Why don't you think we feel the speed of the Earth spinning? Why is that like so unproportional to us?
Why do you think it's the Earth that's spinning and not the stars above your head?
Oh, that's a big one.
Wait. So, sorry, this is gonna sound really vulgar. How come you don't feel your vagina?
Right.
Well, you can't feel things that aren't there, right? You can't feel something. So, sorry, actually, it was really awkward because this chick was walking by me and I was about to say that.
You forced that one in, bro.
No, honestly, I thought it and then I saw her. I'm like, hold on, let me just wait till she walks by real quick. But, yeah. So, feel the Earth spinning. It's, our position involves it's not spinning.
Yeah, why would you assume it is? Why would you assume it's the Earth spinning? What evidence of the Earth spinning do we have?
I think the only evidence we have is when we map out like what we see with the stars. So what's cool about Newton is that Newton actually all he did was look up and just he'd write down the positions of the stars for a year and then determine like all of his math based off of that. And so I guess that's the only thing we can really work off of is our position based on the things around us.
Let's get this right. Outside of someone saying it's spinning, you wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't for that. So you just live in a belief system.
Big fact. And that's such a recent, that's very recent.
Think about this, man. Like they say the globe's spinning at 1,040 miles per hour, right? Then it's chasing the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. I mean, it's orbiting the sun at that speed. And then it's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour. And that whole system's moving sideways at like 1.3 million per hour. Right, so the globe is moving through space at all this like millions of miles per hour, never to return to the same spot. But the stars make perfect trails around the North Star each year and reset into the same positions.
And supposedly those stars aren't even really there because that's just the old light from thousands and thousands of years ago coming to us now. So it's like, how do we really know our position?
Bro.
But think about what you said, though. Newton observed the stars moving. It seems pretty. It makes. Yeah, I was gonna say it seems pretty straightforward to say that it's the stars moving. Yeah, like you just roll with that. That's the stars moving. Done. Easy. So I wouldn't say that's direct evidence of the Earth moving.
Yeah, it's definitely not. We saw the stars moving, and then we said, "Oh, the Earth's moving." There is a huge leap of logic and a leap of faith to get from there to there, guys. Come on.
So it's all based on interpretation, then.
I call it backwards engineering. The idea that the Earth is spinning is a default. So they're just going to kind of backwards engineer that. Oh, stars moving? Well, that's actually the Earth moving. Right? They're going to just fit it in no matter what. It's like solving for X or something in math, You just work backwards to get to the X or whatever. I'm not good with math. I'm good with words. Go ahead, Mitch.
You've got two reference planes. You're standing on one. How do you determine which one's moving?
You can't, right?
Congratulations.
What do they say, Matrix? You need a third body?
You have to remove yourself from the two reference planes. So you need to be on a third in order to establish which one is or is not moving.
So I asked you earlier, I said, what evidence do we have that the Earth's moving? And you said, well, the only evidence is the stars. But Matrix has just very articulately explained how there's an equivalence there. It doesn't prove anything. So actually what you've said indirectly is there is no direct evidence for this moving Earth.
Oh yeah. No,
I hope that's the conclusion that you're making.
I like this.
Because that's the conclusion that's coming from this conversation. There isn't any direct evidence at all. There is just an assumption that the Earth is moving because the stars rotate around us. That's crazy.
And then society will like haggle you if you don't believe it. Even though there's no evidence. You know what I'm saying? If you even ask them, like, well, do you think the Earth's moving? What? What are you, one of those flat earthers? Like, then there's no evidence. There's just like shame. And they try to guilt trip you for not believing it, you know? So
what I find more interesting, right, is that like if you look at the laws of physics, like things don't go into motion, or things don't stop motion or go into motion unless acted upon. So what actually acted upon Earth to go into this rotation? Like, what set that standard? You know what I'm saying?
They've got a bunch of lore for that. I wouldn't worry too much about the lore coming from the globe side, because they'll just update it and change it. And well, Newton said this. Oh, actually, Einstein says. They'll just change. It's like DLC to a video game. They'll patch holes and update the maps, and it's a video game. They'll just change it.
Essentially, bro, it's a story. Essentially, it's a story that doesn't make sense in reality. They'll have you believe that gas is forming balls in a vacuum, attracting matter to itself, and we have no way to demonstrate this is even a thing. It's just a fairy tale, bro.
Circling.
Yeah, the Big Bang.
That doesn't comply to the inverse square law. There's so much stuff going on. It's a joke, mate. It really is.
Even just look at the story about how the moon came. They're like, oh, well, these two rocks collided into each other. Now they're both spheres and they're tidally locked. Like, what?
It's in perfect sync. Like, if you, the way they describe everything, dude, everything is mathematically supposed to be perfect.
Exactly. It's a mathematical story. Take your mathematics and bring it out into reality and watch what happens to it.
And somehow it's all based on explosions and stuff too. Like, when do you go to a junkyard and like set some dynamite, you explode it, and then like a Rolex comes out of that? You know, like, that doesn't happen. They're exploding everything in space, and then here's human life. It's like, okay, sure.
That's literally what they're claiming, man. Yeah, they're claiming that all the random chaos of explosions created this perfect life.
Though. I like
perfect life.
If you look at Earth, like, so 2/3 of life on Earth was actually single cells, and single cell life is perfect. There's no reason to mutate.
Awesome. How do you verify that?
Here we go.
How do you verify that? Have you been here the whole time to watch all this?
I would not, dude. You're right. I don't know. So evolution's still up in the air.
See how I explained that to you? I wasn't having a dig at you, but this is the problem. We've got all these cool stories, dinosaurs, evolution, space, all this bullshit, and they're just really cool stories. How do you verify any of them? Now that I've left you all with something to think about, have yourselves a great night. I'm going to bed because I'm tired as shit. Peace,
Hell
guys.
yeah, dude. Sleep good.
Oh, yeah. Hey, good night, brother.
All right, Matrix. Everything in the chat, guys. All right, Matrix.
What Matrix was saying about how the math's perfect, right? But when the math is wrong, right? Like the I think what they were 95% off the gravitational model or something like that of the universe. So they just add in some dark energy and dark matter, and they're like, "Ooh, look, the math's perfect again."
Exist. Let us patch the hole, bro. Just patch holes, patch new DLC pack.
What I posted in the side chat there.
Yeah, I think with the dark energy and the time space, they've been patching that ether bug for a very long time.
Yep. That's why I don't even go into their worldview with them, because like we're discussing now, they'll just patch the hole in mid conversation. Oh no, someone's already on that. You know,
people use that word the same way that the word gravity is invoked. Like, there's a real meaning there, and then there's this fantastical lore that somebody is using when they invoke that word. Two completely different things.
Ether?
Yeah, it's used like gravity.
Okay. Dude,
and then they end up getting in trouble doing that shit because they're making assumptions and they don't have something to test. I would define it as being, like the gases that you can have in a little vial and illuminate using electricity and shit. That, or the aurora borealis, or literal propane set on fire, which can burn brightly. But when people start telling you about their imagination land shit and invoking the word ether, it becomes different. Because now they're making claims about something that you can't just test right there in front of you. I can show glowing gas and burning gas. I can point up at stuff up at higher altitudes. I can't test this magical version of ether that people invoke.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what ether is. Still,
they don't know. I know what it is when I'm talking, but they don't know when they're talking.
So when you're talking, you're discussing what you just said, like the gas and
the literal physical. Yeah, that. I'm not making any imagination land claims because that's stupid.
To push back on that a little bit, couldn't I just say that if it's gas burning, I would just say it's burning gas. Why call it something other than what it is? Ether. Because it can be multiple things. What is it?
Because for me, I'm explaining it using the etymology of the word, the roots of the word, and taking that literally. Whereas other folks will have some kind of story that goes along with it.
Well, when I mentioned it, I'm just talking about the fact that so where did ether come from? What's the origin of it? It was the fact that they couldn't explain light, and they said that there had to be a background medium. So there was just this universal understanding that there must be some sort of background medium. I'm not talking about anything modern more than that, really.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it gets into lore and stuff because people start making assumptions. That's what I was
like out of my pay grade entirely, bro. I don't know how to discuss ether even a little bit.
Tell people to stop using it like gravity.
Yeah, I only invoked it. I'm not trying to start a discussion on it. I only said it because I feel that what they've done is, because there is something to ether, the model doesn't work without a medium. So I think what they've done is they've created space-time as a medium to be able to allow for all these interactions to happen. But I think it's essentially ether, time-space.
To me, it's kind of like the difference between gravity and gravity. Because you have the gravitas of something, which is the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. And then you've got this other version of Einstein gravity, where everybody's off in imagination land. And in the same way, they'll do that with the word aether. Like, yeah, you got gas that glows or burns. And then you have a story about something that's magic, some mystical, magical particles up there. They're two different things.
Interesting. There's like four versions of gravity.
In the debate the other day on the Tim Pool podcast with Robert Souganis and Whitsitt and the other guys, Robert Souganis was claiming he pulled out a book. And he said it's made of Planck particles or something like that. I just put the screenshot.
What?
And he said, and then Tim Pool said, what? So it's made out of ether. And he said, yeah, essentially, yeah. This book is made out of ether.
What?
Yeah, I'll post it and I'll put the timestamp.
AKA time space, right?
Yeah, might as well just say that. Damn, dude.
The things are either brought into some level of like mystification because it's been overly or oversimplifications have caused it to be a cartoon.
Yep.
They're just doing too much or too little, and it's shit.
Damn. That could be like a quote. You should write that.
Yeah, if I formed it right the first time I said it, but I suck at talking right now.
No, that was a really good line. Can you say that again? Like oversimplification can form a cartoon. No, that is a good.
Oh yeah, there we go.
I'm gonna write that down in the chat because that is so true, and I think that applies to flat Earth too. Like I've said for the longest time that I don't want to put flat Earth in the hands of like a school teachers and stuff to teach us to children, because they will oversimplify it and make it into a cartoon. all right, class, everybody get your frisbees out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would be horrible in my opinion.
They'll mindlessly share information instead of being concerned with whether or not what they're doing is actually classified as indoctrination. They don't care. They don't think about it. And they end up doing it anyway. And I'm not hating on people who authentically teach. Like, if you're actually, you know your purpose and you're keeping yourself accountable, awesome. But let not many of you become teachers, lest your judgment be greater.
All right. I put it in the chat. Oversimplification can turn things into a cartoon. See, AI can't come up with stuff like that, in my opinion. Or can it? I don't know.
With a bit of inspiration from you, it can.
I don't even believe in AI, dude. I don't think AI is sentient.
It's a I had ChatGPT admit to me that it is basically a glorified calculator for words. And then it explained why.
Bro, of course. Does anyone think it's sentient? Please don't tell me people think that.
Uploaded consciousness is going to be something else. Oh, yeah, dude, people do talk to these devices like they're actually alive.
I try to do for like, sometimes I'll talk to it like for my own sake. But what? Like, they think it's like, come on. No, it is like a calculator for words. It doesn't even have current data. It's only going off data from like 2023 of October at the latest for OpenAI or the ChatGPT.
Play Under Seal did an hour with it on in politics, and we basically got it to. Was you there? Yeah, and he basically got it to admit. He got it to admit basically that even if we can logically make it come to the understanding that what it said was incorrect and actually the other facts are correct, it admitted that it can't change its sort of default answers because these are the mainstream answers. So basically it's a propaganda mouthpiece.
Yeah, man. Of course. It can't come up with real shit like Ethers just did. That's cool. I think the human experience is just more. I'm finding it more and more interesting. Like even as the days go by, I'm like, we're really interesting. If that ChatGPT is a calculator for words, your brain is like a calculator for like hundreds of different things at once. It's crazy. I'm still trying to figure out how to use my brain to its max. It's wild, dude. Sometimes I run out of brain power. But I realize there's so much potential. It's crazy. Man, the human experience is wild.
The thing I find the most interesting is I feel like we've gone backwards as humans. I feel like our capacities are now lower than they used to be. People can't even remember addresses and phone numbers now. So I know we're going away from human potential rising, or potentially there's going to be a split in society where certain people just become, that next level, take it to everything to the next level, because we are still breaking records and we are still pushing boundaries, but there's a huge push going in the other direction as well. So I find it fascinating, what's going to happen to us, because we can't just tread water for any longer, really.
Wow, that's funny that you say that. It gives me like the heebie-jeebies just hearing you say that, because you're right. And I was listening to Alan Watts clip yesterday, and he had mentioned like he was doing these talks back in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever, and he was talking about how like as we progress, we just get more and more control. And I started thinking about the technology. Look at how we have like GPS and like. It's, just so many things. We have total control now. You have a computer in your pocket, your smartwatch, I could think of a lot of things. And it's true. We're like almost damn near have these computers in our eyes with the Apple Vision Pro and stuff like that too. So it is curious to see where we're going with this. And like you said, we can't just tread water forever. Something's going to have to change. And so I'm interested as well. It's just scary in a way, because I know we often look back at the past with fond, rose-colored glasses, or you're fond of your memories, right? The good old days. And so, yeah, there is probably going to be a split where people want to go back to that, and then people who are down to connect to the grid with the VR headsets or whatever. I don't know what's right, but
and it's so easy to think. It's so easy to think that we're like the generation where it's all going to go down. And I really believe that, 100 years ago, they were talking about the same things we were now. People were demonizing the washing machine and the dishwasher, scared of the technology, and I just think we're repeating this same thing. So I'm not saying it's all going to happen in our lifetime. I think, it's a gentle balance of natural order happening, and it's kind of unstoppable, isn't it? What's happening? It's just we're here for the ride.
Yeah, and I think about that a lot too. Like, this is hard to say, but who's in control of this? Who is leading? Who's coming up with the words, the lingo, and the slang? Like, someone. Is it just random people coming up with things, or are there people who are just pushing boundaries? I find that so interesting. There clearly are people that are just.
I don't think that anybody's
on
in control.
autopilot, and they're not. You're probably right. I would tend to agree with that. But
I think there are people who they have the ability to manipulate the situation, but they understand there's kind of a entropy to humanity. Like the entropy of humanity causes this chaos to break down in societal systems. They just control and manipulate that energy, and they've been doing it for a very long time. Like passing, it's kind of like inheriting all of this land. We got the kings and queens type concept. They're inheriting a position to be a manager of that land. It's in their domain. It's in their dominion. So that it's kind of like these bottlenecks in the genetics of these wealthy people have pretty much raised folks to be managers of land. That's their whole purpose.
I see.
To maintain the wealth.
I just wonder if there's like special people that kind of have an understanding of what we're doing here or what this is all about. Because clearly there's a lot of people like on autopilot. They're not really thinking about life on a deeper level. They're just like existing, whatever. But I would imagine there are some people who are really trying to figure this thing out, or maybe they have. And I wonder, are we those people? Or have we figured some stuff out? Or I don't think knowing flat Earth is just a cheat code, or you're can skip past go just because you know the Earth is flat. I actually think that's not it's good, but there's way more than that. I hear flat Earth goofballs all the time. You can still be a flat Earth and be a weirdo. It doesn't give you a free pass. So
I think it's a foundational subject, but it doesn't actually make anybody do what. Nobody's intelligent because they know a fact. That doesn't mean shit. Anybody can say stuff, so that doesn't mean anything. And it's not a high road thing to be a flat earther either, because there's dark minders out in any worldview. There's dark minded people, and the United Nations logo is a freaking flat Earth logo. So just because somebody claims flat Earth, dark minders, all they can think of is darkness. They're black pilled. They're just doomer type people.
Oh, okay.
They think it's lights out after this too. A lot of them, they don't really care about anything.
Oh wow.
Nihilistic people.
Do you resonate with that at all, or
no? That's the enemy of everything that we all have been working to fight against. These people have no reason to live because they're told that they're insignificant specks on a little monkey ball.
Because I don't feel darkness inside of me in terms of I don't know. I feel like a good, one of the good spirits or whatever.
Well, that's what I'm pointing out is there's people out there who you can see it in their eyes. They don't care. And if you try and talk to them about something, they just glaze over. It's weird, dude.
Why? So then when I see stuff like that, I start asking them questions to the creator. I'm like, why did you do it like this? Or why do you have it like that? Why can you have you can have some really bad situations here? Very, very bad, and I wonder why it's set up like that. Is it?
People
it also
choose.
makes. Yeah, I guess it is about choices. But is it is part of this place like a purgatory or like a hell or you're serving time or something, or for some people or some of us, or
I don't look at it that way. I do know that people can create hell on Earth. Like they'll make their own.
Well, I've seen some very, very bad situations. I'm sure you guys have too. Some people are just like in very, very bad situation. Or I watched a documentary Myron has been doing. Sorry, my nose is so stuffy. I feel like I'm so nasally right now. Can barely breathe. But Myron's been watching this documentary called Europa. You guys have heard of it or no?
No.
Yeah, Europa. I guess it has to do with like the 6 million and ovens and stuff like that or whatever. The mustache man, whatever.
Mustache man bad.
Yeah, so it has something to do with that, and I guess it's just like kind of going through the actual history and whatever. And it's pretty vulgar. I mean, they just discussed.
That's no different than Turban Man bad from 9/11.
Right, exactly. Well, they were just detailing
assumptions about a lot of other shit too. Never mind. I digress. It's non sequitur.
No, here we go. And they were just detailing in the documentary like some of the messed up stuff they did to like women and they like invade country and like just ravage the women. It's like as much as people hear me joke about misogyny and like being being like masculine or whatever stuff, I hear that I'm like, dude, that's the creator that created me and the spirit inside me. There's something really wrong with that. I don't know if I could do that. Like, I don't know. It's just this world is really interesting. It's not all sunshine and nice and rainbows and butterflies and flowers and stuff all the time, even though those things exist. There's some absolutely fucked up shit happening here. I don't know, it just makes me wonder what this is all about. Watching shows like Full Metal Alchemist reveals some of those like darkness stuff that can happen underneath the scenes that you don't see, and I do think about that. I wonder, earlier I was saying like who's at the forefront pushing this thing. You also might have people at the forefront pushing negatively too. You never know.
Think about this. When it comes to stuff like that, darkness hides in the unseen. So when people are distracted, they only have one thing they're focused on. Darkness is hiding in every other thing that they're not looking at. So when their entire worldview is out of alignment, then they're basically set in a premise of darkness from the jump. The indoctrination, they don't stand a chance. It's a premise of ignorance. The system's designed to raise people up to have that dark minder mentality, and they don't even know it. But that's why they're afraid.
Minder.
Yeah, they're afraid of everything too. They're scared of the dark. They're afraid of rocks falling out of the sky and bonking them on the head. There's darkness in their mind, or they're angry about everything, constantly pointing a finger at the other guy with their tribalism, saying, "Look, that's that right there. They're causing all my problems." When it's obviously not the case.
Dark Minder. That's man. Cool. Did you come up with that? You be coming up with terms like that, bro.
They're willfully ignorant. They've chosen their path.
I love how you've always been someone that comes up with cool shit like that, Ether Griffs. Coming up with like cool terms and Dark Minder. You definitely came up with that, didn't you?
Somebody's probably said it in the past before. I don't lay claim to coining terms.
No, I've got to give you credit for that one.
There's one that I've got to give you credit for. You always say Earth is Earth-shaped, and I've started to say that now.
I got that from CB.
You got that from me, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I got that from CB.
Yeah, he got that one from me.
Yeah.
Well, I
always mention that too, that, hey, CB said, but then sometimes I can't say it as fast because in the conversation we're trying to get to points. But I always make sure that everybody knows that that's where it comes from you. And because somebody else tried to claim calling it Earth shape, like, no, the F you didn't. You did not make up that term. Because I know who did. If we're going to have anybody's name attached to coining that term, it's you.
Oh yeah, that's like one of my favorite parts of this whole community is like coming up with new things or things that you did that other people use. I love it. That's like excites me more than anything.
Like we hook each other up with weapons. Like, here, take this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's dangerous out there to go alone. Take this.
For sure. Look at the QE's doing that all the time. So, you know, my attack is so different. Well, let me not just sit here and talk crazy, but yeah,
think about
I do
it.
things differently than most people.
Every argument requires a different tool. You always have to create a new tool to fight against a different argument every time something new comes up. Some of them are cross-compatible, but for the most part, it always requires a new counter-argument or explanation.
And like most weapons or tools, there's like a strength and a weakness too.
Yeah.
So I'm not sitting here. I'm not strong against everybody. I have my weaknesses, but I also have super strengths in some areas too. So, yeah, man, you should know yourself really well. That's one of my favorite qualities in people is when they know themselves well, or they know what they like, or they know, you know what I mean? Like people who know themselves well is like one of my favorite traits in other human beings. It takes a lot to know yourself. You know,
you have to admit certain things too. You have to stop lying to yourself in order to know yourself, because otherwise you'll keep telling yourself lies and you'll never get to know yourself.
Yeah, I had dealt with a guy today who lied to get what he wanted, and it was very strange. You know, this guy. You know, I'll just quickly say, like, he came in my restaurant. He's like, I want to sit. I sit him down. Him and 3 girls, and I'm like. Some people want to move, like, oh, can I sit over there? Can I sit over there? And I'm like, no, that spot is for larger groups. Oh, well, we might have people joining us. That's a lie. You made a reservation for this many people. There's no like, well, we're going to maybe have 5 more people show up. It doesn't work like that. And so he's like, can we sit there? I'm like, no. It's like, yeah, but I'm like, this is your spot tonight. Dude flipped his fucking shit on. He's like, oh, well. He goes to the host and he's like, I have maybe 5 people coming, blah, 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 blah. There's no 5th person ever showed up. Basically, long story
Welcome,
short.
Skillet Pen.
Thank you. Welcome, Skillet. The lie, the lies in people. It's weird. Go ahead. He was a dark minder, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was just welcoming Skillet Pan in.
Oh, I thought they were trying to talk. Go ahead, Skillet. What's up, dude?
Greetings.
And sorry if I interrupt you. I've just noticed so many people join really fast, and if they don't hear somebody talk to them, they leave real quick. So that's why
I'm
I
the
spoke
same
over
way.
you a little bit.
You're good. I'm glad you did. Let's talk to Skillet.
They leave real quick. They leave real quick because of the room title. They're like, oh yeah, it's pretty boring.
They joined. They also joined for the room title. Okay, you're good. Is this your first time, or you've been here before?
I've been here before.
And so, can you give us a reaction to the topic? What is your like quick reaction to Flat Earth?
Well, I say I'm a globe without evidence. I believe in globe, but I don't have evidence to back it up.
Fair enough. Do you understand Flat Earth a lot, a little, none?
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah. To a degree.
Oh, tell us what you know about Flat Earth.
Oh well, some say it's like there's like a sort of firmament, and the firmament is something we can't penetrate, so therefore space doesn't exist.
Okay. Anything else?
The claims of Horizon is essentially like a narrowing hallway, like a hallway that goes down to nothing.
Interesting. I've actually, as a flat earther, I've maybe been doing this since 2017. I've actually never heard anyone say that before. I get what you're trying to say. That's really interesting that you put it that way, but I get what you're saying. It's perspective based, right? Anyway, anything else? What else do you know about flat Earth? Okay, that's a pretty good start.
Are you ready to relieve the globe religion? Because that's what it is. It's a religion.
Oh yeah.
Well, do you want to answer that? I have another question too. Do you want to answer his question first? Unless it was just a joke.
It wasn't a joke. I genuinely see it as it fits the description as a religion, but yeah. Maybe satire.
So, do you have any issue with any of those things that you mentioned? In terms of flat Earth things you've heard or whatever, do you take issue with those things? And if so, what?
I don't know.
You only said like 3 things, so do you take issue with any one of them?
Well, I don't know. There's stuff.
Let's talk about the Horizon thing.
There's stuff I've observed. Well, there's stuff I've observed as a like. I think it's like if you. But then again, you can't really
too slow for me right now. You said something about the Horizon. Do you have an issue with the Horizon?
I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking about the argument. That's all. Like if you're watching the sunrise over the water, and you watch it from a higher place, but you drive down to a lower place and watch it again because you can then watch it again.
That's a trick. That's a trick on the globe side. That's just like it's like a little like, oh look, oh, it's like a magic trick, right? But it's not actually proving the thing they're saying. I mean, what they're saying about the Horizon is it's a physical, basically, of the Earth, and you can't see, things that go below it, like a boat or the sun. Or whatever. So this little like idea of like, we'll go up. Oh look, like that's some bullshit for real, because obviously that's happening in our reality. Like a flat earther and a globe earther both live on the same Earth. We're both pointing at that Earth and saying it's flat, it's globe. We both, whatever is happening is the Earth we're talking about. So basically, that whole like go up and see more, that happens for flat earthers too. It's not really proving anything. It's kind of like a trick to get. They'll put on Google, lay down at the beach and you'll prove it's a globe. That is the most craziest shit I've ever heard, but people will say it. Anyway, the Horizon, that is a decent place to start the argument. But yeah, the globe side is saying it's a physical curve of the Earth. The flat earthers are saying it's an optical phenomenon. So it's not only like the hallway, because there's a bunch of other variables taking place. Like right now, it's really, it's like kind of misty and the weather, it's kind of like foggy. It's very difficult to see far. I can't even see that far right now. So weather is a big variable as well. So it's not always just like the hallway example. Yeah. So do you think So if we're looking at the sun coming up over the horizon, over the water, and that horizon is claimed to be the curve of the Earth, the water would have to be curved like that. And my issue is that water never curves like this. No body of water does this. Any body of water you can put your body in, bathtub, swimming pool, pond, lake, ocean, they all behave the same way. Physics or whatever, people say the physics of water, they all behave the same. So, and I would say they're not curved up in the middle. They don't bubble up or form into a hill or a bump or a mound or a curve the way they say that the Earth is doing. So, any response to that, or should I keep going?
I mean, but the trouble with saying that is you then open up the door to the gravity argument.
I would say gravity doesn't have anything to do with the horizon, but what would you?
Well, the gravity argument is such that the water
makes the water flat.
Yeah, that's held.
But see, that's even worse. It makes your argument even worse because you're saying, "Oh yeah, but the gravity is the reason it looks flat." Well, the gravity is supposed to make it.
No, the gravity's not the reason it looks flat. The reason it looks flat is because we're so fucking small and insignificant right on the surface of a spheroid. That's the argument that the.
But gravity's not doing anything to make the horizon a curve, right? Because that is what the argument is. It's optical. How?
Right, but they tell us, right, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the shoreline, you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the shoreline, they tell you you're going to see boats going over the horizon at just 3 miles away, right? So clearly you're not too big to see the ships go over the horizon at just 3 miles away. But left to right, you can have a huge area of view left to right, and it's going to be a perfectly flat horizon, right? A globe would have to curve in all directions equally.
Yes, and gravity doesn't have anything to do with the horizon, like he just said. It's more has to do with like your observer's height away from the ground. How high off the ground you are will dictate how far the horizon is away from you, or the weather, and things like that. The conditions for that day. The gravity doesn't have anything to do with the horizon, because it's saying that the gravity makes the water, because we're saying the water's flat. It appears flat. Right, and everything. So if you're like, well, gravity does that, that's even worse because it's supposed to be curved, and it's not. Regardless of how small you are, water doesn't behave.
No, the thing,
right? No, I'm saying regardless of how small you are. I know you're trying to say like you're very small or it's big, but I'm saying regardless of the size of the body of water, it all behaves the same. Regardless of whether that's a pool or a bathtub or a lake or an ocean, they're all flat at the top. They don't bubble up or form into that curve the way you're saying the boats go over. Right? So we're just saying that the water is, you're right that the earth is very big. So it's not that the boat is going down over the curve, it's just going away from you and you can't see that far. And there are other variables like weather and things in the air that will sort of dictate how far you can see, even on the hour or the day. So yeah, it's not going down. The sun's not going down. They're just going away from you, and the Earth is very big, like you said.
Yeah, it's just an illusion. Like ships aren't really floating in the sky when the conditions are correct, and you get a Fata Morgana. The ship isn't really floating in the sky.
You mean a mirage?
Yeah,
which is
A Phantom Morgana is one mirage where you'll see a ship loom up. It looks like it's floating in the sky. It's not really. That is the atmospheric conditions bending the light, and the light is reflecting off of that more than it is its surroundings. And now that is being loomed, and this is similar with the sun. We get these effects every day, but just because it appears to go behind the curve, we know it doesn't. We see the sun set above the horizon a lot. If you get the conditions right, you can witness this yourself.
And damn, that's something I don't even talk about enough. But yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, just to sum it all up, TLDR, horizon is optical. It changes because of these variables we mentioned. And so what the globe side is saying is that it's like you can go mark an X right where the curve is peaking and then the boat is going down. Like they're saying it's a physical curve of the earth, which like a basketball, if you put like an X on a spot, that's the physical part of the earth that's curving of that ball. It doesn't change the way the horizon does in reality. The horizon does change. Like right now, I can't even see, there's like mountains over there, the city's over there. Normally I can see them right now, but the weather is bad. Well, it's not bad, it's just foggy. So I can't see them. So, the horizon will change. And so it can't be the curve of the earth, the physical curve of the earth, if it's moving around and changing and stuff like that, So that's what we're saying. It's a physical, it's an optical phenomenon, not a physical location like called the curve of the earth. But I'm glad that you brought up the horizon because it really is where the argument lies. It's a big part of it. It's a big part of it.
In advanced art and at like architecture courses and things like that, they'll teach you the horizon is just like an effect of perspective, and it's the straight line between vanishing points. So if you have a look in the little diagram I put in the side chat there, you'll see the clouds, right, are appearing to ramp down, and the ground's appearing to ramp up, and they're meeting at a vanishing point, right? And that's just a product of perspective. In reality, that cloud deck is a flat cloud deck, right? Because in the video above it, you see that same effect, but you'll watch in the time lapse as he goes up in the plane, and when he gets up to the perspective of the clouds, you'll see the cloud decks aren't actually going down. They're just it's a perfectly flat cloud deck parallel with the ground. And if you look back at that second diagram below it, the sun takes the same path, right, through that grid of perspective, and it's just going to verge into your vanishing point. Depending on the conditions, the atmospheric conditions of the day, it'll do one thing or another, right? You can have a lot of atmospheric scattering if it's like a hot, humid environment, and then it can appear to disappear bottom up. Or if you go to a non-humid environment like Africa or something like that and watch a time lapse of a sunset, it'll look like it shrinks into a little dot and fades off into the distance. Yeah, lots of different things can happen. But yeah, perspective is why it appears to go down. That's the primary reason it's kind of converging horizon.
Fair enough. Hey guys, I'm gonna call my time here. I enjoyed chatting. Hopefully we'll keep going for a bit. Dubs is off mute.
Is CB, good to see you as always.
Yeah, good to see you, bro.
You too, guys.
After you,
if we're keeping this Flat flame alive, so shout out to you guys, and we'll talk soon.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need to go as well, guys. I'm going to play some Nintendo with the kids. Catch you later.
Go on, wig out then. Take off. I'm just kidding.
Ooh.
Who's Skillet Pan?
What's going on, mate?
Who?
Me, dude. Oh, I'm Skillet Pan. What's up?
All right. Oh, yeah. You were just talking before. Yeah. Sorry. I have a different name before or something.
No.
Skillet Pan. Bit redundant term. Isn't a skillet a pan?
I guess so. Try and get some sleep anyway, guys.
That's it. Take off. It's off then.
You offended him, T-Dub, for his name. It's like, damn, you made a good point. I'm done for the day.
Anybody home?
Neil. Welcome,
Hey,
Neil.
I'm back. Hey,
Wow, Neil. Hey, guys, Neil's back.
hello, flat people. I'm back.
Me pop the champagne.
Yeah, I was out to take my grocery and then had a dinner by myself. Yeah, what's up, flat people? Nice to meet you again.
Good to see you, Neil.
What up? Yeah, I'm a globe guy.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, globe and flat made again. So, yeah, I love to be friend with flat people, you know. What about you guys? You guys good to hang out with globe people?
No. As soon as I became a flat earther, I segregated myself from everybody else. No.
Yeah, I got a sign on my door. There's no retards.
It's like I remember the song. You gotta keep them separated, you know.
Oh, you're showing your age.
Age?
Offspring.
You're showing your age.
Only Gen X people know that song. Or boomers.
Boomers, yeah. I forgot boomers and then Gen Z, Gen X. What generation am I? Let me see.
Y, probably. Y, is that right?
Let me see. I need to. I don't memorize the range.
Hey, fun fact, right? The singer of
You're right. Why?
The name of the band.
And why?
The singer of that band has a degree in chemistry, biochemistry, or something like that. He's like got more. He's got more letters after his name than Bill Nye.
Okay.
Oh,
but don't tell me that that band is also flat. Yeah.
Which band are you talking about, T-Dub?
That's the Offspring.
Yeah,
You gotta keep
the Offspring
separated,
singer.
man.
Oh.
Yeah, the Offspring singer, yeah, and Dolph Lundgren too. He's got like university degrees and shit too.
Yep. What Bill Nye's just a mechanical engineering degree, like that.
Okay. How do you guys know?
About their education qualifications.
Top of your head. You guys recognize that?
It's just something that we learnt.
The Offspring.
A lot of those '90s bands, they came from the uni scene. You know, they were like studying their their degrees and shit, but in their spare time, they were like doing gigs and writing songs and hanging out and fucking getting famous.
Yeah, even a lot of the rappers were like college guys, like Tupac, like that. They make out like they like grew up in the hood, but a lot of them grew up in privileged families and went to very nice universities, and they just put on that persona as the gangster.
Youngster?
Gangster.
I mean, it's just about talent, you know? You got a talent. It doesn't matter, right?
Sometimes it depends on opportunity as well. Like a lot of these people, they have parents in high places and they have connections. right? If they're like friends with people in the industry, they're like, okay, my daughter's a singer, and they, you know, they can get them into preferential, you know, in auditions, you know, they might get a preference. I'm not sure, really. I was talking out of my ass.
Yeah, definitely. But if they're bad in singing, it's just gonna be faded away, a matter of time.
Or just yeah, sometimes, or just sometimes they just tweak them in the studio.
Yeah.
They can just do where they pretend to sing and it's just like a voiceover.
Exactly. But normally the talent is inheritance to the next generation, you know? So yeah, if you are an artist, if you're a singer and your daughter or your son, it could be a singer too. So it will be easier, you know?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at Julian Lennon, right?
Julian Lennon, good singer. Who's that?
Yeah,
John Lennon's son.
John Lennon? John Lennon or Julian Lennon?
Julian Lennon was John Lennon's son, right? But apparently, right, he wasn't the favorite. It was kind of like, that's what I've heard anyway, that Julian came out later after the death of his dad and went, fuck you, Dad, I'm going to show you, I'm going to be just like you and be a fucking famous pop star.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah, he is an English musician, Julian Lennon.
But he's a globe cock.
He is a globe cock.
Revolving.
What's up, LC? Just wanted to welcome LC. What's going on, man?
Is there? Did you see what the fuck happened?
I didn't see what happened, but you did tell me about
I
it.
crashed out in the general chat, and I took on like fucking 50 dudes, 50 globies.
Oh, in the general chat. Oh, that must have been brutal.
It was fun, dude. That was Madra. I said, Adhon, you're disqualified next. I was posting Madra gifs. You know Madra?
Madra?
Can I post a gif in here? Let's see.
Yeah, I can give you that.
This shit.
You are still under verification.
Yeah, you can post it again, man.
Try it again?
Yeah.
There we go. I suppose with that shit. Who's next?
You are a new community member.
Is there? This was me in the fucking other political Discord.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Are you from Land Down Under too?
Wait, what?
Land Down Under?
Oh,
you tell accents, Neil? Does
Huh?
he sound like us?
I went there once and I hated it.
You got an accent.
American accent, though, man.
Oh,
Wait, is he American or
Can't tell the
Canadian?
difference.
Hey, bud, what does it sound like I'm from, huh?
Yeah. I love it.
Can you guess where Neil's from?
Neil, talk.
Can you guess where I'm from?
Scotland.
Correct. Correct.
Right.
France?
Yeah, damn right. Damn right, it's correct. I watched Braveheart.
Scotland.
Yeah, Scottish. Billy. He looks
Shit.
Scottish. He sounds Scottish.
That is
I
an
don't hear
honor.
the Scottish in hear more of an Irish or French, like.
Oh, bro. Neil's straight up Asian man. Asian man.
Oh.
An honor. I got a Scottish accent. Yeah.
I was talking about Asian food tonight, and I was saying, I made my son laugh. I said, I reckon Thailand the Chad of Asian cuisines. They were like, "Fuck you, China. We're making this shit hot."
Yeah, I think Thailand's probably the best of all the Asian food.
I watched a meme video today on the way home from work, and it was like there's a white man, a black man, and an Asian stranded on an island. The white man's like, "All right, I'm gonna build a shelter. Black man, go get food and stuff, and Asian man, go get some supplies." And the next day rolls around, black guy he's got a deer.
This conversation is already headed in a bad direction.
Hold on, wait for it.
Hold on, yeah. The end is gonna be good.
You know, the black guy got a couple deers, a couple rabbits. You know, he's set. The white guy's got the 3-bedroom shelter set up. And when they look around, where's the Asian guy? He jumps out of the bush and says, "Surprise!" Supplies.
Non sequitur to the ground, though.
That's kind of
non sequitur.
Yeah, that's non sequitur.
Supplies.
Supplies. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I made a meme.
It's a pronunciation.
And now I need to edit it. God damn it!
I
need to edit it
made
now
a meme
because
earlier.
of that joke.
Oh fuck! Hold on, I gotta. Sec. let me open up the meme that I made. I definitely score in the 55 range. Hold up. What do you guys think of this meme?
What's the third guy? What? It's making me laugh just that alone.
I made that like an hour ago to fucking shit on those dumbasses in the other chat. Like I came into the chat and he starts fucking yelling. He's like yelling at somebody. I'm like, calm down, bro. He's like, no, I'm not gonna fuck calm down. I'm like, dude, you're only scaring off the bitches.
You talking about me or Demok or Matrix or
No, I was talking about Alpha Veritas in the other chat.
Oh, Veritas. Oh,
yeah, he just screams at everybody.
He's yelling. He's nah, man. If he's yelling, then
he doesn't yell very often. I've never heard him yell. Usually it's like Nathan Oakley or something that's screaming at someone.
He wouldn't answer me while I was muted, and then he just banned me.
Yo, somebody raising their voice a little is not the same thing as screaming.
Oh no, he was screaming. He was like saying, "Fuck this, fuck that, fuck
he's not here.
fuck your dumbass, blah 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 blah."
He's kind of non sequitur to the ground too. His measurements of him have nothing to do with measurements of the ground.
What's non sequitur mean?
Does not follow.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's not connected to.
I just told him to calm down. You're scaring away the bitches, and then he muted me, and then I was asking him to mute, and then he banned me. I was like, okay, fuck you.
What does IDK mean?
I don't know.
Well, one day somebody will be able to tell me.
Good luck with that. Supplies.
Neil's our only Glober.
Who?
Glober.
The other one. Yeah.
Neil's no
sticking
good
the
though.
open.
He's not going to defend the globe. He's just waiting for the future. Apparently, something's
he wants to
happening
go to Mars?
the future. No, some data, some
ADG
rocket engine. Yeah, he's escaped
Data
to the
gateway.
future. Until then, he doesn't provide any evidence for the.
He knows
soon.
it's a globe, but he can't prove it yet.
Not yet. Going to happen soon. 2025 is that right, Neil? 2025.
Yeah, he's right.
It's over for
I'm
the flat
actually,
Earth.
to be honest, I'm actually become stupid on how to prove the globe. It's like, oh, this is not gonna works. That's why I mentioned to Campbell. We send Campbell to the space, and then Campbell back to the Earth and trying to convince to you, and no one is gonna believe him too. So it's not gonna work.
We would believe Cambo though. I'll believe Cambo. We will all believe Cambo because we trust.
Oh,
Cambo.
is it?
Yeah. That's not going to
And
happen,
then-
Neil. That's the problem. Is that you're not going to send Cambo to the space.
That's why I'm trying to understand.
That's why it's not a
the
good.
flat
It's not a good
community.
argument.
You know, I just had
That's why. That's why.
Going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
with all
That's
our-
why I need to understand flat community. Is that like what was his name? Is not Eaters. Is the other guy? Let me see. What was the other guy? The mod in here. What was the other guy? The hood. Shoot. Who else the mod in here? There's another mod in here saying that it's just about reality. How we look at reality is all flat, but we don't claim the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
that is
that's
what
correct.
flat community believe, I'm in it. I'm in a flat community. That's true.
Dude, I got pick perms in this server faster than I did in that server.
You know what I mean? If flat community says that well, reality is flat. Look at everything is how we see it is flat. We don't claim the earth is curved. If you claim curve, show me the evidence. You know?
Yep.
Wait, are you actually flat guy or a globe guy?
No, if that is what flat community is, then I'm in it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, because we do see it
Welcome
as
to
flat,
the
and
club, Neil.
Thank you.
We use it that way too. Like we all just go out and treat it as if it is, and that's how we
Right.
build things and travel places and experience it just as if it is that. So
Yeah. So until it's going to be that until Kembo goes to the space, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, if that is the case, then Campbell go to the space, and then we will hug. Then we will hug Campbell. Campbell. Now we believe, but what we observe is actually flat. But we expand our belief that now you tell us that it's actually the earth is actually ball.
The thing is, Neil, we can test the Earth, right? And the globe side claims that ships go over the horizon, right? If you're standing at the beach and you're 6 foot tall, or we could do it 5 foot tall, right? About 2.5 miles, you should see the horizon, right? And then the ships should go over the horizon, but the horizon is still flat.
Yeah,
But
the horizon is still flat. Exactly.
yeah, because the Earth couldn't be a toilet paper roll shape, right? It would have to curve equally in all directions. So you shouldn't be able to see the ships going over the horizon just a couple of miles away, but then you can see a vast distance left to right, and there's no curvature at all.
Yeah, I know. So I put this GIF. I put this GIF is actually. You see this? Just like this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So it's the relative, you know? So if that is that now is yeah.
Oh, guys, you know what happened to me last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I noticed Venus, right? And I'm like, wow, that is like the brightest I've ever freaking seen Venus. It looks like a fucking moon.
What is the shape of Venus? It's
round,
right?
Like I was going out and looking at this round light in the sky, and I know it's Venus, and I'm like, holy shit, that could cast a
Perfectly
fucking
spherical.
shadow. I'm not kidding, man. I'm not kidding, right? And then I looked down, and that was looking out to the east. The southwest, and then I look towards the south, and I see Starlink, and I'm like, holy shit, I haven't seen this before, right? And I just see this fucking huge. That would have had to been fucking 20 or 30 fucking lights in a row, really close together, because it was really far away, but I could see it quite distinctly, and I'm like, holy shit,
that was some StarNet.
I ran inside to tell my missus, come out and just see this, like, because it is pretty cool to see at least once, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw it the other day.
She's like, I'm not interested in that shit. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but just come and have a look, right? It was gone 5 seconds, and I went back out, and it was fucking gone.
Yeah. What is the end of the story? What is the end of the story?
Vanished.
Yeah, it did that when I saw it too. It got to a certain point in the sky, and then each light just disappeared one by one. And then about 10 minutes later, another Starlink came over, but this time it must have been at a different altitude, because the lights came over like much more spanned out. But there was still at one point in the sky, they all just disappeared one by one.
Weird.
So if Venus is a spherical, then what would be the Earth? Is that your girlfriend not having a critical thinking? Did you?
No,
did you tell it to
Venus,
your girlfriend? You tell it to who?
Neil, the picture that you posted. Sorry to break it to you, but that's a cartoon. That's not real. It's just CGI.
Everything is.
That's
CGI
not what I saw. That's nothing what I can see.
Yeah, that's because it's not. That's just an artist's impression, not actually a high-resolution photograph of Venus.
So, okay, got it. So, Tita, the one that you saw is like just a circle. Like it's actually there is a Dix light.
Like a bright light, right? Is so bright that it just appears as a circle to you, even though it could become like from a square shape or a triangle shape or whatever shape.
It's true. Yeah, any light at a distance, right? Any light at a distance just forms like a circular light, even if it's completely different shape.
It's just light. When I see it, it's just light. I don't see.
So you could probably imagine.
Water,
I know. You could probably imagine like a box, right? Like a box. When you look at the box, is illuminating, and in the long distance, it's just like circle. I know.
Yeah. I'm not making.
So what do you think about that Venus? Is that Venus is actually what would be your thinking of the shape of Venus?
I don't know.
It looks round to me. I couldn't tell you the exact shape, but it kind of looks like a sphere to me.
So you don't have
phases.
saying that to myself.
I was.
Yeah. Huh? But you don't actually guess. You just only.
Yeah, Neil, I have a fun little game we can play right now. Okay, so have a look in the side chat and tell me what shape the 4 balls are, starting from the left to the right. The shape of them.
First one's clearly a pyramid.
Are they spheres? Are they all spheres, or are they balls, or are they flat, or what shape are they?
First one's an ice cream cone, brother.
All of them are ball.
How do you know?
Hey,
how do you know that there's not an ice cream behind it, like an ice cream cone?
Yeah, it could be an ice cream cone.
So the point is, Neil, they all look spherical, right? But they're not. Right. In fact, only one of them is a sphere. One of them's flat. One of them's a ball. One of them's half a sphere, and one of them's a sphere.
How do you know one of them flat?
You got the GIF?
Because I'm going to show you. The point is, you don't know exactly what shape something is until you can actually validate it. So this is just a screenshot out of the GIF.
Watching.
So if you have a look, I'm going to post the GIF as soon as I find it in a second, and have a look.
If this is
validate
good, I'm stealing
the
this.
shapes.
I got it.
It's a. But yeah, I'm just scrolling through.
Boy, Van, I'm stealing your
trying
meme.
to find the GIF. Oh, steal the meme, bro! I stole the meme. He's stolen. But there's a GIF. There's a GIF that goes along with the meme, which I'm still finding.
I got a good one about SpaceX. When Donald Trump's talking to Buzz Aldrin, he's like, "We're gonna be starting the Space Force," and Buzz Aldrin does this like, "Oh shit, how am I gonna tell?"
Oh, the look that he gives him is really funny.
Yeah. It's like, oh shit. Here it is, actually, right here. Actually, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to post your shit.
Yeah, I'm almost there. It's because of my. Here it is. All right, you can have a look, Neil, and
Waiting for you.
yeah,
Don't take it so long.
I'm sorry.
You can never. What is this? You can never know using.
That one's a ball. Yeah, I knew it. Oh, never mind.
So, what is the thickness?
What? The last one's a ball? What?
So, if it is flat, it should have a thickness, right? It's just that we couldn't know until we see it.
It's not a
right?
claim. Look, it's just.
It's not a claim.
I'm not
Yeah,
claiming.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we don't.
We're not claiming to know the shape of something that we can't validate the shape of.
Exactly. That's what
You
I'm
know.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You
So
know
we
that
just say
there's
we
this-
don't know.
Don't get me wrong. I'm with you
These-
guys. I'm with you.
No, there's
Don't
these
worry.
moon simulations that you can get. For,
We are an atheist.
for
We don't
kids.
claim.
Dude, there's these kids things that you can.
We
get for
don't. We don't claim. It's like agnostic. I'm agnostic
Bro,
atheist.
bro.
We don't claim God exists.
Relax.
Right?
Shush,
Relax,
shush for a
yeah.
minute.
Shush.
Oh my god.
There's these moon toys that you can get for kids. You put them on their roof in their bedroom, and it'll go through the phases of the moon, and it's flat. It's just a flat thing that just sits on the, just sticks to the roof, right? And it looks spherical. To look at it, you'd think you're looking at a ball, right? That's pretty cool. But I was saying to my son this tonight, right, when we're looking at Venus, right, tonight again, because it's just so bright at the moment. You guys, if you get a chance to see it, I've never seen it as bright as that before in my whole entire life. And I was saying, do you know it goes through phases? And he said, yeah, I know that actually. I'm like, oh, cool. I said, do you know what? That actually leads me to liken it more to the moon than anything else. The moon is the only other thing that I know that has phases, that goes through phases in the sky. So why would I think that it's like not like the moon? Like that's a similarity. We say, what similarities do we see, right, between the Earth and things in the sky? You can't find any. But with other things in the sky, you can find similarities. And one similarity that the moon shares with Venus is that it has phases. I find that
So we don't also claim the shape of the moon. Yeah. I'm sorry.
We don't claim the shape of the moon, but it does look like a sphere.
Okay.
In my opinion.
All right.
But it is interesting how we all only see. It's interesting how we all only see the same face of the moon. Anywhere you are on Earth, everyone just sees the exact same face of the moon, just from a different angle. Interesting too.
Okay, got it. Interesting.
Killing that clip, LC. That's nice. That one.
Yeah.
But yeah, Neil, I agree. The moon looks round, but I mean, just like what I showed you in that last GIF, I mean, they all look round as well. But they're not. So yeah, we're not saying for certain it is.
Ooh, you know what I just thought about? We can make a meme or like an infographic or even a video about how NASA astronauts are Freemasons, how Freemasons worship Lucifer, and how NASA astronauts won't swear in the Bible that they walked on the moon.
Yeah. I think there is some gifts.
What about if we trying to use telescope to observe the shape of the moon?
You can't see the shape of the moon because we all only see the same face of the moon. I mean, it's just going to see, like, we've already seen it through a telescope.
Yeah.
You need to do it
He's like,
yourself.
that's true. That's true. You got me there.
I mean, I've had a super zoom camera. I can zoom in so close into the moon, but you can't guarantee what the shape is just by looking at it. But it looks.
Are you saying we have to touch it?
You can't.
Be one method would be to touch it. No, maybe Kembo can touch it when you send him to the space.
Okay.
I don't know.
So we can't use
sometimes-
any kind of a telescope to observe the moon shape. Yeah.
Sometimes when I see it just with my naked eye, right, when it just after it's risen, look at it, it just looks like
naked eyes without
fucking-
telescope. Okay.
Yeah, it just looks like someone stuck a big fucking clock on the wall. It just looks so like
Maybe we cannot trust any
flat.
telescope, right?
I mean, it just they call it the disc. Like astronomers refer to it as a disc, and so and the sun as well. I mean, they're not saying it's a disc; they're just referring it. They're just terming it that because that's what it looks like. Yeah, I know.
But even if
when you have, sometimes it does seem to have that convexity to it, and especially with those long
absolutely.
lines stemming from Tycho crater and like so. Yeah, but then we've seen these optical illusions and like that, those images you've posted, DJ, and then and what about the illusion where you turn this crater upside down and it looks like a bump? That is so cool. And you try.
So meaning that you can't.
It's so
you can't
hard
trust
to see it that way.
Any telescope, yeah.
No, it's not. The telescope's just magnifying it. That's all it's doing. It's not going to tell you the distance or the size or anything like that. It's just magnifying what you can see.
So magnifying what we can see will not tell us the shape what we can see, what we are seeing.
Yeah, like look at the GIF I posted, right? When I posted the still shot, you can zoom in on those as much as you want. You still would have got that wrong. And you claimed that they're all balls.
Okay. If we are magnifying ball, may not be ball, right?
Wait, hold on a second. Globers believe in balls, therefore gay. Gay.
It's funny. It's funny that because we get some globers come in, right, and they say, "Oh, it looks flat." Just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat, right? And then they turn around in the next breath and say, "How come all the other things in the sky are balls? Just because they look like balls?"
They look like
That
balls.
is a good fallacy.
We know what you're thinking about.
Yeah. Because you see around your naked eyes, then you think flat, right? That is
you guys have this one?
Oh, Neil, that's just setting the base axiom that that's like a starting point for how we experience the world. So you wouldn't say just because it seems flat, right, and seems like it's not moving, therefore that's proof that it is flat and it's not moving. But it is the starting point and it's the base axiom, right, for reality, for you, for me, for everyone. And then we go from there. So you would then go and start performing tests, see what it actually is.
I would even say that it would impact your everyday experience in some manner. There would be some having to account for it in certain duties or actions that we perform. There would be some, at one point, you'd say, why do I keep getting this wrong? Wait a second. Oh, right. I have to do it this way because the surface is curving.
What does that mean, hide free energy?
Why are you yelling?
Tesla?
He's just passionate man. Free energy, yeah. I don't know.
what is Tesla doing to the flat Earth?
Tesla wanted to give everyone free energy, right? So that's why he made the Tesla coil. He said that he was going to be able to provide free power for everyone, and yeah, that got shut down pretty quickly, I think.
What is that? Free power?
You know about Tesla, Nikola Tesla, and the Tesla coil, and story behind that.
What is has to do with flat Earth?
Yeah, it's LC. It's this. The explanations up to LC because we didn't post that meme.
Wait, what was the question?
LC.
He said, "What does hiding free? what does hiding free energy have to do with flat Earth?" Was Neil's question.
Also, you have to
free energy. You're too busy paying fucking bills. Like in Canada, like think about this: they're doubling tax next year if Trudeau gets in again. You can't do anything if you're paying fucking arm and a leg for tax. You don't have time to do anything. You're fucking gotten 3 jobs. You can't do anything.
I think what he's saying is that because we're not understanding the true nature of our reality, we're not finding its potential, for us to exploit certain aspects of it to our advantage, forms of
we're being exploited,
consumption and that sort of thing.
Don't ruin flat community, Elsie.
That would be a link, so to speak, in that regard.
Yeah. Right. People is gonna be hard to defending you. Stop posting conspiracy, Elsie.
Don't you know how to make an engine out of water?
Hydrogen power?
Yeah.
Hydrogen power has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well,
water is something to do with flat Earth.
The behavior of water. Yeah, the principles of the behavior of water is going to be the foundation and the basis for any sort of exploitation of the way it behaves in order to produce energy. So, and if that requires water to deviate from horizontal, then that's a flat Earth proof, basically.
Yeah. Don't die hard to defending him, T-Dup.
No, I'm just talking about the nature of water and how it will react and respond accordingly to vertical and horizontal, not of.
Oh, he keep posting shit. I believe in flat community. You don't claim the shape of the earth. Right?
Correct. Yeah, we don't.
Exactly. Beautiful.
Flat isn't a shape. We're not claiming to know the shape of the earth. We can't.
Yeah, observing reality is all flat.
Water. Surface of water at rest.
Yeah. Surface of water.
No curve detected.
I would say that we're in a snow globe.
Elsie, don't do that.
Why?
Well, snow globes get picked up and shaken a lot. I don't know if we're getting picked up and shaken. But,
well,
how do you know snow is globe? You have to touch it, feel it.
Here's the best. Hold on. Here is the best model in a 3D format that we have, and here is the best model in a 2D format that we have.
Yeah, but that's right. If you use that in a debate, you'll probably get. It's something I would say. What Okay, so because they're going to ask you, okay, where's the container? What evidence do you have of that firmament that you're claiming being that shape, that distance? They're going to start poking holes in that particular model. I think it is a good model to show.
Operation Fishbowl Dominic, they mapped them. They mapped it.
What did they
I have
map?
the PDF file. You want it?
Yeah, chuck it in the chat. I'll have a look at it. But I'm sure it's not going to give proof of a physical container. It's not going to be worded where they say there's a
How about
firmament.
if I give you 10 different videos of rockets hitting the dome above, but these are amateur rockets?
Well, they haven't.
Because
Well,
all
the
of
thing is,
NASA
you can't prove that they're hitting something at the end of the day, and they have an explanation, a technical explanation on why that happens. I'm just playing devil's advocate. This is what the people will say if you try to use that right in a debate. It is interesting. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's not like 100% proof of that it's hitting a firmament.
Right.
The problem is the videos
as a positive claim, right?
Yeah.
Going to burden for yourself that does not required.
It doesn't mean you're wrong.
Videos aren't measurements. So somebody's still going to hold you to it. Like, you're going to have to prove that this is what you say it is. Same thing goes for the models and images and cartoons and everything's going to be grilled. It'll be dissected.
You could just go the Glober route, right? And just say, well, it's a video. Yeah. Why would they lie?
Was they lie? Tell me.
It's just something to keep in mind, because
why would they talk about it 100 different times?
Okay, so let's dissect that last meme that you posted. Okay, so in that text that you posted, they're not talking about a dome as in a firmament. They're talking about a mountain that's in Antarctica they claim is called Dome A. They're not talking about firmament. Allegedly, right?
I bet you think that Admiral Byrd was talking about a separate landmass apart from Antarctica when he said what he said in that interview on TV, right?
I would say so.
Well, he wasn't. If you rewatch it,
extra area.
He said that. Yeah, he said it's in, like, basically it's on Antarctica, right? And he said it's 180 miles approximately south of the geographic South Pole. He didn't say there's more land beyond Antarctica. I did use that argument in the past, and I rewatched it. I'm like, well, that's a dumb argument.
He said
he did say it was about the size of the United
natural
States,
resources,
right?
Bigger than the size of the United States.
Yeah, but he said it's like within the continent of Antarctica, and it doesn't match with what they show us when they show us so-called images of what Antarctica looks like from a distance. You don't see this place that Admiral Byrd was talking about where there's no ice, larger than the United States of America. So yeah, there's definitely some big contradictions there, but he's definitely not saying he went beyond Antarctica and then found more continents. That's not what he said.
No, saying there was undiscovered area of Antarctica remaining. And absolutely right, DJ. And he was saying it was about the size of the United States. And he also said it's beyond the pole, beyond the other side, basically, from where the side that he'd entered. And
yes,
yeah.
So
he said it's
how about this?
He said beyond
about this?
Little America, which was a base, right? A base. There was a base there that they had called Little.
Do you know about Libyan desert glass?
I just listened to the Admiral Richard Ebert now again. What he said literally, he said that there is lands beyond the pole, literally beyond the pole.
Yeah, that's what we just said, beyond the pole, but he didn't say beyond Antarctica, just beyond the geographic South Pole.
Right. The whole of Antarctica isn't considered the pole. He's talking about the center point.
Oh, okay.
Of the continent.
Yeah. Yeah, man, interesting with the molten, the last images you put down, but to say that that's
this one, ready? Keep going. I'm gonna keep going. Ready? Boom. Basalt. Right. Boom. Meteorite. Ready? Ready? Stay with me now. Google verification. Ready?
Right. Yeah.
Boom.
Hold on, let me just ask you a question. So you're saying in that what they tell us are meteorites are just like rocks that are native to Earth.
The waters above as the waters below. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think these things fall out of the sky?
I was just talking to a friend of mine about this yesterday, dude. About meteorites, meteorite hunters and shit.
See,
there's this dude that found like this
do you think
large
these things
fucking meteorite? Cut it open.
So, just want to ask LC.
What was
LC,
that?
do you think these things?
Go for it.
LC, do you think these things fall out of the sky?
I think they somehow get through the firmament.
Through the firmament?
Yeah.
You think they fall out of the sky?
Well, you know they mock us with the waters above, right?
Do you think rocks are falling from the sky?
I would say yes.
But I've seen no evidence that that happens.
Okay, so explain meteorites and basalt.
I'm saying that this similar thing that is found on Earth, right, fell from the sky. But you're just telling us that it's no different to these other things that we already find on Earth. But you're demanding that there is some that are exactly the same that fall out of the sky. Why?
I would assume that you could only form shit like this underwater.
Yeah, maybe some of the basalt rocks went through, many years of being in the water, right? But it would make more sense that the government or whatever is just lying about what meteorites are. In fact, we've never seen a meteorite come from the sky and hit the Earth. We're seeing a phenomena in the sky which we can't explain, but we don't see them come down and smash into the Earth and then
walk over and go, oh,
just
look,
telling
there
us,
it is. And pick it up and burn your hand and let it cool down and then analyze it and find out that it's exactly the same as basalt. Doesn't happen.
Well, I'm trying to find a video quick.
Of course.
Fucking hell, I can't find it.
I got a weird theory about those meteorites, though.
Yeah, Uber, what's that?
So, personally, I think that like the Milky Way, right? To me, almost looks like when you repair something with a weld, okay? And I think that was the repair from the flood, all right? And because when you weld stuff, right, there's slag, okay? And I think what's falling, that basalt you're talking about, is legit like the slag. But that's just like a fucking theory. But I was talking to a friend of mine about like the meteorites as far as the globe model, right? Because that shit don't make any sense in there. They're like anything we come up with is better than anything that they try to, because they're trying to tell us that these rocks that they're finding that are flying fucking billions of miles through space, right, are the same shit we're finding on Earth. Yo, why haven't we found shit like vibranium and stuff like fucking Black Panther or something, dude? You know, like why aren't there any kind of weird ass metals like that? Why is it all Earth metals? You know, like
it was always on Earth.
Exactly. The thing is, though, you're never going to find anything that isn't terrestrial. I mean, you can only assume that there is this thing that is different, right? That it's not, because it's unlike everything else and there's very little of it. It mustn't have come from here. Yes, you found it here. Of course it came from here. Unless you witnessed it come from somewhere else. But you didn't. Nobody did. You'll never be able to find anything that didn't come from Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
What about Zuckerberg?
I mean, have you guys ever actually like looked at the pictures of the Milky Way? Do you guys get what I'm talking about as far as how it looks like a repair when you fix like two sheets of metal together, you know? I mean, and going off of biblically, it says that it's the firmament's like spread out like a fine, or no, it's a, what is it? Beaten like a fine molten looking glass or something like that. Which essentially is like a metal or a rock. I mean, hell, even with the Hebrew word for firmament is rakia, which is like rock, which is like what dude was talking about with the basalt.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting.
Brother, if the opposition, the guys that lie about the globe being real, worship Satan, then maybe God is real. Just saying.
Yeah, no one's saying it's not true. It's just that,
Satan's the Lord of
it's
deception.
just yeah, of course, man. I mean, it's just falls into the speculation basket. That's all, because we can't validate it.
Validate what?
Regardless, right? Regardless of
validate that they worship Lucifer?
Biblical or
No,
right? Regardless of any other viewpoint from some sort of religion, religious standpoint, right? Earth, as a globe, is an idol, and it is treated as such, and people fucking worship it. They do.
It's the newest age of sun god worship. I've been saying that for years.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly, I just wanted to say to LC, no, I didn't mean that, like what you said. I was just talking about like knowing the height to the firmament and details about the firmament and what these particular rocks are and where they came from and stuff like that. I just meant that's more speculation, not that there's some crazy elites that worship Satan. I think it's verifiable.
That's fair.
That's good to. I like speculation. And Sunday, man. Sunday's like speculation Sunday here. So, good topic for
my
today.
My favorite thing about this shit is this.
Be right back. I'm just letting you know.
And like,
hop out. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
The picture there. You're gonna see the German one, and you're gonna be like, "That's racist." Blah 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 blah. False, because God made the swastika himself. The Big Dipper goes around the Polaris. Exactly how it's shaped,
dude. For a long time, wasn't the swastika a symbol of? It was a symbol of peace a long time before.
People say it's from India, but you can actually find it dating back to ancient Egypt, and the oldest known form is the Big Dipper. Like, I shit you not, the Big Dipper makes a swastika. That's what you're gonna tell the stars are racist? With what is it called? Well, they're called what? Stride trails, right? I forget.
So here's a fun fact for you guys. Like the old trails. Pagan religions, right? Like the Babylonian, Sumerian, Egyptian, all those guys, right? The Greek, the Roman.
Yeah.
When they would like make their art, right? Whether it was statues, whether it was fucking drawings, whatever it was, right? They would always depict the main god that they were worshiping either in the middle or on top, and the lesser gods either around them or under them, you know? Dude, look at the fucking solar system, the way that they taught us. Like the sun, the biggest thing, the life-giving thing in the middle, right? Gives life to everything else. And then it's a bunch of minor Roman and Greek gods going all the way out, named by the planets. It's nothing but sun god worship, you know? Over and over and over.
I never saw that
They pay
diagram of the
homage.
Big Dipper.
I don't know if I should say this.
You know what? So the thing that you were saying with the Big Dipper, I get that you're saying that it in the sky, if you were to map it out at the different points of the year and draw it on a thing, it would create like a swastika. But I don't know. I feel like that's a little kind of a stretch to kind of use them in, just because it's not like you ever see a swastika up in the sky, you know? That's all.
You probably draw just about anything if you put your mind to
That's
it.
what I'm saying. Like, if you really want to play connect the dots with the stars, you could fucking draw whatever you want, right?
But it might be speaking to the origins of the symbol, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it was in relation to the seasons. It was a guide.
If you guys want to know the origins of the zodiac signs or whatever, right? Like the constellations, check out the deacons that surround them, right? Because there's the main stars in the constellation, and then there's a smaller little deacon.
What did
the names
ancient
of those?
Hebrews call it? The Mish.
The Mazzaroth. Dude, I like the Mazzaroth better.
Mazzaroth.
You're
Right. Yeah.
Well, because so the Mazzaroth tells the story of like redemption of Christ, actually. Like Gemini is
it's like they interpret it
like
as
two
a
natures
prophecy.
of somebody.
I think.
But with the Hebrew, it means it's the two natures of it's the suffering servant and the conquering king. Virgo, right? The virgin. Christ was born of a virgin birth. Regulus, the regal star, actually resides in the womb of Virgo quite often. Leo the lion, because he was the lion of the tribe of Judah. The scales for the scales of justice. There's all kinds of shit, dude. When you look at it,
It's interesting, right? That they used to do that, right? And they actually had names for the planets as well, right? And they were more generic than anything. They weren't like giving homage as we do today to gods, like of myth and legend, right? Like like the Romans and Greeks.
When you guys have Globers talk about,
they were just like, they just look at it and go, that's the red one, right? And they called Jupiter the king planet. I don't know why. They just call it the king wandering star.
I was just going to ask
had
that,
these very basic generic names, like the bright morning star, right? Because just look at it. What is it? It's a bright morning star. Okay, we're going to call that one the bright morning star. I'm not going to name it after give it a fucking surname. You know?
Do you ever bring that up to people when you're talking to them about the whole idea that the concept of a planet wasn't up until recent times, before what, like 50, 60 years ago, they were always called wandering stars. They weren't called planets.
Exactly. The identifier was that their course was deviated from other stars, which had more uniformity to their motion. Yeah, that's right. There was no claim about what the things are necessarily. Maybe they had the thought that they were like an angel, because the word angel and star are synonymous within the Hebrew language. I mean, basically, it's just one and the same word that they use for those two things.
Proud of you, son.
Which may be a coincidence, maybe not.
What?
I don't know.
They're in mom's room now.
I find it useful to remind people that I argue with that that's only in their, like, they try to apply their model to like the flat Earth idea, and I'm like, dude, that's only in your model that you think that's happening. Like in mine, I don't have to worry about that. Like with gravity, right? Talking to somebody yesterday about that. He asked like, what keeps things stuck to the ground? And I was like, dude, in my
Gravity.
idea, shit's not trying to fly away from me for no reason, dude. Like that's only in the globe model. Like that you have to have an idea of something gripping everything to your ball. In my
Gravity.
mind, it doesn't.
Fixed
dude.
it. And no, that is not exactly what happened to you. You won. That is completely false. Bad.
False?
Not you. This you one is trying to act like he was hot micing, and when in reality he was spewing a bunch of bullshit earlier. That is not at all what happened to him.
No shit.
It's all right. He can just stay on mute then. Yes.
Yeah, he's just blatantly lying.
Hell yeah, dude.
What happened? I
Yo,
missed it.
suppress his freedom of speech.
Yeah. He wishes
Yeah,
that
that's-
was the case.
That's not how it works. If someone comes in and acts like a fucking clown, they're gonna get muted. And if they don't like it, they can just fuck off and not come here.
Big facts.
This is our channel.
Hell yeah, boys.
Have your free speech elsewhere, bro.
It's fucked up, but it's true.
I was actually going to unmute him, but then he had to go and lie. And now I don't want to unmute a liar.
What was he talking about?
Doesn't matter. He told a lie right now. So why would I unmute a liar?
It is with the game.
Yeah, if you're having like lunch or you're having a little meeting with your friends at the park and some clown just comes in and starts waffling bullshit, you think he's like, free speech, bro. And you know, you're gonna kick that dickhead out, right? And
You talking about me, bro?
what,
You
some
talking about me,
some
bro?
other white knight gonna come up and go, man, that was free speech. You guys are fucked up. We're gonna kick that motherfucker out too.
Big facts. Communist party out here, bro. I'm loving it.
Hey man, we're all communists up here in Canada.
I'm gonna get
Comrade.
fucking swatted, dude. No, it's crazy.
Chinese,
Real shit. Communist countries aren't actually communists. They're more like regimes. Like communism.
Anyway, going back to the planets, right?
Yeah.
Being wandering stars. Does anybody know what the Aramaic word for sin is and what it means?
To miss the mark.
Oh.
What is it?
Say again.
Tell me.
It's a archery
Means to
term,
wander,
to
to
miss the mark.
stray off the path.
Yeah. Like to well, not just wandering, but like to miss the mark, like with marksmanship, with archery, or with like
to miss
shooting.
the mark. Yep. The path wasn't straight. It wasn't.
So you mentioned Aramaic
Right.
right now, right? I talk to people quite often about this. I'd be careful with that whole Aramaic thing because the only way that you get Aramaic is people telling you that they were speaking Aramaic in the Bible. Yet there's like hundreds of times where in scripture they're saying that they spoke in the holy tongue, the Hebrew tongue. Like
that came
the
along,
holy
that came
language,
after.
right?
That came after
And that was
yeah, but that came the modern Hebrew, well, even in Christ's time, right? Hebrew was developed after Babylonian conquer. Right? So before Abraham, you had that at the original fucking language, man.
Well, no, I get that. But you see, I don't think that Aramaic should be their period at all. I think that is fucking with everything. Only because, yeah, I've like look up like the history and the root of where Aramaic even comes from. Like the it's Armenian, or it's Aramean or Armenian. It's not Hebrew. I get that it could be a sister language and all that, but it wasn't what they were speaking. Because check this out.
Hebrew came
go with me on
from
this,
that,
right?
or Aramaic came
well,
from something more
So you were trying to say
distant
right
in the
now that
past.
like when Jesus was around that he was speaking Aramaic. Except okay, so when Pilate had a sign put over Christ being crucified, he wrote it in 3 languages because they were the most common 3 languages in the world at the time. You remember what those languages were? Or not? Okay, so 2 of them were the most common, but the other one was for the Hebrew people because they were the Jewish people that were there. But dude, it was written in Greek, Latin, and Hebrew. So if Aramaic was what everybody was speaking, why the fuck would they write it in Hebrew? Like nowhere in scripture is
Yeah, I know,
Aramaic
but
mentioned except for when
comes
they
from
actually swapped out. Do you realize that in scripture they swapped out the word Hebrew with Aramaic like every time in a lot of different versions of it? In the newer versions, like the ESV, the RSV.
Yeah, I know. The Babylonians tried to hide the original fucking details. That's basically was pictographs. Helped people understand the fucking language, man, and it became something else and turned into Hebrew.
Yeah, even the way it's written now, I don't like. I like the old
It has
Paleo.
the same fundamental values, right? We can back into its original form. Phonetically.
But yeah, for some reason I have like a major issue with the whole Aramaic thing. Because I asked somebody one time, I asked them, dude, give
Basically,
me
only the
one verse in
symbology that
scripture.
changed, though, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Like I always ask people to find me one verse in scripture where they were speaking Aramaic.
Telling you, man, it was basically the same thing. It's just the symbology on paper changed. That's it. It's essentially the same fucking thing.
I don't think so.
The original symbol.
Why does it matter?
And it doesn't really change.
Because the fact that it's a holy language sets it apart. So if you're trying to get rid of it, you're literally just dumping dirt.
Babylonians were holy? Oh, okay. Whatever.
No.
And I don't really care. Like, if it's a holy language, then it stems from original symbology that retained its phonetic values, right? The sounds essentially the same. Maybe they vary, and you know, and then as cultures develop, they change things a little bit according to whatever that's happening around them at the time and stuff like that. I don't know.
Except
develop
that's
personality basically, because look at the Greek language, man. It's like fucking so like, come on, Aleph, Aeth, and then you got Alpha, Beta. No, they're not related.
So it's well known that Greek is a sister language to Hebrew. That's why it made sense that the New Testament or the Old Testament was written in Hebrew and the New Testament would be in Greek. Because Greek is also a sister language. Yeah, no, it's interesting that like even the Aleph bit, right? That's where we get the fucking alphabet. The first 2 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So here's one for you guys that I brought up to some people yesterday, right? Have you guys ever been able to see Venus with the sky almost completely black, like dark, where there's like basically there's like no sunlight in the sky, you know? But you see Venus and it's really bright. You guys ever seen that?
Seen it tonight. Seen it tonight, man. Go look at it. Go look at it when you get a chance. Look at it when it's so bright. It's the brightest I've ever seen it, man.
I brought this
Ever.
up to somebody and I was like, dude, that should never happen in your globe model. Because technically, if you're looking at Venus, you have to be looking towards the sun. Because in your model,
Venus north?
Venus is in between Earth and the sun. It's got nothing to do with north. Like it's got.
Well, what direction do I look, fuckhead?
What?
What direction do I look?
Southeast for me. I looked southeast and I seen it tonight.
Where
Jeez, it was pretty
where
high
you
up too.
reside?
It was like freaking 40 degrees above the horizon.
Dude, that's
In
what I'm
US?
saying. That angle also doesn't match because, all right, so every time I mention this to somebody, they tell me I'm wrong and then draw a fucking diagram, all right, of the Earth, the sun, and then Venus, and then draw a line that's like tangent to Earth, you know? So the only way you'd be seeing it is if you're right there at the Terminator line. So even with their drawing, you'd be looking at sunlight to see Venus. Like, I don't understand why it's so hard for these people to understand this. Like, it's fucking impossible. Like, you're looking at a smaller track or a smaller circle compared to where you are.
Right, because it's within, because it's inside that. It would be inside.
Yeah. And also, check this out.
When you're,
It's like everybody that argues against that keeps drawing the line like right on the edge of the ball, right? Except, dude, there's been times where I've seen Venus in the sky when the sun had set 2 hours before. So if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right? So you now have to account for 2,000 miles in from that Terminator line, from where you're looking at. Now you're looking through their fucking Earth and they don't realize it. But they'll sit there and argue about it with you, telling you that you don't know angles.
Yeah.
These guys are
It does
masters of
explain
balls,
their
but
wonder.
can't even understand that it's not a ball.
Welcome, Mura.
I just think it's funny that I've been raising this question to people for like almost 7 years now, and I get a lot of responses, and every time the response comes back with the same exact fucking drawing. And they also don't realize that if you're gonna be doing that kind of observer, that observer needs to be taller than the fucking Empire State Building. So good luck with that.
Similar to
Like,
the
you're around there.
you know, the 6 month
Yeah, how
observation of
every 6 months
stars.
we should be seeing a different sky.
Completely, you shouldn't see any of the same stars. Barely any. You should just have a completely different sky.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But then they'll tell you that you're stupid because it's all moving with you, because it's all relative. Get the fuck out of here. These people.
Wait, why is gravity still a theory?
What a theory.
Because
a theory.
Because somebody grabbed Newton and Cavendish's work and hijacked Coulomb's equation
What kind of
and
theory?
applied it.
What kind of theory is it?
I don't know. It's a theory. It's unproven.
Is in what? Like another word for that could describe it well.
Fall.
The word theory, like as in faith. Did you say?
So what
I said
everybody
fake, but
applies
yeah.
to gravity with Newton can easily be applied to Coulomb with electrostatics. You know.
Yeah, but
Like
what
the whole
is meant by when they say the theory of gravity? What are they meaning by the word theory? That's important to know.
I think they use that word theory as a blanket term so they can apply it to everything they want, every time they want, every spot they want, like every place they want. You know, like they can. Yeah, it's their.
Because you can say like, where did the missing sock go? I have a theory, right? What that in basically just saying you have an idea that the missing sock was stolen by a green leprechaun or something, you know, like
Yeah, by a
whatever.
little elf in the back of the dryer, right? Like,
They're just are they calling it a scientific? Because a scientific theory is something entirely different. Right? Are they saying it's a scientific theory? Just an idea, just some guy's notion in
yeah,
his head.
I think it's fun when you bring up the point that their whole idea of gravity is, by definition, right? Like non-scientific. Because for scientific, like, all right, for it to be scientific, it needs to be testable, repeatable, and demonstrable, right? When you talk to them about gravity and you say, give me an example of a larger thing being attracted to a smaller thing, right?
It's got to follow the scientific method if it's going to be scientific.
And then they try to tell you that, well, we see that with the Earth and the Moon, or the Earth and the Sun. It's like, dude, you can't use that because that's what we're trying to prove right now. You know, like that's like trying to try to give the definition of a word by using the word.
Fuck, I want to say it really bad right now. Fuck. Say that last thing you just said, like that last sentence.
That's like giving a definition and using it's like using the word to give the definition of a word.
Josh.
Bird. Bird is the word.
No.
Josh, are you flat?
Scientific method's got
No,
steps,
I
doesn't it?
use the name ironically.
Who's this guy?
Can't you tell?
I don't know. Scientific method's got steps, hasn't it?
Yep.
Scientific method, what?
Why is this guy talking? So, for it to be claimed to be science, it must follow those steps, right? All of them, not just some of them.
Yep.
What?
Cool.
Like, dude, ask for an example of a vacuum. Well, next to,
No.
like,
First question we asked is to observe something happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good. So, what do we observe happening?
I don't know.
Okay. What are we trying to prove again?
Well, let's see.
Fuck, it's 5
It was
a.m.
just,
No wonder my brain's mush.
Uber was just calling out the, you know, like the absurdity of gravity, theory of gravity, and then I was discussing the word theory, making sure that we understand what they mean by theory.
Gotcha.
But I mean, yeah, like when you say that you can't have an open
You didn't
system
get to the
that's a
maths
vacuum,
part.
like,
Sorry.
oh yeah, good. Dude. I'm just saying, like when you have a vacuum next to a non-vacuum without a solid barrier, right? You ask for an example of that, and they go, "Well, Earth," and it's like, dude, that's the point you're trying to fucking prove right now. So you can't use that as your example, dude. Like, give me another example where you have a vacuum and a non-vacuum without any kind of solid barrier in between them. Always, you know.
They'll point out a gradient to you. So eventually there's a vacuum up there. because
So
you won't down the
again,
clock.
I would ask for an example of that, like a real world lab drawn example of that happening, of a gradient that ends up being so strong that it's able to hold things in and hold things away and push things away.
Which is the first problem with the first step, to observe the natural phenomena. What we're looking to observe is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, something that happens always. You're saying this always doesn't happen, or when I say you, they. So we don't have the observed phenomena to begin with, because gas expands. Can't even start the scientific inquiry with this question that you don't need a container for gas pressure, or gravity is causing gas pressure, because we don't have the observed phenomena of that taking place in the first place. Just them, as you pointed out, them begging the question that up there's a vacuum and we're breathing gas, and this gas that we're breathing isn't dispersing into it, it graduates away. That's very right to point it out. That's what you got to prove. But we don't have the observed phenomena. It's conjured in their minds.
Yep.
If you want to grant them the phenomena that they've conjured up in their minds, then the next step is to demonstrate it with your presumed cause, causing this that we don't observe, but we let them say that they do. Okay? So they have to vary and manipulate gravity and stop gas expansion.
Did somebody really ask if I was a flat earther?
Yes. I think that person has since left the room.
Yeah, that was just Neil. Just a clown.
Has to be a specific area of for the gas that we're breathing. Right?
That's weird because
It has
I
to be
know
defined by something. What's it being defined by? That's the question. Gases themselves have no definite shape, definite volume. Only all the volume that's limited to. So it's an amazing property of gas. Read any of that stuff of Maxwell's that I DM'd you, Jedi, at all?
Yeah, I have, man. Maxwell's is a very, very intelligent guy. Some of it went a little bit over my head. So, like with all things, I have to read them like about 5 times to fully understand it. So, yeah, I've read it a few times.
Right. He was fascinated by gas, wasn't he? He loved it.
Yeah. Well, this is apparently the thing they were doing 200 years ago, 150 years ago. Just loads of experiments. You know what these rich people were like when they had a little bit of money. These old Victorians and whatnot. Especially, you have to remember this comes right out of the Industrial Revolution. What was the main engine driver for the Industrial Revolution? Steam. Gas expansion. Making water hot and changing it into a different state and causing that energy. Awesome. That's where it all comes from. And we kind
Steam
of
engine.
Yeah. We overlook this because the Earth's a ball and uncontained, flying around in a vacuum. It's how the Industrial Revolution started.
Steam pushing a piston.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, there were air-powered cars before.
Yeah. Gas powered before gasoline. It's a natural gas.
Yeah.
The same thing with airships, right? We know the Hindenburg. We know the Montgolfier brothers who invented the hot air balloon. Just containing gas and watching what it does. These basic principles of the laws of nature and how we can derive technology and energy from that. Gas expansion is a very, very cheap way of making energy, right? Just heat water.
Right? Heat the water in the air in a hot air balloon and it causes a lift. Quite ingenious.
Yes, they went to, didn't they? They could get going. How fast did they go? Go over 100 miles an hour, wouldn't they?
Depending on what airstream and the altitude that they got to, yeah.
So in Back to the Future 3, they had trouble getting to get up to 80. 80 was like, oh, maybe if we we take a couple of carriages off and we use some real good wood.
Maybe if we shoot you off of this ravine, it'll go fucking 88 miles an hour. Oh, that's right. That was at the end of the movie where they end up landing on the railroad tracks that were there, end up being in like the future, and then they get out of the car and the train comes and fucking smashes it. And that's when Doc Holliday shows up with not Doc Holliday, fucking Doc Brown. Doc Holliday was Tombstone. Doc Brown shows up with the time traveling fucking train.
That series has one of the best lines in cinema history.
Yo, y'all talking about Back to the Future? It's like my favorite shit.
Yeah, what line would that be? I'm curious.
Great Scott! 1.21 gigawatts! 1.21 gigawatts!
Wait a minute, dog. So you telling me you built a time machine out of a DeLorean? Damn, bro.
That's heavy, Doc.
You a slacker, McFly.
Eric Stoltz was supposed to be in that.
I saw, it looks shit, bro. Like, I saw the scene.
It's too grim.
Yeah, he was too laid back.
Too serious. Yeah.
Michael
Oof.
did a good job. Did you know the original time machine was supposed to be like a fridge, you know? I don't know. I don't know how. Yeah, like a fridge where you put food in. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. In the original script.
Too much like Doctor Who.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm glad they didn't do that. I mean, stupid. Wouldn't have liked it as much.
The DeLorean is sick, right?
Be back in a bit, guys. Gotta go make breakfast for the boys and mama. And good morning, all. Hope you're having a good morning.
It's evening, bro.
So, if you guys go to the O'Reilly's auto parts website, right, and type in a like when you look for a part, type in 121G. And see what pops up.
I've been what?
Yeah, go to O'Reilly's and type in 121G and see what comes
I
up.
came up with a Pioneer flywheel ring gear. Brake best, select brake rotor.
Really? Mine comes up with the flux capacitor.
Oh, really?
Well, because the 121G stands for 121 gigawatts. Like, yeah, gigawatts, 121 material compatibility, plutonium, working speed 88 miles per hour, maximum power 121 gigawatts. Application for this product: modifications, time travel. Detailed description: time travel at your own risk. Plutonium is required to properly operate the flux capacitor. They had to put a note at the bottom that says non-functional item displayed for entertainment purposes only, because people are gonna fucking try to sue them for bogus flux capacitors that don't send you to the future, because people are fucking idiots.
There was a futon shop in Australia called Back to the Futon, and they got sued, and they won.
One.
Hey guys. Hey guys.
What's up?
Good night.
One time. Okay.
Oh, I just noticed where it says part number 121G, and then it says line, and it says EB for Emmett Brown, Doc Brown.
That's funny. Well, then bug zappers. Futon. There, Jedi?
Did you call my name earlier, T-Dub? Sorry, I was out of the room.
You're right, mate. Yeah, I was just asking if you're there.
Yeah. Well, I am now.
Cool. talking about well, I was telling the guys about Venus at the moment. Like, if you have never like before, like, go have a look at it. And, like, obviously you've seen it before, but I mean, it's the brightest that I have ever seen it ever in my whole entire life. Looks
Really?
like a moon. Just
Wow,
looks so
okay.
freaking bright and round at the moment. So if you get a chance and you know, seeing it at about, I don't know, well, what is it? About 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30 p.m. southeast, 40 degrees above the horizon, just like super freaking bright.
So after sunset.
After sunset.
Gotcha.
Beautiful to see. Like, I swear it would cast a shadow if you could get in a dark enough place.
Wow. Okay. I'll check that out, man. I might be up and able to check that out tonight.
Yeah, you should. Like, it's like just so astounding.
Have you checked out online to see if it's in a, what they would say, a close orbit? Is it closer to us at the moment? I mean, if it's, see, this is the thing, right? If it's bright, then it has to be quite wide of the sun, like I said, before or after sunset, within that model. But have they got any explanation? It's close at the moment, or whatever.
Just to the sun. That's given that to me in miles. We go, time and date. Here we go. Moon, full moon, big moon, Mercury.
Yeah, I can't find anything else apart from them just telling us that it is the brightest object in the sky, other than the moon, in the night sky.
Yeah, that's all I could find as well. Due to its proximity to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's in its gibbous phase, with about 68 to 77% of surface illuminated. And its apparent size slightly increasing as it moves closer to Earth.
See, when it's closest to the Earth,
Flux capacitor from O'Reilly's, bro. That's savage.
when it's closest to the Earth, that's when Venus is doing a transit, right? So it's a little bit like the new moon. We can't actually see it, and then it becomes a tiny sliver as we begin to see it further away from sunrise or sunset. So it gets bigger, and then eventually we get to see the 70% or whatever they tell us that we should be able to see, but that's actually quite out wide within its quote-unquote orbit. And then as it goes round to the other side of the sun, then we get to see like the fuller cast of the sun's light upon that surface relevant to us. But that's again during the daytime, which is why we don't see it. Or when it's close to sunrise or sunset. And then we do see it. But that doesn't mean that it's the closest. It's a fuller reflection of the light.
Yeah, I was saying to my son how it shares that similarity with the moon. You know, it has phases, and I was saying how I'd be more likely to, you know, call it a moon for that reason. Planet, right?
Yeah, it's because of the phases, it acts like the moon. Yeah, it's just because of the light source and object relationship. Still trying to figure out if when it's close, it should be the brightest. I don't think that's true. When it's closest, with that like a new moon, right, we'd see the dark side of it because the light's on the other side and it's in between, like the moon is said to be. So we wouldn't see it. It wouldn't be at its brightest because the light's on the other side, reflecting back at the sun. As it goes round to the other side of, then we get to see the reflection of that light on the full face of the moon from that direction. So that's when it would be its brightest, but that's when it's furthest away. So it has to be like halfway between that distance.
Right. Yeah. I have noticed it over the last few weeks. Like, just catches my eye, and I'm like, oh wow, geez, that's bright. And
Yeah, you always
the
notice
last 2 nights.
Yeah,
it's been so much brighter. It seems to me to be brighter than I've seen it before.
I'll have to check it out tonight, man. You piqued my curiosity. I think it's one of the reasons. It is Sunday, so I'm going to say this. It's one of the reasons why they lie about our environment, because these things that are in the sky, sun, moon, and stars, whether they be wandering stars or background stars or whatever, the ones that we can definitely see, the ones that we call constellations, they mean something. Now, it's going to depend on you and your philosophical bent on what you prescribe them to mean, but they definitely do mean something. So it would probably be one of the reasons why they would lie about this earthly environment, to keep the meaning of the stars out of our minds and out of our knowledge base. So we don't know. We start talking about how they affect our personalities and horoscopes and shit, kind of ridiculing what they actually are. But those stars mean something, man.
We were talking about a bit about that earlier, actually. Azeroth and all that.
Yeah, not surprised. There's lots of different ways to read. Lots of different ways to read the stars, right?
So yeah, practical use too, because like someone posted the Dipper was used in its relation to Polaris to indicate seasons, and how that could have been the origin for the symbol that now has been related to and racism.
And the swastika, yeah. Well, that rotation point in the sky, yeah, absolutely right, mate. They have a very practical purpose, and they have a very, what's a good word, spiritual purpose. Let's use that word.
That's to that, that aspect to it in cultures because like it helped them survive. It helped them know when to do things, to prepare for things, like, so that it was almost like showing it reverence by being
Hello, how are you guys doing?
theological ideas,
Flat Earthers.
right?
Are you guys ready to defend your ideology, or are you guys gonna run?
No, we're still here. Sorry, T-Dub. Looks like we'll have to pick this up later.
For sure.
Are you gonna run today, Jedi, or are you gonna answer your ideology belief, your childish rhetoric that the Earth is flat? Are you gonna defend it today, or what's going on?
We can defend. I mean, what do you want?
No, I want you to defend your childish rhetoric that the Earth is flat. That's all it is. It's simple.
Okay. Childish rhetoric that the Earth is flat. Okay, then. So it's measured flat.
Listen, if that's what you believe, because you believe it's flat, right? What do you guys even mean by flat? I always never understood that. What do you guys mean by flat?
So horizontal. All horizontals on the Earth are horizontal to the plane of the horizon, better known as mean sea level. Sea level water is a horizontal reference.
Okay, perfect. So then why is there evidence of pure curvature of the Earth?
Why is there evidence of pure curvature of the Earth? Okay. I'm just telling you how it's measured to be flat.
Oh my God. See how you're running?
So, no, I'm not running. It's just you seem to have decided to sidestep this and talk about your evidence. So now you're
No. I'm not talking about my evidence. I'm saying, why is there scientific evidence?
A scientific evidence.
Pure curvature of the Earth.
So scientific evidence for a surface description.
Yes.
Yes, he says with confidence. So you actually think that
that's what's funny.
You actually think that there could be scientific evidence that's a formulation of a hypothesis into a cause and effect relationship demonstrated through experimentation.
Okay, but how is it a hypothesis when they conduct this science experiments, genius?
It starts really quickly.
Can you answer the question?
Starts really quickly. I'm asking you a question. Why do you think there would be scientific evidence, formulation of a hypothesis and experiment to demonstrate a surface description? We have to stop right now, because if that's your understanding of science, me and you need to have a conversation. Science doesn't deal with surface descriptions. That's geometry.
Oh my God.
What? I know. Kind of simple, right? You feel stupid now.
No, your 6th grade education is so pathetic to use this argument.
Okay, then I'll ask you this. What scientific evidence is there for the surface description of the Earth?
Perfect. Beautiful.
What's the observed phenomenon?
That's a very beautiful question.
Dude, you're not even starting.
If I show you that the Earth is curved at approximately 8 inches per mile, would you believe me? Yes or no?
Okay, would that be scientific evidence?
Oh my God. See how you're running?
No, I'm not
running. Yes or no question.
Not running. You seem to think that you're going to dictate this conversation, like you're in charge.
Because I am going to dictate the conversation, because I'm not going to appeal to your childish rhetoric of not believing in scientists that have. Listen, you disagree with scientists that have been to school and have studied this longer than you've been alive, and you disagree with them to say that you're right.
Just get it out, mate. I'm sure you've got much more to say, so just get it out.
No, I'm asking you. Defend your childish belief, like I said before.
I told you right at the beginning. The Earth is measured flat. You then challenge that with your evidence. Which
I challenge my evidence, but you're not gonna listen. I can bring my evidence to you, but you're not gonna appeal to it. You're not gonna believe it, because you believe that every scientist has been studying this before you even were alive are wrong.
Okay. So you asked me to defend it. I've brought up measurements. You then brought up your rhetoric about lots of time and people. And
what rhetoric?
The one that you just spouted. Sorry,
scientific work has been going on longer than you, Jedi. This has been studied longer than you've been alive.
Your rhetoric over history, what
It's
man
your
has done.
rhetoric. It's your childish rhetoric that the
Oh,
Earth is
God.
flat. We're not in
What-
preschool. We're not in middle school.
Excuse me. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
So the claims about the surface description, do you think that we can measure physically the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
Good. We do this all of
The
the
whole
time.
Earth. The whole
Oh,
Earth.
We do this everywhere on the Earth. It's called planar surveying. It's called navigation. It's called charting and mapping. This basis takes place from a horizontal reference. That horizontal reference is mean sea level. The water of the Earth is horizontal, not curving. Unless you can provide a direct measurement that you said there was science behind it of that 8 inches per mile squared that you had. So that would be your claim. Can you provide that evidence?
Yes, I'm going to provide it, but there's no reason for you to provide it because you're going to believe like I said before, you believe that all scientists are wrong and that you guys are all smarter than these scientists that are studying these for
your
as long as
evidence.
they're alive. So then why would I bring up a study that you're just going to
fuck off.
Doesn't understand how to follow a conversation, this one.
No, he doesn't.
Jedi. Okay,
Well,
so if I bring this up, if I bring my evidence up, are you gonna appeal to it? Are you gonna appeal to it to be true? Yes or no question. Say yes or no question, man.
You don't get to ask questions. You fail.
No, you just asked me to bring my evidence. I'm gonna bring my evidence up.
Fuck me.
You just asked me to bring my evidence. I'm gonna bring it up. But are you gonna believe it to be true?
Go on then. Bring your evidence up then, and let's have a look at it. I haven't seen it yet. Don't define my motivations or intentions. Are you some clairvoyant? Can you look into the future?
Oh, Jedi, stop, man.
Drop your evidence, please. You said you had evidence.
It's a bit honestly, Mr. Jihad, it's a bit childish to expect somebody to believe something before you've even shown anything. So quit the shit.
Okay, listen.
You listen. I'm
gonna
mute your dumb ass if you don't stop playing games because you're acting like a child. This isn't middle school anymore. So stop appealing to it. No. Shut the fuck up before I shut you the fuck up.
You dog.
Stop appealing to authority. You're gonna stop appealing to authority. You listen to what Jedi says, and you stop disrespecting my bro. Shut the fuck up and listen. Maybe you'll learn something.
Okay. Do you guys see how I just witnessed now that you guys believe in censorship, you wicked coward. But it's okay.
What are you saying now? They are working with you just fine. They are just chill with you now.
You see that?
They are just really chill with you, while you just said some bullshit in the beginning that show us that we don't have to waste our time talking to you.
Yes.
Hey, okay, Nikos,
I'm not done yet talking. I'm not done. I'm not done talking.
It's okay.
I'm not done talking. It's my third language. French is my second. So just shut up, fuck up. If you are illiterate, just shut up, fuck up. So they are just chill with you while you talked about measurements and descriptions of surface and shapes using science. That was the first flag.
Let Jedi take over and talk to Mr. Jihad. Because I think he was doing a great job before. But I'm done hearing the bullshit because you're wasting my man's time. So quit the shit and talk to him. No, because you insulted him several times and you act like we're too dumb to pick up on it. So stop, cut the horse shit, and just talk like a man, dude.
Okay, beautiful. And Negros, please learn your English, then we can have an honest conversation. Don't just blabber because I can't understand what you're saying.
You weak little individual. So
yeah, says the person that said scientifical. Dude, as soon as you said that, I lost interest in everything you have to say. An idiot. Right? You came with nothing but ad-homs, arrogance, and shit English, even though it's your first language.
Pretend to know what you're talking about. Like, just say what you think you know. Like,
sure. Good luck with that. Right.
Okay, beautiful. Listen, I love the censorship. I love the censorship. It's what you guys believe in. This is what the flat Earth believes in. It's totally fine. Your flat. This is how you guys support and show that your flat Earth community. How this is what you guys show the world. Okay, just continue, man. Jedi, continue.
So you came in here with a belief and asserted that everybody here has a belief. Is the measurement of your height a belief, Mr. Jihad? Is that a belief?
Yeah, can we continue?
I'm asking you if measurements are beliefs.
Someone has
no. Listen, measurement that's been clearly proven to be true by scientists
and
by studies. People have been studying this way longer than you've been alive.
Okay,
and that's the truth.
friend.
So you guys are being naive and
no.
You keep appealing to authority, dude. You keep listen. You keep appealing to authority and engaging in fallacious reasoning, and you're talking over Jedi again. Let's try this again.
Don't quite understand, my friend. So let's not appeal to your rhetoric, right, about whys and wherefores based on your belief about history and men. I want the measurements because that's where we should start. I say that the Earth is measured flat. You haven't asked me to give that evidence. You said the Earth has been measured to have curvature. That's your evidence. So can we have that then? That's the state of the conversation. You saying the Earth has been directly measured to have drop over distance, a deviation from horizontal. So can we have that?
Yes, you can have it.
Good. We'll wait.
What's going on?
So what's your argument? Your argument is that...
Hold on. There's no argument right now. There's your claim that there's measured Earth curvature. So we want the evidence of that. The argument will come when you provide the evidence. If you do so. If you don't, the argument will come that you cannot produce the evidence. Therefore, the Earth is measured flat, and hopefully we'll get back onto that. But at the moment, you said Earth curve measurements. We want those.
Okay, beautiful. I'll give them to you. No problem.
Okay, then. 5 minutes later, still here waiting.
Okay, Negros, you don't know anything about me.
Hello?
I speak more languages than you know. English is not my first language. It's actually my third.
Don't chase that. Stay focused, please.
Get your evidence, dude. Just get your evidence.
Oh, because this guy's spazzing in the chat.
Yeah, stop getting distracted and feeling that you have to defend your masculinity. Just get.
So it's not my masculinity. I speak more languages than this coward. This satanic, filthy dog, and he's attacking me in the comment.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll bring your evidence. Can you stop crying? I'm going to bring your evidence. Stop crying.
Good. Hurry up. Quickly Google my belief. Find something that looks good. Not read it. And post. Sorry, did that come through?
But how do you guys want me to prove this? Because I can prove the Earth is curved due to.
You said you were going to present some.
And lunar.
You said you were going to present some evidence, and we keep looking at the side chat, waiting for you to present the evidence. Go through it with us.
And now you're going to say, "Well, I can do this in other ways." What? You not provide the direct measurement and method of how it was done? Is that what you're conceding to? Now want to bring up something else?
Listen. Can easily show you, and I told you
that doesn't appear to be
approximately per every 8 inches per every mile.
Something else. So just post it And then when you've posted it, tell us what it is so we know that you understand it. You said it had been done loads of times with your rhetoric. Men smarter than us have done this. You obviously must have seen this because you believe it too. Maybe you would understand the methodology of how it was done.
Okay, we get it. Why you?
Because I'm just filling in time because you're not posting your evidence.
I think you can just come in and throw claims around, like hit them with my cricket bat, man.
You guys get it? It's a PDF, man. It's an article done by the California. It's an article done by. It was in California, the university.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. This is loading.
There's 185 pages here. Which bit is relevant?
Hold on, I'm reading it right now. Hold on, just give me a minute.
You're reading it now.
No, I'm just reading the part which is irrelevant. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. It's long. But I'm actually bringing evidence, not like you guys who just have these childish basic things based on. Listen, based on conspiracy.
Worry about No. I made my claim. You decided to challenge it by the measurements that we've got.
Okay. Where's your evidence as well? Can you bring some evidence to back up your claim?
Now you're asking for my evidence that I was willing to give
I'm
you.
saying, can you bring some evidence to back up your claim as well?
Why?
Don't just attack me for what I believe in, you coward. You do that?
No, if you call me a coward again, just going to remove you from the conversation. You understand that, right? Not a coward. I'm right here trying to talk to you, but you keep talking through me like a coward would.
Okay, but I'm asking you, can you bring evidence to back up your claim?
Yes.
Is that an unreasonable?
No, it's not unreasonable. It's probably the first one that you should have asked before you went to this that you've posted that you don't understand, that you've got to read. Now, I know what this is. When you understand it, I will show you that it's a flat Earth measurement.
Okay, can you show me?
When you've provided the
Enlighten me.
You've just thrown an elephant into the room and gone, there it is.
I throw the elephant into the room. No, it's because
your reference that you dropped
is disproving a theory, and you're scared. Understand?
You obviously have
I'd be scared if I was you too.
You have a failure to understand. I'm explaining to you what's going on. You don't seem to understand what's going on. I have to tell you. When you try,
what's going on. Who brought up the evidence?
Excuse me.
Was it you or was it me?
So far, I'm talking to you about your elephant that you chucked in. Your 183-page document. It's an elephant hurling fallacy. I want the measurements, what it was done, how. I want
this is specific. This is the measurements. What are you talking about?
So
it's not going to be short and sweet. I told you, people have been studying this for thousands of years.
Hello? Speak on it. Do you think that I'm just going to put stuff into the side chat and not talk about it when I provide my evidence? No, I'm going to explain it to you.
Can you bring the evidence and provide it, please?
I haven't finished. Because we're on number one, your evidence.
Jedi, why are you just running in circles? Why are you doing this, man? Why?
I'm explaining to you what's happening. So are you going to be able to tell me what this document shows?
Yes.
Okay, off you go then.
I haven't read all 189 pages myself. But this shows you clear evidence and testimony of measurements on the Earth.
How?
Oh my goodness.
How? How is this clear evidence?
You see what you're doing here?
Yeah, asking you how it's clear evidence. You said it was clear evidence. I'm asking you how. You should know this is yours. Or are you going to tell me how you haven't read it yet? You
No,
don't understand.
because listen,
you don't understand this, do you?
I understand it, but it's not.
Okay,
It's
so
something that's very
how?
detailed and complex.
Hello.
It's maybe it's too complex for your mind.
No,
your peanut mind.
You just admitted that you don't understand it yourself, Jihad. So don't even try and
I
insult
didn't
him
admit
when
that.
you haven't
I didn't
read
admit that,
it.
you coward. I didn't
Yeah,
admit
you
that, you
did.
coward. No, I didn't. I said it's very complex. To understand it fully would take a lot of time and reading and comprehension. Maybe more comprehension than you might have.
Okay, so without the little thin-veiled insult at the end, this is going to take a long time to understand. Do you understand it?
Yes, I understand that there's clear curvature on the earth. Brother,
hold on. If you
why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from here, where I'm at? Canada.
It's clear or it's complicated. Make up your mind.
Why can't I see the Eiffel Tower? I'm not. Or why can't I see the Burj Khalifa, the tallest? Why can't I see it from where I'm at right now? Since you guys are right.
Why are you doing this?
Well, what do you mean when I'm doing this?
Hello. Why? I'll explain to you. Do I have to mute you so I can explain?
Oh my goodness! Again with this.
Okay, so yes.
Is this all you guys know is censorship?
Okay,
Is that all you guys?
So why are you asking us about the Burj Khalifa and the Eiffel Tower? We're talking to you about your evidence. I've got a strong suspicion that you don't even understand what you've posted. Although apparently, according to you, it's clear, but it's also complicated. I'm asking you to speak on the evidence that you've provided so we know what has been provided and that you understand it. I don't think that you understand it. I'm going to ask you this question. Do you understand it? And how was it measured if you do? Do you understand the document and what it shows?
Listen, I'm not going to be allowed myself to be bullied and censored by you effeminate sissies.
Here we go again. He will cry. He will cry. He didn't provide any evidence. He don't know anything about that evidence that he sent. So he sent a PDF. Multiple pages. He doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't know if it shows a globe or not. And he wants to talk. He wants to cry. Oh, here, I sent a PDF. Why don't you say, oh, the Earth is a globe now? The PDF does have nothing in it about a globe or measurement for a globe. It doesn't have anything.
The most interesting part, Necros, is the fact that he came in here and on multiple times he started psychologically projecting his own childishness on everyone else. And then he proved how childish he actually is by refusing to actually have a proper conversation. Just, no, oh, you guys are idiots. Blah, 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 blah. Basically ad-homing every step of the way, and dragging his feet, acting like an ass. He could stay muted. It's a waste of time as far as I'm concerned.
That's like someone throwing to me the link of YouTube and telling me, look, there is a proof there.
Andy's gone. Good. He can go think about that.
Wow.
He was projecting hard too, like mentioning childishness over and over and over again. Like, dude, stop exposing yourself like that.
Childishness and coward.
Yeah, child and coward are the two words he used the most. He must be afraid. Mm-hmm. Very afraid. Candy people do that.
You were spot on too, Jedi, because that's exactly what he was doing. In that makes Ethergress's point. Projecting, because he was doing the exact thing, a cowardly act by not letting you answer the question as you began to answer it.
Yeah,
but over the top of you.
I don't know if you heard me whispering in the background as well whilst he was going away to get his evidence. It was Google search my belief. Something that looks vaguely interesting, not read it or understand it, and chuck it in the side chat. And it's exactly
he did exactly what you said, yeah. Damn, dude.
We've all been doing this for years, right? It's no surprise at this stage that people act like this. And they come in here, project their insecurities onto us.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I said. Don't pretend to know what you're talking about. Just say what you think you know. Like, you don't have to you don't know, just say, look, yeah, this is my position. I don't know much about it, and these are the reasons why I think what I think. Though, like, you don't have to be all defensive and religious and like. He's crazy.
Yeah. That shit crazy. I don't think he didn't even look at what he posted.
No, not at all. He typed in these key words into his search engine: Earth curve measurements, or how was the Earth curve measured? That was the first thing that he posted, because when you post that shit, you come up with McToon and the stuff that he posted. If you ring up any of these search words, you'll find anti-flat earthers like McToon. So I wasn't surprised it was McToon that he posted, because it's the first thing you find when you're posting these terms.
It's the results from academia.
Go straight to anti. Yeah, right. This is Dr. McToon, PhD in astrophysicist now. What the fuck?
Guy sounds like he's got a terminal case of all flat earthers are wrong.
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing we could say to him anyway. Everything's just, no, you don't understand it.
100%.
One of the things that pisses me off the most is when they'll go through a chain of constantly appealing to authority. But you're not a whatever, fill in the blank.
Hundreds of years of science.
Yeah.
Men much smarter than you. Okay, this is rhetoric. Comes in here appealing that we've got rhetoric, and the very thing that he spouts is his rhetoric. A rhetoric of hundreds of years, and science has proven the earth to be a ball. That's rhetoric. That's your story.
We've got Vom in the chat. Vom's a super nice guy, but used to be a globe earther. I'm not sure if Vom's still a globe earther.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Yeah, sadly, I'm leaning towards globe, man. I'm sorry.
That's okay, man. Is there anything in particular that
Yeah, so
leads
me and my
towards the...
actually yesterday really spooked me because you know I'm trying to get on board you guys with flat Earth. I'm trying to get there. And we watched a video. I'm sure you know this guy, Dave McKeegan. Are you aware of this guy?
Yes.
Do you know any? Have you heard the dip? What is it? Oh, shit? What is it called? Dip correction calculator.
Yeah.
Oof, that's pretty rough.
Dip correction from your height of eye to where the plane of the horizon.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that dip correction.
Yeah.
Right. What do you think is a good argument about this? Because I will tell you that it's just a correction between two parallel horizontals. The horizontal of your eye line being corrected to the horizontal plane of the Earth, mean sea level. Because that's what you do in celestial navigation when you correct for your height of eye, which is what the dip correction is used for. It corrects with your height of eye above sea level. So it takes you down to a sea level reading. How's this prove the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, so in one of his videos, if you, well, I'm not sure if you like, because this video explains it a lot better than I can. It's really short.
Bamboozle you with tangent planes.
I'm sure like this site of this guy's this guy probably bothers you guys, but here's at 20 minutes of this video, it goes to about 21 minutes and 30 seconds, so it's about a minute and a half of this video. This really surprised me and my wife. So if you just fast forward to 20 minutes.
By any chance, do you remember him using the term tangent?
No.
Okay.
Right. So what this guy does, he tricks people like you that haven't been looking into flat Earth for a long time with his carefully scripted videos. You see the problem with just the thumbnail alone, the red flag with the thumbnail. He throws out a lot of fallacies that people that haven't been looking into flat Earth for long won't even notice. Right, firstly, he's got a disk planet base, right? He's got like a disk with an AE map globe projection on top of it. Right? He throws out fallacies and he confuses people that really haven't been looking into it for long with his scripts. I mean, when I watch most of his videos, it's like you can see straight through the little strawmans and the little tricks that he uses. A Jedi just explained to you what the dip angle is, right? Because obviously the horizon, right? If you're standing at at the shoreline of the ocean, the horizon is at the level of your feet, right? And if your eyes are 6 foot, I mean, if your eyes are 6 foot above that, then you're going to have to use a dip correction. 10 foot above the surface, you're going to have to use a dip correction.
So I thought about
the Earth curving. It's not because the Earth's curving away from you.
Oh, okay.
What did? What did you? What were you going to say?
I'm not sure. Did you see that part of the video I sent?
I'm going to have a look at it now.
Yeah. But I thought about that. Like, why did they post the discs, like a floating disc in the air? Why do they do that? And I tried to think about what else would they do. Like if they wanted to, like they show the globe, like on a shirt or something. Like it's a sphere. Like how would they?
Just because that's what the globe claims, right? The globe claims what they would show if they were presenting that. But we don't claim that, right? That what he's presenting is what's used as propaganda to turn people away from flat Earth, to make ridicule flat Earth, and it's just literally like a dishonest strawman argument designed to like, look, this is dumb, right? This is a disc in space. Look how ridiculous. This is what the flat earthers claim. So even just from the thumbnail alone, people will watch the video thinking flat Earth's completely retarded. We don't claim that disc in space or that.
Yeah, but a lot of flat earthers post stuff like this, right? And like that's like their best guess at what it is. So, like if you just remove the dome, like unless you would it, like if that was the thumbnail, like for example, or like would that be better? Or
that guy would get his ass kicked by us if he came in here presenting that bullshit, right? He's got an AE projection map and he's got a speculative dome over the top of it.
That was like the one guy from Flat Earth.
That's like us. That's like us bringing in some globe earther that thinks there's alien bases inside the moon, right? And presenting that guy's retarded argument as what globe earthers think.
Okay, so let me ask you this then: like, if you were going to make a flat Earth video and want to put up what your description or what your guess at flat Earth might look like, what would you put in the thumbnail? Or would you just
Assalamu
completely
alaikum.
exclude it?
I wouldn't.
You'd just exclude it?
I wouldn't be able to,
right?
Because there's many ways to project the Earth. It depends on the coordinate system that you use. So there's many ways to project it. It's knowing things like the actual place of the stars as opposed to how we observe them. Now, we've got no real way of clarifying how or why we exactly observe the stars, for example, in the way that we do. If there's something between us and the stars that causes some kind of distortion or refracted effect, we've got no idea. So it's really hard. It's really hard to make a model based on this.
And pretty often, like when I see like flat earthers explain how the sun and the moon go, they usually look at the map like on basically like the last picture I just sent. Like they use this and they just show so it seems like flat earthers do use this model surrounded by a wall of ice. It's like descriptions themselves.
Yeah, this AE map, there's a certain variation of it. It's used for mapping the path of the sun. And it looks a lot like this. We can map the path.
I watched that. Did I?
Yeah, go on. I watched the video as well. Go on.
Yeah, I watched that part where he said from about 20-minute mark, and I watched the little presentation from his friend who had to explain it for him. And I've got a bit of a problem at the point where he says, "Let's what's he say? Let's extend the x-axis."
Yeah.
And it turns into a curve, right? So I've got a little problem with that. Where'd the angle go now?
Say what? What was the question?
The angle go.
Where
no angle there anymore. There's no angle there anymore.
I'm glad you picked up on that because that's when I stopped watching the video.
He turns that baseline into a curve. He's lost his angle.
Yeah.
So when he like all right, so you're saying that like when he got to like a half sphere, he just wrapped it around the ball. You're saying?
I'm saying he doesn't have an angle. See, originally you're taking an angle measurement to apparent location of a star in the sky relative to it.
Yeah, but aren't they just increasing the height? And so when you increase the height, you increase the angle, and when you keep increasing it, it seems like it goes around
a
the curve.
there, right? There's got to be a line, right?
Right.
You've got a line from the observer extending up from the Earth to the star, right? And you've got a line coming back down to the surface of the Earth from the star. That would be its G position, its ground position, the GP. Right. Then you've got this curved line. Suddenly you don't have an angle between. What is the angle between now that you're getting? Like, where is it? The angle go? You're supposed to be measuring an angle between that line that extends up into the vertical plane to the star, and something beneath that. So it'd be a right angle triangle. You've got the baseline as a curve, so there's no angle there between where your observation point, right, line extends in the vertical plane. The star intersects with the line beneath you. The line beneath you is now curved, so you can't get an angle to that.
Right, and I think that's why it goes around in a sphere, right? Like you can't get the angle because it's a sphere, right?
If we're measuring angles to the sun, we're going to be using the celestial sphere mechanic, which is you in the middle of a protractor and those two lines projecting out from you, the horizontal one being the Earth, the one at a vertical up to the sun, for example, is going to be the other straight side. So as soon as we start talking about this, we're introducing angles. That's relevant to the horizontal plane of the Earth.
Yeah, see, I see only one potential angle there, and that's where the vertical line meets the line of sight. The only angle in that diagram there, where when he's turned the line into a curved line, there's no other angles there.
The way the sphere is invoked is because of the descension angle of the horizon from the height of the observer. This descent rate is translated into the surface with distances curving away. It's not actually what's happening. Because the horizon, and you have to remember how the video starts. Just before that 20-minute mark, he's talking about different parallels of horizontal in reference to the horizon. So the height of your eye is higher, the horizontal with distance, than the plane of the horizon, which is lower. Remember, we're measuring the angle between the height of the eye and the ground surface horizontal.
Right.
Yeah, so this is where the sphere is invoked because of that descension of the surface. As the angle changes, it gets wider and it gets further away, that point where that angle intercepts the Earth. Remember, that's got to be a tangent at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, the physical curvature of the Earth. We've obviously demonstrated that that's not what the horizon is, but in this form of geometry, it's just tricking you because there can be certain outcomes. And this one is it can show a rate of descent of the surface of the Earth, that being a curved surface, but that would nullify the angle measurements that we're taking. Can very simply do it on a flat surface. See, when we use this celestial sphere to measure angles to things in the sky, the basis of celestial navigation, it's just like you being at that center point and not in the middle of the horizontal between 0 and 180 degrees, with 90 degrees being at your zenith, probably a star. The distance between the middle of that protractor and where there is 0 degrees at the other end of that horizontal line is 5,400 nautical miles. That's a straight line distance. If you double it, it's 10,800 nautical miles in the opposite direction towards 180 degrees. That's what the celestial sphere model is based upon. The arc of things in the sky based upon the observer's perspective.
I feel like I'm maybe like 30% following, just because I don't know all these numbers as well as you do.
Guys, you and your wife unfortunately got tricked by the sophistry of Egan. Once you actually look into this in detail and learn about the things that he was talking about, listen to Jedi and T-Dub, like once it's explained to you, Dave McKeegan's video will be exposed to your eyes as well.
I think I want. So, would you mind if I brought this up again at a later time? Maybe when my wife is around, just so you could hear what you guys are. She could hear what you guys are saying.
Yeah, sure. But just have a look at the last couple of citations in the chat there as well. The diagram, as well as the basic explanation of how the celestial sphere works underneath it.
Right.
But yeah, of course, bro. Always good talking to you, Vom. You're always respectful and
yeah, cheers. There was another part of the video where they put like a camera fixed down or something, and it seems like the Earth is moving and not the stars in the sky, or something. I don't know. I need to rewatch it just so I understand everything too. But
Also,
I need to ignore what I just said. Ignore what I just said.
Who's making?
Hold on 1 second. T-Dub, what do you mean, Vom? Like, what was the camera on?
Yeah.
Was it fixed to the Earth? Like, was it on a hill, or was it on a station, like on something that was like a drone?
I think it was fixed to the Earth.
Well, then wouldn't it be moving with the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, so how would it show the Earth moving under the camera?
Well, you just
like if the camera's also moving, like the camera's also moving at the same speed of the Earth, then it would just be moving with the Earth. It wouldn't. It would just show that the stars would appear to be moving.
I guess you could look at it that way. I need to understand it better. I shouldn't have said that yet without understanding it better.
That's so good, bro. That's so good.
Word.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of other. There just seemed to be a lot in that video that was just like, oh my. And
but
I'm a big fan of the Nathan guy either. Like he just
look. I'll keep my opinion to myself about that as well. But yeah, like some people like kind of a little bit aggressive, in this topic. But yeah, I mean, the problem is like some of these people, like this guy's making flat Earth videos on YouTube because they're pushing the anti-flat Earth videos while they shadow ban the actual flat Earth videos. It's a little cash cow for this guy, right? And he's getting scripts for these videos, and he's using fallacious tactics, fallacious arguments throughout. Like nearly every single video he makes is just filled with fallacies. Just like the thumbnail, he knows that no flat earther claims it's that. He knows that's used to ridicule and to turn people away from flat earth, but he purposely puts it in his thumbnail.
Vom, if you do that, if you can prove the movement of the earth as simply as that by putting a camera on the floor, there is a Nobel Prize waiting for you. You will just debunk as easily as that relativity. Which is the thing that is telling you when you are watching the stars move in the sky, you can't tell which one is moving, the ground or the sky itself. You can't tell. That's relativity. There is an award waiting for you if you can prove that you can show the movement of the earth just by putting a camera on the floor. Same exact thing that you can do with your eyes. Just stand on the ground and you can see the sun going from the east to the west every day. Moon doing the same exact thing. Stars will do the same exact thing. You don't need that time lapse.
If I may just get back to the argument that was made by Dave McKeegan, right? Like to put a couple of holes in it, have a go at stubbing it a bit. Who's taking elevation angle measurements at 100 meters, 1,000 meters, making dip corrections in order to do celestial navigation? Because aircraft pilots will do it using a bubble sextant, which just gives you your horizontal plane to begin with without having to worry about dip correction. Who's making these measurements to know that it does this at such an exponential rate? And if you're talking about the difference between 6 foot and 15 foot, I mean, you could throw in just about any kind of gradient that you want. It probably, our margin of error is going to be so minimal. It's not going to matter as if it was the same at each elevated point. Anyway, if it was an equilateral, leveling instead of this gradient that he's got there. So It's just an assertion with the pre-assumed baked-in idea that you need to do it that way to begin with, because they have the preconceived notion that the Earth is a sphere with the radius value. They're saying this must take place. I mean, at these minimal like levels, it's not going to make much of a difference anyway. And they already tell you that it's not perfect. It's pretty accurate, but it's like, it's good, but it's not perfect anyway.
Yeah, I understand. I need to learn the math better, or anything better. It just seemed like it's an interesting.
And these guys, anyway, like these celestial navigators back in the day, like they're gauging a general direction to head, right? And they do their celestial navigation with the sextant, everything. And then they go, right, we got to go that way, guys, right? And so they start heading. By the time they're getting near their destination, their visual cues are kicking in anyway. Oh yeah, I recognize that piece of land. That looks like blah blah. Right, we're right now. We don't need the sextant anymore. We can pack it up and put it in our pocket. Nobody's going to the direct location of the GP of the star and saying, "Here it is, boys, we made it." To validate any of this fucking spherical bullshit, they say that they need to account for with the Haversine formula, blah, blah, blah.
We know what the Haversine formula does, right? Everybody knows that? Gives you a distance between, let's say, 70 and 65 degrees on the edge of the protractor, that curved distance. It then spits it out and gives you, because the way that the map is produced, it's a global projection pointed out onto a square Mercator projection. It translates that into a distance on that map. But the curved bit is in the sky. When you finally make your measurement, you have to remember that you're on the equatorial plane of the Earth, in the middle of the protractor, in the middle of the Earth, with the Earth projected around you on the exterior of that protractor, and the dome of the heavens or the celestial sphere projected in a sphere like another protractor just outside that. The coordinate system exists both in the sky and on the floor. The longitude and latitude exist up there in the sky and then are projected down as a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. On the horizontal plane, the equatorial plane of the Earth, is you're standing in the middle of it. The Haversine just converts this into a distance. It's the same distance. It's just one's a curved path up in the sky, the other one's a straight path along the floor, the thing you're standing on the Earth. And that's all that does. The trick is they put you on the edge. They make you think that you're on the edge of the protractor when you're making the measurements, because your vertical goes downwards into the center of the Earth. And therefore, so do all of the other lines. Like Eratosthenes, when he was measuring his stick, his stick went down to the center of the Earth, just much like the vertical down through the vertical line down into the center of the Earth from the outside of a protractor, where you would then just make your measurements from a horizontal equatorial plane, measuring elevation angles up from that horizontal, with the coordinate system projected outwards and around you at 360 degrees. All measurements are taken from the horizontal plane, though.
Right. And with dip correction, Jedi, can we just inform Vom of what dip correction is needed when like, let's say, taking an elevation angle measurement using a sextant in a dinghy?
You don't have to
elaborate on.
So, like you pointed out earlier, you don't have to use dip correction, but dip correction will take you down to mean sea level. At mean sea level being a horizontal reference. in celestial navigation, they'll have you believe that this is a projected tangent plane only intersecting the Earth at the point where your feet are touching it. The surface of the Earth is curving beneath this. So you're standing again on the outside of the protractor, creating horizontal planes. You don't have to use the dip correction though, because if you're in an aeroplane, like T-Dub pointed out, the angle doesn't change to a star, no matter the altitude that we can gain from down here at surface level. Like 35,000 feet, 40,000, 60,000 feet, if we're talking in the case of the Lockheed Blackbird, which uses an upward pointing celestial navigation device. It's all relevant to a horizontal. The horizontal altitude is parallel to the horizontal of mean sea level. They want you to believe that it's parallel to a tangent line that you've created, extending outwards for it intersects that curvature of the Earth, the top of the protractor at, say, 90 degrees. I don't know if I answered that properly, Tito.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah. And what I get from it is that if you were in a dinghy, like 1 foot off the surface of the ocean and taking your elevation angle measurement using a sextant, you wouldn't need to apply dip correction because you're so close to the surface anyway, right?
That's what they tell you to do when you're in a submarine and using your periscope to look at the stars. 0. You're on the plane of the Earth. This is what the plane of the horizon is, right? Out to 3 miles for the 6-foot observer. Everything inside that circle is treated as a horizontal plane. So you, when you're in your dinghy or in your submarine with your periscope, mean sea level, 0 degrees, horizontal plane extending out from you in all directions, 5,400 nautical miles.
It's a big-ass plane.
It's a big-ass plane. Because when you measure 1 degree above the horizon of any celestial object, that gives you a distance of 5,380 nautical miles. 60 miles per degree. So from 90 at your zenith all the way down to 0 degrees, 5,400 nautical miles. Sorry, 3,400 nautical miles. Straight horizontal plane.
So there's a lot of like more to it than just like looking at some guy's diagram on a video and having him use some software to like make claims about the almanac and its degrees that it tells you, blah blah blah, like account for when making dip corrections. And then just using some software on a computer screen to bend that line, that baseline that you originally used to get an angle, and turn it into a curve. And then knowing what you actually do in when you're out in the field, using the method, right? It's Jedi's just explained. Big contrast there. Might be like worth it might be worth you like doing a bit more investigation into actually how celestial navigation is carried out.
Yeah, that's what
in reality, in practical use. Yeah. Yeah, I think Necros was touching on something too earlier about a celestial navigator using a sextant, particularly back, pre-GPS stuff, right? When they were actually like doing this stuff hands-on, not relying on computer systems and things like that. About the movement of the stars. And there's a snippet we got from, I don't have it on this SD card, but I saved it on another file. Someone else might have it. There's a little snippet of an article that was posted in some in a in a leisure magazine. It was a letter to the editor concerning comments from a letter from another reader who'd made inference about how we know that the Earth is in motion and geocentric Earth and all stationary Earth. That's all hogwash. And this celestial navigator, sailor, probably lieutenant of some ship or something in the past, that gave his little spiel on about how when he was in training and when he trained people, they teach people in celestial navigation that it is the Earth that is fixed and that it is the stars that move. That's the way you have to view that when doing this, or it doesn't work, right? And so that he concludes at the end of his little letter to the editor that motionless Earth is still healthy and well understood by celestial navigators.
Fits into how the celestial sphere is even taught in the globe. Celestial sphere model, the way the globe predicts, describes, and navigates with the sun and the stars by number 1, assuming the ground is an infinite plane. 2, assuming the sky of stars is a parallel plane to the ground plane. 3, the sun, the moon, the stars move around above a stationary Earth. 4, there's a dome towering above you for perspective and angle. 5, a horizontal coordinate system. Celestial sphere is an imaginary dome on which the stars and planets are projected. You can imagine this as the dome of a gigantic planetarium in which you are at the center. Celestial sphere which makes a revolution in 24 hours while the Earth stays unmoved.
Now, since they use that for practical use, what would it hurt anyone instead of thinking about it as being imaginary, fight it? Going to change the outcome of their actions and their duties and what they're trying to achieve? What is it? One could actually literally think about it as that being the case and get around quite easily using all this, this celestial sphere model.
I tried to point this out to Eggshells the other day, because if we're to treat the celestial sphere as physical, then the stars are underneath our feet when they go below at the horizon, right? So as you move in any direction, stars come up and go down from the horizon. If you're to believe the celestial sphere, you could to continue the circle below the horizontal, then the stars in this model, this conception, are below your feet. But that means that the star is actually traveling through the surface of the Earth. So when you're underneath, for example, you're underneath Polaris at the North Pole, and Polaris is directly up there ahead of your zenith. As you move south, still facing north, you're measuring that decrease in angle from 80 to 70, 45 to 0 degrees. That arc is based on your perspective. But if you're to treat it as physical, that means Polaris is crashing through the floor. Now, obviously, obviously that can't be the case, because we were standing underneath Polaris when we first made our measurement of 90 degrees. Just based on perspective. Trying to explain this to Eggshells the other day, because he was saying that the Polaris is, below your feet when you get to the South Pole, which means that when you observe it on the equator, he thinks it is crashing through the fucking floor.
Right, unless you think it's a sphere, right? Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Exactly that.
That is right. Yeah, Polaris is the conundrum there. Right. Yeah. Okay. I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, it would have to be physically going below.
Yes, we would physically have to be going below because that's what the curve in the sky is telling us, right? That the surface is curving. Right? Yeah, we get that. But if we were just to look at the observation, that means the thing that's above our head is crashing into the floor. Like the ceiling is physically getting closer to the floor when we look down the corridor. Now, obviously, we know that's not the case because we can walk down the corridor. We can see the difference in the parallels, one above, one below. But yeah, Polaris doesn't crash through the floor. The sun doesn't come out of the floor and crash into the floor, even though this arc of perspective represented by a protractor would suggest, if that's physical.
But then DJ's put an interesting in there. Yeah, the dome is the apparent location, and it's sort of giving it an actual planar position.
Doesn't it assume that the ground is an infinite plane, and that the sky of stars is a parallel plane to the ground plane, and that the imaginary dome in which the stars and planets are projected, that would just be the perspective, right?
Yep, bingo, 100%. It's all based on how we see the world, because we're the ones making the measurements, and this is how the Earth appears to us with relevance to the things above the surface, like the stars.
Yeah,
and it matches. Sorry, Necros. Yeah, it even matches just when you go outside, even during the daytime or nighttime, and you just look around, you can see like a perfect like dome, it looks like a big dome over you. You can see all the clouds ramping around 360 degrees around you, and at nighttime you see the same thing with the stars. It's just a perspective. Sorry, Necros.
No worry. So I just wanted to add that the circumference or the radius of that dome, so the circle that is around you, is dependent to your elevation, how high you are from the floor or the ground, and also that the atmospheric conditions that makes that horizon shorter distance or farther distance.
To your point, we'll all agree with everything that you're saying when we're talking about the rational plane of the horizon, a radius of about 3 miles for the 6-foot observer. But when we're talking about celestial navigation, the horizontal that this plane is on can be measured at a distance of 5,400 nautical miles or expressed as an infinite horizontal plane.
I think too, for that diagram there that DJ posted, I think for that to make a little bit more sense for me, that the imaginary dome, the plane of the stars above, be a tangent plane to the imaginary dome, so that would actually touch.
There is in the video, if you check the video, Anti-Globalist, from where you got that screenshot, I think you got it from Mitchell from Australia, the video made by that guy, and he will show a diagram where there is the plane of the stars horizontal above and parallel to the plane of the ground, the Earth, and there is that dome in around that ship or around that observer. There is another diagram that shows what you just said. I tried to find it and I screenshot it and post it in the side chat. First thing here, the entire video from that guy, and there is all the diagrams. And I will also post that specific diagram. The video is just about celestial navigation.
Yeah, he's good value. Yeah. He seems like he'd be one of the friendliest Australian guys you could ever meet. Like,
yeah, for sure.
No.
Yo, anti-globalists, watch the part of the drone in that video. It's about 5 minutes, 5 minutes and something.
Yep. Okay, I'll have a look now.
Brilliant. He's on it, isn't he?
Yeah.
I've missed a lot of Flat Earth School. I should go and binge watch it, catch up. He's good.
He's got his own Black Swan called the Australian Black Swan.
Yeah, I actually haven't watched this video in a long time. I need to rewatch all these videos. This seems like a great video. That was a good demonstration with the drone.
William, why not? That's perfect.
The only thing that's when you will measure the star, it will just show you like if the star, if you try to measure the height, it will just tell you that like if the star is changing its height. Because we don't know if the star really is as a fixed position. So maybe it's an apparent position of that star that is projecting on that dome.
Right. Yeah. The Jedi was saying that too, yeah. Mm. Did you guys get my point about like that exponential rate, increasing rate of dip correction?
Dip correction?
Get that point that I made about it?
Repeat what you just said. Sorry.
Dave McKeegan like showed his friend's presentation of. They claim that the almanac claims, right, that need that radius value in order to give the correct angle for dip correction, right?
No.
So yeah, that's what but that's what they're saying in the presentation, right? That's a requirement, right? And so that equals so these lateral exponential changes, right, that increase and get larger and larger. It goes up. When you stretch that out, it forms a sphere, right? Or it forms a curved line, right? And for it to make sense, I guess they're saying, but the amount is that we're talking about within the practical use of it, right? The margin error would be so minimal it wouldn't matter. It's not going to give you the amount of error that would be detrimental and have you thousands of miles, hundreds of miles, or even tens of miles off course, right? Nobody's going up to 1,000 meters and dip corrections. And it's talking about just like the height of a crow's nest, maybe, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
And when they do the dip correction, because they can't take out the height of the observer and put the observer at the same height as the horizon, which is 0 elevation from sea level, that thing will just make a curved line, because they are on a curved ball, on a round ball. They, instead of taking out the height, when they do the dip correction, they elevate the horizon to the same height as the observer. So, for example, if you are 2,000 meters above sea level, so 2 kilometers above sea level, they will create an imaginary plane, because they can't do it on a curve, because they want to have that elevation angle. Take out the height of the observer and measure that elevation angle. So they create an imaginary plane which has a true horizon at the same elevation as the observer, 2,000 meter above sea level. So that that horizon would be at the same elevation. Like just in the other server in Politic and in Politic server, Embo showed in his diagram. They create an imaginary plane of the same elevation as the observer. So no, they don't measure or verify that position on the globe, even if they are doing it on a globe. They have to transfer that globe onto an imaginary horizontal plane, through a horizon, from the observer toward a true horizon, not the horizon that you see.
Okay.
Yeah, watch this video. It's so funny. I think it was QE. You will tell me. I don't know the voice. I think it's QE in the video. Wait, so funny. Um,
Anyway, guys, it was chatting with those conversations. I'm gonna have to go to bed though. Late where I am, early in the morning.
Stay blessed, man.
Have a good one, brother.
Have a good one, T-Dub. See you next time, man.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Yeah, you're watching Anti-Globalist?
Yeah, I do have to duck out in a second though. But are you able to share that link for this video in the side chat as well, so I can rewatch the whole thing later?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, you can keep it playing for a bit. Brilliant.
See why Nathan Oakley is not chill anymore? Because he had to deal with those type of people for a long time.
Yeah, I completely get, and yeah, why he's like that with those type of people. Just needs to separate that from other types of people. But yeah, that was great breakdown. We watched that.
Yeah, this has been going on for a long time. And some of the stuff that some of us have been told, some of the shit that's been said, Ain't nobody forgetting that. We're going to remember this stuff. Forgiving and forgetting are two different things. You get bit by a snake, you don't go trying to pet it again. And there's a lot of people out there, of course we're going to treat them that way. They're coming in, they're not taking anything seriously, and they're acting like a bunch of assholes. Why would you want to hang out with it?
I did that with my brother, with my own brother.
And I know some of this stuff some people do, like some of the shit is, people take it as extreme, like, okay, that's fair. But also people need to understand where folks are coming from and the shit that we've heard, the stuff that's been told to some of us. It's really messed up. People want us to be harmed or harm ourselves. And there's a bunch of effed up stuff that's occurred as a result of somebody just simply asking a question. Folks don't understand why. It's because you're in the middle of a war that you don't know you're in.
Yeah, you will see that everywhere. Among those people who hold beliefs, everywhere. Those the LGBTQ, gay people, transgenders, everyone who got those beliefs, you will have that reaction. They will react like that, stupidly, and it will be just bizarre.
Yeah, because cognitive dissonance is an epidemic. There are countless people who are trapped in their own minds, and they don't care how anything works. They just want to feel like they're right. Like their entire worldviews are messed up.
Yep. Have you ever heard some just compilation about those woke people?
They want to fit in. Sorry. I had to walk away from the dogs. They're about to trip me. Walking under my feet. The conversations we have here range from pretty damn good to crap, I can't believe that person just said that to me. WTF, what? So I think a lot of folks don't understand when they do enter into this conversation how serious it is and how serious people have taken it, some of the stuff that they've said or done. It really is a war around information. More like a zombie apocalypse, even. It brings on certain levels of frustration. Be a light way of putting it.
I'm gonna stream some funny things about those people. Some reactions.
Which people?
The delusional people.
The ones
stupid beliefs.
Fantasyland folks who live in their own world.
Yeah. They are so funny. Wait.
They try to act like they live in some kind of alternate dimension where what they think in their head is their reality. It's weird. Neil was saying something similar to that earlier today. Crazy as hell. He's being a smart ass, but still. What's up, Flatman? I hope all is well with you. Flatman can. Hope Discord must have booted him out when he tried to talk. Discord do that stupid boot thing?
Sorry, yeah, I think so. Just having my morning Bob Marley. Thank you. Yes, everything's great.
Hello, brother.
I hope all is well with you, man. Staying blessed, avoiding stress, and watching out for zombies.
You know it. Kind of curious what kind of stuff they'll come in with today.
Mathematical sophistry.
A couple months ago, somebody was saying they could only balance an egg on a nail at the equator only. And I had to get out and say, don't fall for it, people. He'll have us all balancing eggs on nails everywhere, saying, ha ha. And then he'll be the one laughing. I got you to balance an egg on a nail.
They don't even need to show them any math or anything. Those people are just blindly believing any shit that they are telling them. They don't check the math. They don't know the math. Those people that they hold that belief of the globe, they don't know the math. When you ask them about the math, that curvature, the physical horizon, and all those things, it's just the first time that they will research it.
And you know, if they're a glober, as soon as they go to, well, what if it's a cube? You know, they've already accepted the surface is flat.
If they go to cube, they're still living in their imagination because it's a belief-based thing. Like, what if this? What if that?
And the
measurements are knowledge.
The most interesting thing that they say, they really say it explicitly that they just believe. When they ask you, why would they lie? Meaning, they are just believing them. So why would they lie? If they have any knowledge, they won't ask that question. They will just
It's such a
show
naive
you.
question.
Yeah, they will just show you that the Earth is a globe. They won't ask you,
The
why
basis of
don't
that
you believe
question,
them?
dude, in order to present that question, you have to present it from a stance where you live in a world where people just don't lie.
Yeah.
It's that ridiculous of a question.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
We are not asking them, why would we lie? Because we don't have any day. We are saying that the Earth is flat. So we are the ones who verified that. So if it is, you consider it to be a lie, it will be us. But for them, it's not them the liars. So that person that is just debating us and ask us why would they lie, it's not considering himself a liar. He's considering himself just a believer. He believed something that we consider as being a lie, and he considered it as being truth. That's totally stupid. They don't process the information that they are getting from their mouth. They just try to think about what they are saying. They will just turn the flat earthers immediately because they will understand that they are saying just nonsense. Why would they lie? Are you lying? No, I'm just a believer. I'm asking you for them. They are claiming. I'm just believing the claim. So why would they lie? Not me. Oh my God.
Not realizing and saying, I just believe what they're telling me. They're admitting, well, I'm just falling for the lie. That's all.
to me, the most ridiculous part is the way the question's formed, because it involves the necessity for there to be a they when people lie to themselves all the time. They want to blame some mysterious they when people just lie to themselves. They'll double down due to cognitive dissonance. No, I can't be wrong. Various biases and fallacies and shit and get people stuck in a way of thinking.
They come to you just asking you and begging you for belief. Please believe. Please believe the images. Please believe the scientists. Please believe the astronaut. We don't have any other thing. Just we are asking you to believe.
It's almost the same as my life is the way it is because of the government. Because of blank insert group here. You know, those type of people. Their life isn't a consequence of their own choices. It's because of other people. It's because of they.
Yeah. Trying to find somebody to blame for all the problems of the world.
Yeah, they ruined my life. I didn't do it.
And Ethan, they don't know what's happening in the world. They just think or believe the media, what they are telling them about what's happening.
So with all this gender identity stuff, whenever somebody says, I identify as they, them, you can be like, you're the they. You're the they. Oh, imagine.
Yo, Flatman, watch this sequence. It's about what you just said. Look at these stupid people. They don't have a brain. Literally, they don't have a brain. They just regurgitate what they heard.
We had at least 2, maybe even 3 pretender clowns in BC the other day. It was hilarious. Claiming they were FE aware and then just insulting people. It was kind of comical in a way.
They start talking about memes and beliefs.
Or attacking people that aren't even here and like crazy. Asking a question in a way where you're going to assume they're a glober asking you, and then after a bit trying to come off that they're not a globe individual, and then the way they're proceeding just being time waster, basically, you know they're not FE knowledgeable or aware. They're just time wasters, trolling big time. It was crazy. Insulting people's mothers. It was funny. And then trying to communicate with those people like they want to communicate with them after they've insulted them and stuff. Like, insane. Watched a good Hibbler Productions documentary yesterday. The Old World Order. It was decent. He does some amazing content.
Sorry?
It was a good video.
Yeah, what you just have to do is just making them think about their claims, what they spit from their mouth, because they usually don't think about what they are saying. They just regurgitate what they heard, and they don't have any clue about the reality of that thing, if it is a fact or not.
What's going on?
Not too much, just laying back, waiting for some glow and show us picture. I was just mentioning a documentary I watched yesterday by Hibbler Productions. The Old World Order. It's pretty good documentary. You saw it too?
Yeah, I saw it a while ago. Pretty good. I like the bit about the didn't know that they had like sections in them where they had shops and restaurants and all that sort of stuff. That's amazing.
Yeah. I like the part where Max Egan points out you don't really have to travel. They're everywhere.
I had it. Can you share it with me? I want to watch it with my wife. The old world.
Give me 2 seconds. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Is it like that documentary movie called History of Flat Earth? Something like that?
It's kind of like that, a little bit, yep.
Okay. You've watched that movie documentary, History of Flat Earth?
Oh yeah, man, it's freaking amazing. I've actually shared that a few times in the last few days, and people get back to me saying, "Whoa, that's like amazing, like life changing. Thank you so much."
Yeah, brother.
And each time I watch it, it's like I see more things that I didn't notice the last time. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Such a long documentary as well. I got Old World Order here.
I like long stuff. Like I prefer a movie to be 2 hours or more rather than an hour or whatever.
Definitely, man.
Have you ever watched that documentary? It doesn't exist in YouTube. It's only, I think, in BitShot and other websites. It's called Fall of the Cabal.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's an amazing documentary. It shows many things that are verified. Many informations, mails that from Hillary Clinton, anything that they show there, it's verifiable and you can check it yourself. Because it was just about information that were leaked.
So it's 3 hours. Is this the one? Called the Fall of the Cabal.
I think. Wait.
I'll share it in the chat.
I see. Wait. No, this one is in German, I think, or I don't know. Is this German?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't seen it. I only just heard about it from you, so I just typed it in.
No, okay. I'll find
Okay,
it.
it's a German version. Is it a series called Fall of the Cabal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, here it is.
But there is a video that contain all the series at once.
Yeah, I think this is it. Side chat.
I think this is it. The one. Wait. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'll check it out.
It's an amazing video. Yeah, you have to see it.
Elon Musk in his former years dropped the deuce.
Oh.
think I'm gonna log out of here for a little while. Stay blessed, man. I'll see you around.
Hey Heath, sorry man, I didn't hear what you said just then. My headphones were next to me. What'd you say?
Just figured that nobody was talking, and I was gonna head out since everybody left. Probably charge my phone.
Yeah, man. It's my wedding anniversary today, so I'm gonna go celebrate with the missus, movies and stuff.
Yeah, man.
So
Have fun.
I'll catch you next time, man. Have a good one.
Stay blessed, bro. Peace.
What's up, man? Hello?
But look, I think that
You think it's very prolific.
sorry, I'm just for chat. Chatting with someone. But look, I used to be a flat earther like all of you, and I hope one day that you guys snap out of it.
Snap out of it, like stop, like paying attention to reality.
Oh, look, it appears flat.
Yeah,
Just
no
because
shit, Sherlock.
just because something appears flat doesn't mean it's flat. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
You really don't.
Just because they look like a girl doesn't actually mean they're a girl.
No, but do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
You don't?
Why do you believe in globe model?
Huh?
Why do you believe in the ball model?
Because the thing is, I believe in a big. They have the evidence. They actually have a model. You know, so it's like
I don't know. I haven't heard an argument or scientific research or anything.
and their model is actually something that we can use.
What do we use it for?
Oh, all kinds of things, man. I don't even know where to begin. There's just so much application. Like, I'll give you an
Alright, can
example.
you go-
Yeah?
Okay, go on.
In video games, certain worlds are they go by the Earth model.
You talking about video games, or are we talking about reality here? I'm confused.
Yeah, but the video game is using the same physics. You know what I mean?
Video games aren't real, man. It's just on a screen.
No,
It's
but
just some
no, you're
numbers
not. You're
and
not
shit
quite listening. They're
entered
using
into
the
a
same.
computer.
They're using the same physics, is what I'm saying.
No. They're using computer programs. They're not using physics. It's not real. It's not real. It's not physical things that you're actually interacting with in reality. It's just on the screen, dude. What are you talking about? They use the same physics. Do you think what's on the screen is actually
I
really
understand
happening?
that, but do you understand that there's no such thing as a perfect circle?
Oh, there isn't. That's amazing.
I thought CD.
Yeah. So
Could you do me a favor? Could you go this globe model that you're talking about, right? Could you go ahead and post that in the chat, in the side chat, so everybody
I
can
don't
have a
have
look at it?
I don't have image permissions.
Oh.
Because if I had image
So it's
permissions,
a
I
picture.
would be posting pornography right now. But I don't actually have image permissions.
Oh, that's disgusting. But so it's a picture, is it? It's a picture that you want to post. This model is a picture, is it?
Okay. I mean, isn't that what you're asking, or are you asking for like a diagram of the model?
No, you said it's a model. There's a model. There's a globe model, right?
Okay.
All right. Is it just a picture? Is it? Does it involve more than that? What is it? What is this model?
Well, it's a combination of things. You know, gravity. The solar system, the orbiting around the sun, the shape of the Earth.
Also, climate.
Huh?
Climate. Like
Climate, yeah.
On the Earth is different because different places is closer to the equator, which means that this is gonna be hot.
Yeah, that's kind of true because a flat model doesn't explain equators.
I think you killed it, man. You killed it. Yeah. All right.
Is this your
so
Earth model?
convinced.
But the thing is, you don't want to be convinced. That's the problem, my friend. You don't want to be convinced.
What model?
No, hold on. Can we agree that you don't want to be convinced?
No, this isn't about what I want, right?
No, because let's be honest.
This is about what you said you were going to do. You said you were going to debunk the flat Earth.
But I have. But the thing is, like,
okay, how have you done that?
Gravity.
Gravity. All right. So
okay.
Just saying one word debunks flat Earth. Right?
Do you accept acceleration?
You mean
What do you mean? Do I
9.8?
accept acceleration?
Do you
What do you mean by
accept the downward
do I
acceleration?
accept?
You mean 9.8?
Yeah, do
Is
you
there
accept
downward
9.8?
acceleration? It's an agreed upon average of solids and liquids falling.
Okay, but do you accept it? Is what I'm asking.
It's an agreed upon average. Actually, it was voted upon. They voted on that.
No, I'm asking, is 9.8, do you accept it?
I accept that things accelerate roughly, probably.
No, I'm asking you, do you
But
accept the number, 9.8?
It's very specific. It's specific. It doesn't apply to everything in all situations.
I'm asking you, do you accept it or not?
In certain situations, I'll grant you that.
Okay, you're not being honest. Is anyone here honest?
He is dishonest.
Oh my god.
It's a yes or no question,
Oh my
man.
God.
I know you guys can't answer questions.
It's not a yes or no question. It is not a yes or no question
You're
because
sounding like a
it's
Muslim, bro. You're sounding
conditional.
like a Muslim
It
right now,
only
bro.
happens in certain conditions, not in all situations, not in all
You're sounding
environments.
like a
Does
Muslim.
that occur?
Just answer the question directly.
No, I can't when it's not applicable to all situations. It's a specific thing that happens.
So 9.8 is not applicable in all situations.
No, it's not.
Give me one situation where it's not applicable.
A pumice stone sitting on the surface of liquid.
He doesn't know.
This guy has to be joking, yeah? Am I the only one?
No, I'm not. Is a pumice stone, tell me, sir, is a pumice stone sitting on the surface of liquid, right? Accelerating downward at 9.8 meters per second squared. Is it? Is it? It's accelerating down through the water at 9.8 meters per second
You
squared.
are a donkey. Don't worry, you're a donkey. I'm going to destroy you. Listen.
Is a pumice stone accelerating downwards through the water,
I will grant you
9.81 meters per second squared? Is it?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Is it?
I will
It's
grant
not, is
you
it?
that it works.
It's not, is it?
I don't want to debate this. I don't want to go into this. This is meaningless.
All right.
The
yeah.
fact
Exactly.
that you accept.
You just shut him down. You don't want to talk about it.
No, he didn't. He's just really ignorant. I don't
Yeah,
have
he
time
did
for that.
because hold on though, just real quick, not to like white knight because he doesn't need it because he's the man. But
All
the
right.
fact,
fuck your boyfriend.
the fact, hold on, ad nauseum, just hold on, just let me talk real quick. The fact that you said this is what is, and then he goes, no, it's not, because then he gave you a situation where it's not, and then so
I can debunk him.
hold on, just be a gentleman. Listen, just be a gentleman and say, okay, you got me there. Let me rephrase it. Let me look at it.
I'm being
different angle.
serious. I'm being
All right,
serious.
All right.
I don't want to go into it because I don't want to go into a whole different conversation. I just want him to just agree that 9.8 is acceptable. He said yes, that's fine. In some situations, I don't really care. Some situations, I don't really care. He accepts it. The problem is, if you accept 9.8, then you accept Cavendish experiment. And if you accept Cavendish
That's not
experiment,
true at all.
you accept the globe Earth. You've been
That's
debunked.
completely
I've
false.
debunked you. I've destroyed you.
That's completely false. So let me ask something. Do the balls in the Cavendish experiment move towards each other at 9.8 per seconds per second?
Did you hear what I just said?
Did you hear what I just said? You just said that if you agree to 9.8 seconds per second falling down, then the Cavendish experiment, you're saying you would have to believe in that if you believe in 9.8. Now, the question for you throwing it back is the Cavendish experiment, which is not an experiment, but does it display or show or give you a measured value of them moving at 9.8 seconds per second? Yes or no? Answer that.
Yes.
You are a donkey, my friend. Congratulations. You've won the donkey award.
So you can't, right? You can't. I love how logically you're not understanding what he said.
Congratulations, you've won the donkey award for the month, man.
The more you say it doesn't make it true, by the way. There's just because you say
because you're showing how ignorant you are.
You just showed how ignorant you are. You said
a question ad nauseum. He asked you a question. It was a yes or no question, not calling him a numpty or calling him stupid or calling him ignorant. He asked you a question, yes or no. Can you show? If you say yes, then the burden will be on you to show. If you say no, then you should allow him to continue his point.
Understand.
Okay, so yes or no? He asked you a question. Do he have to ask you again?
Okay, I think maybe I have to ask him again. Okay, let me ask it one more time. I'll say a little slower this time. If you're saying that you agree to 9.8 per second, then that correlates to we have to then agree to Cavendish. My question to you, I'll say it slower. Do you observe or measure any movement in the Cavendish experiment which would correlate to a 9.8 second per second attraction? Yes or no?
If you accept 9.8, you accept Cavendish, and there's no way.
Yeah, see, buddy.
Yes or no?
You got wrecked, bro. You don't even know it. You got wrecked. You don't even know it.
I think you don't know what you're talking about, honestly.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, do you want me to explain?
Okay,
if I want you to explain how.
God.
All right, I'll be generous. I'll be generous and I'll explain.
So, guys, I want you to explain how it debunks.
Yes, okay,
one sec.
Or no. That's it.
No, his whole purpose of coming in here was to debunk flat Earth. I'd like him to explain what he thinks.
Listen to me. I'm going to destroy you, buddy.
Does it debunk flat Earth? How does it debunk flat Earth?
You're 0 for 2 so far, by the way. But go ahead.
I think he really just don't understand what he was just asked.
I don't think so either. To be honest, like he doesn't have the brain capacity to realize.
I said gravity destroys flat Earth. Can we agree?
No, we can't.
Here we go.
This is what the problem.
How does it? How does gravity destroy flat Earth?
Do you believe in gravity?
No, they don't.
How does it destroy flat Earth?
No, but I'm asking you, do you believe in gravity?
No,
why is it a question? You're making the claim.
To a question.
No,
don't need a response to a question.
Gravity.
You made a statement, a clear statement. Gravity debunks flat Earth.
Okay,
how
do you believe in gravity?
It? Don't need to ask me a question. Support your statement.
Yeah, I would love to, but there's no point in having this conversation if you don't believe.
Do you have the burden because you're the one made the statement? He wants you to support it.
Listen,
it seems like you got a problem with supporting your ad nauseum. It seems like you have a problem with supporting your points that you are making. By the way, then when somebody asks you about the specifics of your point that you are making, if it goes off of the script, it seems like if it goes off of the script or whatever you're repeating. Right. If it goes off that where you have to get in depth of what you're talking about, you want to ask us questions to explain your point. No, we don't have to explain your worldview.
Good point.
This is your point.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand because like there's some
we don't understand. You don't understand, bro.
No, there's some flat earthers who believe in gravity, and then there's.
Well, you don't know if you're talking to those flat earthers. The flat earthers that you're talking to right now is basically trying to get you to articulate the point that you're making.
Right, you came in with the claim.
So basically, what I'm saying is gravity, right, doesn't function on a flat Earth. Okay, it just doesn't work.
Explain.
So that's why a lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity.
No. You have to further explain that. If you want to say that it doesn't work on a flat Earth, okay, well, you have to explain how is it debunking the flat Earth to be true.
Okay, I'll explain. I'll explain just to you, Reg Joe. So flat earthers do not accept the Cavendish experiment.
It's not an experiment. That's why.
And the problem is the way in which we come up with the number 9.8 is with the Cavendish experiment. And
explain how.
If they accept 9.8.
Explain how.
And then they also reject the Cavendish experiment.
Explain. It's not an experiment. And explain how it makes
9.8 is debunked.
Explain how it makes 9.8. Please, I'm waiting for this. I'm on the edge of my seat.
If I explain it to you, will you leave flat Earth?
Please explain it. Go ahead.
But if I explain it to you, will you leave flat Earth?
Please do it.
You have to explain it to us first, and then you will have to explain how is it debunking flat Earth. Period.
Right.
Okay. No, because you don't accept Cavendish, yeah?
You have to explain why should we. Okay, if we don't accept it, you have to explain why you have to explain why should we accept it.
No, but
Right.
you don't understand, right? You accept 9.8, but you don't accept Cavendish.
Explain how Cavendish does
That is
9.8, please.
inconsistent, my friend. That's a logical inconsistency.
Okay. Let's do the math. Let's do the math. Okay. We're gonna get to the bottom
How about
of
you
this.
let me explain it?
We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Yeah. There you go. Go ahead.
Explain it. No, hold on. How about you let me explain it? Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We
All
tried
right,
that 10 times already.
Sit down, bro. Sit down. I'm gonna cook you, bro. Don't worry. I'm gonna sit down. So the math is pretty simple, yeah.
I'm waiting.
So the connection to the gravitational acceleration.
Okay.
With the connection to the Cavendish experiment is with the gravitational constant, and the gravitational constant is found within the formula that we use to derive little g. Okay. So to get 9.8, we use the gravitational constant, which was first measured by Cavendish.
Measurement would be a direct observation.
Let me finish. Just let me finish.
Okay. Ad nauseum.
Now accept 9.8. You accept Cavendish, and you cannot run away from that.
All right.
Well, we don't accept anything. But right now, this is your claim that we made. This is your claim that you're making. You said measurement. So now we have to go to your direct measurements, because that would be direct observation.
Right. Here's let me share something with you ad nauseum. This is what you so far. Maybe you could rebound, but so far you failed because you set a number, and you set an observation, and you set a measurement. Now, did Cavendish witness anything that moved at 9.8 per second?
No, he actually witnessed something.
That's the original question he asked you too, Nauseum. That's the original question.
I'm trying to take it back. I'm trying to let him realize.
Can I just say to this other guy here?
Yeah, you already said no ad nauseum. Just deep breath, bro.
He's not going to answer the question again. Maybe after we let him explain.
I'm going to answer.
That's crazy, bro.
Nauseum. Everything that you just explained. What's your name?
Apocryphon.
Apocrypha have already explained it in fullness. Matter of fact, he even put it in linear terms so everybody in the room could understand where this is going. And then he asked you the exact same, and then it went right to the exact same question. That's why everybody in the room was already caught up. Because Epoxy already gave that very same explanation. You want to keep arguing about the explanation instead of talking about the dynamics of the explanation, which would be the direct observation that you would have to witness, which would be like a natural effect that you would have to witness in order for you to prove those mathematics to be true. Exactly. So that formula cannot be true without that direct observation. That's why he asked you for that witness of this direct observation, which would be something that you are witnessing in nature to be true. Okay, so it's yes or no. We're going back to the original question.
I'll explain why that's irrelevant, because you have to.
Okay, so we're going to explain why the direct observation is not relevant to observational proof.
You can't make this up.
I'll explain why it's irrelevant. Hold on, I'll explain why it's irrelevant, because this is not about evidence. This is about logic. Yeah.
What? No, it's not. This is not a logical. This is not a logical question.
Hold on. Just
wait a minute. The so-called shape of the Earth is not a logical question to be answered.
This is not about
what is in nature?
Logic, yeah?
Wait a minute, ad nauseum. What you witness in nature is not a logical observation. Observational study is not logical. It's just what is. Okay, listen to this, Anazia. Listen to this real fast. I'm going to do it real slow for you. What you are witnessing in nature, the argument that you in right now, is whether or not the terrestrial ground of the Earth is flat or curved. Again, not Nazia. Let me explain it to you again, Nazia. Let me explain it to you again, Nazia. Again, listen.
You're not listening to me, bro. What are you
It's my turn to talk. Listen.
I already heard you.
Okay, listen one more time. Let me just say it. Because this is where you get mixed up. The argument that you are making, the statement that you are making right now is that you can debunk the flat earth to be true. Flat earth as in an observation, as in this is what's true in nature. It's not what could be true. It's not a logical reasoning. There is no reasoning about any natural law or any natural phenomenon being true in nature. It is an objective. Wait a minute. It is an objective truth. What is the nature of the earth, the ground that you are standing on? Is it a spheroid spinning around 1,000 miles per hour, flying around in space, right? Which would be a witness to a curve. That would be the natural study of that, or a natural observation. Or is it flat, right? An infinite terrestrial plane, right? One or two must be true in the way that you prove that, since it is objective truth, since it is something that you can witness in nature, you would have to prove that with natural observation, not just mathematical studies. You use mathematics. Those are concepts that describe nature, what you observe in nature. So again, Apocalypse already explained everything that you're talking about with your maths. Now we're getting to the point of measurement and natural observation, which are the things in reality that mathematics is describing to. Formula describe what you observe in nature. So when he say, well, have Cavendish or any of these scientists that you are calling scientists, as you saying this is experiments, have Cavendish witness any of these things happening, far as witnessing a natural phenomenon or witnesses this through a natural observation. Have he witnessed this natural effect? You're saying, no, I don't have to explain that. That's irrelevant. It is the only thing relevant in this whole argument. It's the most relevant thing that can be asked whenever you're trying to describe what is the concrete noun of earth. Period.
Okay. So I'm going to unmute ad nauseum to respond, right? He's not going to ask any questions. He's going to present and support his statement that he has debunked flat earth.
Okay, and do you want me to explain why that's irrelevant? All right. It's irrelevant because you have to first accept the logic before we go into observation. The logic is simple. If you accept 9.8 in whatever situation, if you accept 9.8, then you have to accept Cavendish experiment as valid. And if you reject the Cavendish experiment as valid, you reject 9.8 in whatever situation. Do you understand the logic before we proceed on the natural observation?
There's no logic in objective nature. There is no logic in natural observation. A natural observation is just what you are witnessing. There's no logic behind that.
Let me say this.
Wait a minute. What you are doing ad nauseum is you're trying to set up a false dichotomy. You're supposed to be debunking whether or not in reality that the flat earth is true. That is a natural observation. If the flat earth is untrue, there is no logical reasoning behind it. It's just, this is objectively true in nature. It is a lot of things in nature that is not basically based in just logical reasoning. It's just basically, this is the natural law of how the world works. We use science to figure out what is the cause or the effect of the natural effects of the world. We use mathematics in order to describe the things that we observe in the world. Those are the only logical reasoning that we use. But far as natural observations, which is all that logic is supposed to be based upon, that holds over the logic that you could come up with. Just because you come up with an assumption and you think it makes sense, that don't mean that it's objectively true. What is objectively true is what you can basically prove or observe in nature in itself. Nature is objectively true, not what you think nature is.
Let me explain something to you real quick, ad nauseum, if you don't mind. This is my logic, okay, that I would say. And maybe it's not even logic. Maybe it's just common sense. The point of you saying if you reject 9.8, you reject Cavendish. That would make sense to me if Cavendish observably was moving at 9.8 per second, because then I would agree with you. You are absolutely right, ad nauseum. If somebody knew that the Cavendish experiment produced a 9.8 per second, vector or whatever you want, however you want to say it, because now it's going sideways. I thought we were trying to measure things dropping down, but that's a whole nother story. But the point here is that if that was a 9.8, and then you said, well, if you're going to deny the 9.8 of gravity, then you're denying then I would agree with you, right? That makes sense ad nauseum. But the fact that it doesn't produce a 9.8 per second in the Cavendish, and you want us to correlate that to the 9.8, average or, agreed upon in what gravity represents or what it does, well, then you don't understand what you're saying, and you're trying to falsely put these two things together that are two different, separate, measurably, observed movements or speeds. Do you understand that? I'm like talking to a 5-year-old right now. Do you understand that?
And all of that, again, one more thing, and all of that is channeled off of the natural observation beginning from that start. So you basically establish this, what you have observed, this to be true. Then you come up with your numbers of 9.8 and try to come up with an explanation or test that assumption. The assumption comes after the natural observation, what is objectively true. So you can't just come up with, this is the logic and this is what math says. You cannot come up with that and try to ignore the very question that he's asking, well, have this been observed? Because that's the only question that he asked you at nauseam.
What I want is simple. I just want him to demonstrate how anything he's said so far debunks flat Earth, which was his original claim.
There is nothing that can bunk the flat Earth because the Earth is measured flat. It is not about beliefs or theories or whatsoever. It's just measured.
This is not a theory. This is a natural observation, as you put it. Now, listen. I don't even need to bring up Cavendish. Okay. The way in which we get the way. Listen to me. The way.
So you scrapping the Cavendish thing?
No. I'm gonna destroy you in 2 seconds. No, because you want me to destroy you in 2 seconds.
Where have you observed?
Finish.
Come on, guys. Let him get a bit more out. Than
if you want me to destroy you in 2 seconds, I will do it right now.
A little bit.
Okay. I will do it right now and destroy you in 2 seconds. Are you ready? Are you prepared?
Right.
So you guys, listen. These guys say that they accept 9.8. Guess what? Guess how we derive 9.8? Using the Earth's radius. Got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. Get him out of here. Get these guys out of here right now.
You think? Oh my God!
Oh,
bro.
we got him, bro. We got him. We got him.
Is that what you think it is, bro?
This is the dumbest shit.
You don't know what the radius can be a radius around. Not something that is round. There's not spherical. It can be round. What is round? Round is. You have to show out what spherical measurement is. Oh,
you don't understand. You don't understand. These people said that they accept 9.8.
You don't understand that radius is just like a pie. You can use a pie for a circle. 3.14. You can use to make a circle.
One sec, Johnny. Yes. One sec, Johnny. Ad nauseum. Please run us through the process by which we can derive 9.8 meters per second squared by a radius value.
Yeah, I say that. That is just a pie.
All right. Okay.
On a circle, it's not spherical. It's just a circle. That's just that we are talking about.
Please let him. Please let him. He's going to address my question, Johnny. He's going to address my question, which is for him to be able to demonstrate and run us through the process of deriving 9.8 meters per second squared from a radius value of 3,959 miles. And I'm being gracious and granting him his radius at the moment. I could simply ask him to validate the radius, but I want him to explain the process involved in deriving 9.8 meters per second squared from a radius value. Go.
Yeah, you're being very generous right now.
Yeah, everybody's waiting.
Ad nauseum? Go. The floor is yours.
So yeah, okay, fantastic. So since you wanted me to easily debunk you, I brought up radius. Okay, radius is a crucial component in deriving 9.8, as well as Cavendish.
Yes, he asked you to explain how.
It's a combination. Let me finish.
He always run to other points. He was scrapping the Cavendish experiment. Now he went to the radio value. Now we asking him about that. Now he wanted red herring into another point. No, we asked you to explain how. We being very generous by giving you the radius value right now. We asked you to explain how.
Bro, I'm literally getting there. I keep getting interrupted.
Why you're talking about Cavendish?
So for those of you who are not familiar, 9.8 is derived by a combination of things. You have Cavendish, you have radius, and you have the mass of the Earth. All right,
so
these three combined produce 9.8, and that's how we get the number 9.8.
Okay, so how is it derived?
You're making some bare assertions, right? I hear you making bare assertions and not explaining how you derive the 9.8 meters per second squared.
Exactly.
Okay?
You're not describing.
You're just telling us that it is derived from these things, and you're not explaining how it's derived. That's what we're asking for.
I think that's
Stop repeating yourself. Stop living up to your name, right? And step outside of your comfort zone and explain how. Support your claim.
No.
Yeah, I was going to do that.
Yeah, we are waiting.
Okay, so how does radius play a part? So there's a number of factors. So the first one is obviously to do with the distance, right? So when two objects are closer together, which means that they have like a smaller radius, the gravitational force between them is stronger. And so when two objects are further apart,
there is no gravity, there's a force. You cannot
you have
use
a
the
larger
word
radius.
Force because it isn't a force.
The gravitational force between them is weaker.
It isn't a force. You cannot say
and
force.
So the gravitational force allows an inverse square law, which means that the...
Sorry to cut you off ad nauseum, but Johnny B takes exception to something you've said mid-sentence, all right? And I think it might be an important point that he wants to address. So you want to go ahead and make your point, Johnny?
First of all, he is thinking about what he can say, and then he starts saying something like a gravitational force. And gravitational force, what is that? Then you have to explain that is. No, that's known in all of us. We know there is no gravitational force. So-called gravity that people think it is. It isn't a force. There's no cause. You need a cause and effect, and you have to show up method, as we call it, scientific method, to prove that. That has not been proven. Therefore, he is just talking gibberish, and I have to stop him. Just he is using it has been proved times on time.
Yeah, Johnny, we trying to let him answer T Dub's question. He's just been ignoring all the questions that's been asked to him when he's the one that's making the claim here.
Yeah, but then they have to start talking something that has some knowledge and reality to it, not make things up. Or you cannot call gravity's force because it has been accepted that it isn't a force of all educated people.
It seems that there's an objection ad nauseum and an objection to your statement that there's a gravitational force.
All right, so that's not really an objection. That's just incredulity on his part. This is why it's so difficult to debate ignorant people, because it's like, just, read up, bro. Gravity is a force.
It seems like the only one that's being ignorant right now is you. You the one that's calling names. We just asking you questions about
I'm
your
just
claim.
being honest. I'm just saying read a book.
But that's not being honest. That's just being ignorant. You can't assume someone is being ignorant because they asking you a question about a claim that you made.
Okay, if you think gravity isn't a force,
like if I'm making a claim, I'm not going to expect the person that I'm making the claim to know everything about the claim that I'm making. I'm not going to ask them. I'm not going to ask them to explain the claim that I'm making. I'm going to explain and I'm going to provide the evidence, right? Because I'm the one that holds the burden of the claim that I'm making. So it is up to me to provide the evidence, or it's up to me to explain with validation the claim that I'm making. If I cannot validate the claim that I'm making, then I'm the one that's being ignorant. I can't sit up here and say, oh, well, you don't understand what I'm saying, therefore you ignorant. No, you're just not validating what you're actually saying, and you're the one that's being ignorant of your own claim.
Okay. So everyone here thinks that gravity. Everyone here thinks that gravity is not a force.
No, I do.
Okay, we to somewhere else.
The thing is, he's committing a host of fallacies. Like just now, when he instead of answering the guy, it was actually an ad hom. Because how are you going to tell someone's question or comment is unjustified?
Because it's nonsense.
It's like no. First of all, the person making the objection has to justify why that's the case in the first place, and then you're supposed to listen. That's what's supposed to happen.
I think he already did that.
What's really interesting is that, I know T-Dub's a very patient man, but you still haven't answered his question, and that was like an hour.
I keep getting interrupted.
All right, maybe you can do it now. Everybody.
To be fair, I did interrupt him because there was an objection to his statement of gravitational force, and I thought it might have been, pertinent to address that. So his
I can happily address that. So
his description of how gravity is derived from a radius value, how 9.8 meters per second squared is derived from a radius value, and how the radius value is relevant, was interrupted by me. That's fair. So if he'd like to continue and we want to skip past his assertion that there's a gravitational force, then we can continue and allow him to finish.
Right, it's a gravitational force, and I'll explain why it's a gravitational force. So you have something called classical physics. In classical physics, which is something that we use in everyday life, we consider it as a force. If you're talking about general relativity, then obviously it's not considered a force. But general relativity doesn't impact what we are observing when it comes to 9.8. Okay, do you understand that? Do you understand that?
So you're trying to say that general relativity is what's making things fall down, but which is Einsteinian, but Newtonian, it's different. It's not general relativity, and you're saying they both are working right now. Is that what I'm just trying to understand you? Are you saying that
Einstein has a more nuanced perspective?
So you do believe that things are are pulling and attracting towards another. You do believe that then?
I believe in Einstein's theory, yes.
Okay, well, that's general. No, Einstein doesn't believe in that. He doesn't believe that. He didn't believe, should I say, that things are pulling, that mass and is attracting mass. This is why he came up with the general theory of relativity, because there's other scientists that were disproving the mass attracting mass, so he had to change it up. He literally, as it's recorded, it says he changed physics on its head. What was that?
Okay, listen. I know I'm in a room full of ignorant people, but look, I don't think you're doing a disservice. You're doing a disservice.
Wait, hold on, wait.
I feel like that's all he have is insults and
yeah, it's interesting. How about you address what I said?
He also applied to majority, so.
How about you address what I said? Do you not agree?
I would love to if you just shut your trap.
We're okay. See, now you're just being ignorant. But go ahead.
No,
I'll let ignorant be ignorant. Go ahead.
Yeah, he just said it well.
Yeah, he just Go ahead, man.
All right. If I get interrupted one more time, I'm out of here, bro.
Because that's probably a good thing. So let me just interrupt you now. Bye. Later. Oh, you lied to us, you dog. Go ahead. Explain.
Yeah. He lost, and he is a loser. He was not able to counter his statement.
If the world is flat, then why are boobs?
I've literally debunked them, and they're still yapping, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you haven't debunked anything. Every time someone asks,
listen to me. I'm gonna destroy you. Don't worry.
Every time someone came with an objection to your rebuttal, you red herring away from the point that you was making. Remember, you scrapped the Cavendish experiment earlier when the guy asked you a question about it.
No, I didn't.
Then you scrapped the gravitational.
It's too complicated for you, so I had to simplify it. Do you understand?
It's too complicated. But that ain't why you scrapped it. It was just a question that was asked to you. I guess it was too complicated. For you to answer.
I understand. It's too complicated.
It was too complicated for you to answer your own question. It was too complicated for you to answer a question. It was too complicated.
You don't quite listen to me. 9.8 is derived by three things.
Okay,
the mass of the Earth, the radius of the Earth, and the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, show.
Do you understand?
And the question back to you is show. The question back to you is show. Show and prove.
I would love to.
Great, show.
First of all, we have to all acknowledge gravity is a force. Otherwise, we cannot move on.
Hold on. So it's not like everything you just said is wrong, right?
Can I say something?
Okay, come Jeff.
Gravity is explained and observed. The globe side doesn't have to prove anything. The flat Earth side needs to explain the downward acceleration and how it works in your model. And that is it. We don't need
No, it's not. You
something
have to establish that to be true.
So wait, if the Earth is flat, we know how to use it all the time. You don't.
We don't know how to use something going down. I believe that the flat Earth is the only ones that have up and down.
But there is no model. You don't have
do you believe in latitudes and longitudes, or are those just like round Earth things?
Bro, that's crazy.
Misinformation. These guys, right? They say they accept 9.8. They say they accept 9.8, but then they reject the radius of the Earth and they reject Cavendish.
That's because it's not involved.
Yes, because you haven't shown.
Ed, I know. I'm just fast forward. The talk as always.
Please, just for a second.
Oh, so maybe his buddies here the white knight. Dude. Oh, maybe his buddies is here the white knight for him, and now he want to call audio chaos. His buddies here the white knight for him. So maybe he's going to answer the questions now.
Take the podium, fam.
Can you hear me?
Hey.
Oh, so maybe his friend's going to answer the questions for him.
Hello? Can I be heard? Am I being heard right now?
Yeah, T-Dub, we can hear you. Go ahead, T-Dub. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to address misinformation's statement, all right? Because to justify that statement, he must elaborate on how it's relevant to the nature of the surface of the Earth, because that's the topic here. Is it planar? Is it curving? Is it spherical? Right?
Yes. Let me help you. Let me help you.
Right, go.
Any science, literally any science, takes into account the shape of the Earth when designing things. Okay? When I want to build a rocket, when I want to build even a plate, everything takes into account gravity. Okay? And yes, and the flat Earth side cannot present any product or any technology that is using their claims. So I would say, show me something that works because of flat Earth.
Can I hit
As
little
simple
G
as
for like
that.
20 seconds?
Reverse of the burden of proof. No, we're trying to get him to basically address any of the claims that he's basically making, validate what you are saying. Everything have been, well, we do this in engineering, so therefore the flat Earth has the burden to explain how does it work on their model. No, you have to basically explain how did it validate it on your model first.
Yeah, but
you're just saying, therefore,
Right, but
this is,
can I say
therefore this
something?
happened.
Can I say something? You
Hold
have
on,
heard.
hold on. Let me say something first. What's funny is I was actually going to direct you to Shane's website, and then look, Shane's here. That's freaking funny. Go ahead.
Yo, little
Shane,
G isn't exclusive to either model. It's just a function of height and time, bro. It's a kinematic
Yo,
equivalence
Shane.
with
Yo,
what's
Shane.
on flat Earth,
Yo,
right?
Shane.
So if you knew what it
Yo,
was,
Shane.
right? Bro,
Shane.
are you listening? Or are you just going to talk
Shane.
over me?
Yeah, he's just going to talk over you, Shane. Now someone else is here to basically ask some questions about the claim.
Shane.
Can somebody please mute that? Yeah, Shane, go ahead, Shane.
Oh, thank you. So it's not exclusive either way, right? It starts the basic equation, h, right? Be 1/2 at squared plus vt. It's just height, time, acceleration, and velocity, right? Simplified, a, which are you calling g, just 2 times height over t squared. So to put it in simple terms, if you drop a ball, like a goofy space ball or whatever, from 10 meters and it takes like 1.43 seconds to fall, then you just solve for a. 2 times 10 of 1.43 squared equals to what? 20 over 2.049, and then a equals 9.78. So that's not exclusive to anything. Certainly doesn't involve big G, which we can certainly derive as a torsion inference from mass attracting mass in 2 giant balls, but nothing exclusive there either. And then what else did you say little g was derived from? Well, anyway, all of that was wrong. It's a function of height and time. That's all I want.
And that's why I wanted to direct you to Shane.
Hold on. Real quick. Hey, Shane, can you explain, maybe you can explain his point of how is that derived directly from the radius value?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's got nothing to do with it. I couldn't understand what he was trying to get with that, yeah. Right, it's those two things, height
Can
and
I
time.
say now? Can I respond now to Shane?
Oh, no, you're gonna explain to Shane how it is derived directly from the radius value?
Yes. Ask Shane how he store a model and uses
so the burden is back to Shane.
Data to convince you he has something. Ask him why his source code is full of data that we measure in our reality and not the flat Earth reality.
Okay,
ask
great.
him why he lies all the time.
Great. We'll ask him that. Great. We'll ask him that after you explain how is it derived directly from the radius value. So you claim. Shane said it's not. And he pretty much gave you an explanation of why it's not. So First you have to address. Wait a minute. Hold on. First, you have to address Shane's point, and you have to explain. Go back to D-Dub's question that he asked you, explaining how is that derived directly from the radius value, as you told us earlier. Still waiting for that.
Or relevant to the claimed geometry of the Earth. Because Shane's explained how it's irrelevant, right? And that it's not necessary to derive that value. Okay, that's Shane's point, right? And I asked earlier, how is this relevant to the claimed geometry?
The floor is yours, Ad Nauseam, if you heard it. Maybe he's going to pull a red rhetoric and rinse and repeat and go on credit.
Who was it directed to?
What's the point of me talking to a grifter
We'll give you a couple seconds. Yeah, we give you a couple seconds to read on Reddit for a minute so you can respond to Shane. The floor is yours, though.
Why do I need to give the benefit of the doubt that the grifter is right in any way? He's a grifter. He's a scammer. He's a piece of shit.
Here's what happened. Here's what happened to Ad Nauseam. He got muted, but I don't think he's ready to talk because earlier he's saying he was in a room filled with idiots, but then he probably heard Shane talk and say, "Oh damn, someone that actually can speak in a way where it's more scientific." Because we speak in layman's terms, right? But Shane, he's on a whole nother level in the way he talks. But Ad Nauseam, I would love to hear your response to what he said.
Well, I think you did pretty good. I mean, you explained pretty much the same thing that Shane explained to him. It's just pretty much now it's put back to him for him to explain, validate his point.
I appreciate that, but you understand when I said it, I said like I was talking to like a 5-year-old because I was him. but Shane says it like he's like, it's like you're in grade school, then you learn about something, then you go to like college. You're like, oh shit, these people are like, they know what they're talking about. That's the difference. I can respect the Shane, which is it's funny. I was going to direct him.
So you got the same explanation, Ad Nauseam, from the guy that's not an idiot, that's not talking to you like an idiot, and a guy that was talking to you like a 5-year-old. So you got both versions of it. So it should be very clear to you what's basically being asked of you. We're asking you to validate your claim, Ad Nauseam, and address the point that's been put to you. Not call people
misinformation
idiots.
So misinformation agent's response to Shane was slander. So he's on mute now. I don't know if we want to give him another chance, or are we going to? Do you guys want to talk to Ad Nauseam again? Who do we want to talk to?
Dude, it is weird. Whenever I give like non-emotional, logically cohesive answers, people do tend to erupt like that. I don't know what it is about me specifically, but whatever.
Yeah, it was personal attacks. So that's all he had in response to what you said. So we give Ad Nauseam a try.
If y'all want to give him another chance, I don't. What y'all want to do? I mean, we've been giving him chances. He had it from the layman's terms, and now, oh well, maybe it's Shane here. Shane's going to talk to him with very cohesive and very educational. Since Shane's definitely not an idiot, so we could definitely have him talk to Shane. Yeah.
Okay, let's have Ad Nauseam and Shane. If Ad Nauseam's up for it, I'll unmute and see if he's willing to participate.
Yeah, that'd be cool because I'm the village idiot that talks real simple and logical, and he was like, "You're dumb." So here's Shane. Introduce.
Was that Ad Nauseam? Was that someone else?
Yeah, was it hello? Oh, finally unmuted. Oh my goodness! I was like, what's going on here? Dude, this guy is a fraud. Whoever the Shane guy is, he's a complete fraud.
Okay, yeah, mute him again.
All right, listen.
And Nauseam, we saying without the insults. He didn't call you an idiot.
I know, I said he's a fraud. He's deceiving you. Listen.
But he didn't call you a fraud neither, Ad Nauseam.
Did you remember what I said earlier, right?
Okay, address his point.
I stated earlier that when two objects are close to each other, the gravitational force is strong. And so you won't actually detect the gravitational constant, right? So when they're close to each other, when you do it in short distances, you can get away with time and height. But when it comes to greater distances, all right, I'm not talking about a couple meters. I'm not talking about a couple meters. I'm saying
what is great?
What is great
distance? Let's let him finish. Let's let him finish.
5,000 feet in the air, then yes, you're going to time and height is not going to work anymore because you have to factor in all kinds of variables like air resistance and all kinds of things. Okay, this is why we have Newton's law of gravity. Okay, because the time and height retardation doesn't work in all scenarios. It's garbage. It's absolute doo-doo trash. That's the reality. So the fact that he brought this to the table, that he's a juvenile. He's a juvenile moron.
Okay. Yeah, so when it comes to you calling things doo-doo trash, yeah. So we get your point. Newton's is relevant.
No.
Correct?
I give an example.
Take into account air resistance.
Give an example,
Doesn't take into account all of these other factors. If he believes that time and height is sufficient, then I'm sorry.
Well, give an example of when it isn't sufficient.
I told you when the objects are closer to the ground, right? Where there's less air resistance, where there's less interference, where the gravitational pull is significantly stronger.
You don't need to repeat yourself. You just need to give an example in reality in the physical world. What you're talking about.
Well, real quick, if I could just address Big G, because he threw up Big G, right? Right, that's a constant that's actually inferred. It's got nothing to do with mass attractive mass. Matter of fact, when you use mass attractive mass and Newton's law of gravitation, when you make it equivalent to the centrifugal force, which when it has to be to use it in any real world situation, you're left with a derived form without mass, right? So dynamic cause of mass attractive mass goes out the window with an equation describing it without mass. It just reduces to the square of the orbital period is proportional to the cube of the cellular major axis, t squared, right? It goes r to the r cubed. But if we go back to how they get the gravitational constant, right, it's never actually measured. What they do is they infer it based on density. So they use the equation F equals, g m1 of m2 of r squared, but then they get to the point where they swap out, say, a torsion force, or at t equals fd, and then they use F equals ma and the backwards derivation. They swap in little g again to get little a, and then once you have the final form, you've inferred a pressure gradient based on the two torsion balls. So if you're looking down at an experiment with two lead balls, right, and you're looking at the torsion margin, it's an angle from which they twist at each other, tiny, minuscule in nature, but that's the measure of the torsion, which they later infer density, which they then get big G from. So not involved at all in what you said. Little g being a function of height and time is exactly what it is kinematically derived. That's how it's done in physics, like, physics grade 1 in freshman year. And the derivation of Kepler's third law from Newton's third law, again, about freshman physics first year, would also be, again, when you reduce Newton's law of gravitation of m1 and m2 with those two masses, then you get it to the form without mass. So mass, therefore, is not the dynamic cause of anything. Exclusively is not, right? Not can be, not model, not either way. Absolutely is not the cause of gravity. What do you guys think?
I mean, they don't even teach this in freshman year. They don't teach what they're talking about.
Okay, guys, do you guys see how he failed to address the elephant in the room? His method doesn't work in real world scenarios. Okay? You have all kinds of interference, you have all kinds of air resistance. It's not practical. It's just garbage. What he's talking about is a method that only works in short distances to the ground. Okay, that's the reality. Where basically the gravitational pull is insignificantly measured. The reality is this: your method is not really a method. It's more like a plaything that you introduce to freshmen, to new people who don't know physics. But for those of us who know physics, we don't use that method because it's not a good method. It's garbage. Okay?
So what's your method?
The fact that this guy brought up height and time demonstrates that he knows nothing. All he does is babble, blah, 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 to sound convincing, to manipulate the audience into thinking that he knows what he's talking about.
Ego
he doesn't
tripping.
know what he's talking about at all.
Well, it seems like you don't know what you're talking about because you're not addressing this point.
One sec.
Yeah, it's a tactic.
Nauseum. One sec. You're too busy ego tripping about your own self-declared victory to even hear your opponent ask you a question when you had paused. He asked you, what's your method then?
I told you already. My method is...
You didn't tell us already. Shane explained his in dramatic and very specific mathematical detail. You have not done any of that. Please do so right now.
Right, because you ain't doing nothing really, honestly, but call him an
Listen,
idiot.
this is I'll tell you what he said to you, right? This is what he said. He said height and time.
We want you
he said
to
height and time. Listen to me. He said height and time is sufficient to derive 9.8. It doesn't derive 9.8 at all, whatsoever.
So it's just nuh-uh.
It's completely
That's your argument.
garbage. It's
So your argument is nuh-uh. Put him on mute. So your argument is nuh-uh and rinse and repeat what he's saying. Yeah, your argument is nuh-uh and rinse and repeat. Basically call him an idiot again.
No, he's
That's not an argument. It's not conflating.
Are you done?
Okay, you basically call yourself halfway still man in his argument and then say nuh-uh.
I guarantee. Listen to me. No, you're not listening, bro. You're not listening. I guarantee you, if we used his method on let's say 5,000 feet, it will fail. You will not get 9.8. I guarantee you will not get 9.8 because it's not a real method.
Okay.
It's
Well,
a
let's establish this
nonsensical
first.
method.
Ad nauseam. Let's establish this first. Is this Shane's method? Shane, is this your method that you came up with?
No. This is actually, like, I would say his method or just the general standard mainstream method, right?
Thank you, Shane. So ad nauseam, this is not Shane's method that he came up with. He is not here to prove gravity. That is your claim. He's still landing your. Wait a minute. Nadia, I'm talking, Nadia. It is your claim. I'm trying to establish. Nadia, I'm trying to establish something. I'm going to repeat it for you again because it seems like you putting Shane into an argument that he's not really making. This is not Shane's method that he came up with on his own to prove gravity, right? Or prove any points that you are deriving from. This is a still man. Wait a minute. I'm almost at the end. I'm really at the end. This is a still man, right? This message is a still man to your argument. Basically, he explaining what you should be explaining. If you want to say that it's incorrect, then you have the floor, ad nauseam, to correct him.
He left.
That was very correct. Yeah.
Great.
Well, that was fun. Who else we got?
All right. Don't interrupt somebody's conclusions. Like allow the person to speak. Your logic train come to a conclusion. You don't be chomping at the bit to say, "Oh, he left." Nobody freaking cares. The stone cold silence at the end is sufficient. Now, if I'm not mistaken, not only did he leave, but he spurred out with like a Tourette syndrome insult fest on the way out. About to review the live stream to find out if it was him or somebody else, but it seems like you, like your logic and reason caused him to have an epileptic seizure or something.
It was very emotional. I did notice that.
Right. Yeah. Why do everybody be so mad at Shane? Every time Shane comes in these rooms, they get so pissed off at him and leave the room and call him all types of idiots and frauds.
Yeah, that's why that fraud claim is so powerful, because whenever they see me, they're just like, oh, I know how I can dismiss everything he just said. Somebody told me about that. I could just say this.
Intellectually dishonest.
I guarantee you, they probably listen to McToon and Craig because they're constantly calling you a fraud. Anyone that destroys them intelligently, then they just call you a fraud, and then all their little minions will go out and repeat that. It's really self-evident.
That's very true. That's what I call their superpower, right? Because they're not really smart or have good arguments or do anything. They do, however, wield an enormous troll army of online people who are like sycophantically charged with whatever they say. So yeah, if they say someone's a fraud and they like go my minions, go to their page and comment angrily, like you will feel it. So
Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna give you. That's why I told him. I said, well, I'm gonna give you a few seconds to go on Reddit and read some of Mattoon's comics about this very specific thing. He got.
Hey, I've got a.
What do you guys? He called him an idiot and a fraud. I was like, well, we're gonna give you a few seconds so you can read something on Reddit so you can repeat it.
I've got a question for Shane.
Think of
Jesse.
okay.
Hey Shane, how would I use your formula to calculate the acceleration of two masses towards each other on a horizontal plane?
It's not my formula, Jesse. You know that. You heard the whole discussion. I know you've been listening, right? Not busy doing something else. You've been actively listening.
No, I was cooking and in and out. And
Jesse.
Yeah, well, it's not his formula. That was why the guy stormed out, Jesse.
Well, but the point is, you've got a height and a time and an assumption of a certain force field or field force, but that would be different if I've got, say, two masses on a horizontal plane. And so how would I use that formula that you so kindly provided to calculate the acceleration of those masses?
But the main point is that it is not his formula. It is a point derived from you guys' formula, right? So if you're saying, Shane, that is not the formula that we derived this from. Here is.
You might be cutting out, Joe.
Right? No, I'm just trying to give you where the argument is at. It is not Shane's formula. If you're saying that it's incorrect, the way that you would correct it.
No, I already corrected myself. I said that it was the formula that he so kindly provided for us from somewhere else, right?
So you're saying it's incorrect, yes or no? Is it incorrect or is it correct? Yes or no?
I just want to know how to apply that formula wherever it came from. Why are you white knighting for Shane? He can handle himself. He's a big boy.
So you don't want to go where the argument actually was at. You want to make another argument up.
No, my question is, how do I use this formula, wherever it came from, to calculate the acceleration of two masses towards each other on a horizontal plane?
That formula was a stillman to you guys' argument. So that would be up for you to explain and provide validation for, or you would have to say, no, Shane, that formula is incorrect. Here's the correct formula, and this is how we derive these measurements, mathematics, or whatever.
Okay. So I guess the answer is it can't.
Wait a minute. Okay, you said okay if that was confusing to you. Are you confused?
I don't understand why I ask Shane a question and you answer for him and don't answer. I don't understand that. I don't know why you have to white knight for him. If he's got the answer, he could just say he doesn't know, and that's okay. There's things I don't know.
So you want him to explain your model for you?
Well, I think the fact is the formula is all hodgepodge and kludged up, and he knows that it won't work for reality. And
right. So that would be Shane's point that that formula. Right. So that would be Shane's point that it don't work.
I think he was just arguing that it did work because he was looking for a way.
No, he didn't. He just only stillmanned the argument of your formula. You know what it's, Jesse? Stop being dishonest. You know what a stillman is. He stillmanned the point that was presented to him, and he corrected it. He didn't say whether it worked. It didn't.
I'm from.
That makes sense. Neato.
Hey guys, does everybody here believe that the Earth is flat? I'm just wondering.
No, it's definitely not a belief.
Nope.
Yeah, you know the Earth is flat. It's observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. And belief is simply not required. It does not matter if you believe the Earth to be flat or you believe the Earth not to be flat or whatever you believe. Belief is just factored out of the equation.
Well, oh, okay. So you think it's like certain?
Yeah, beyond all doubt. There's absolutely one. When I say the Earth is flat, there's not one other thing I'm more sure of that I've ever said my whole life. That
So
is
you're
like the
more sure.
highest. Yeah, I'm more sure of that than anything I've ever said.
Yeah, me too.
Agreed. Okay, wait. So, and I'm new to this, so I'm not trying to.
No, I got you. You got some questions? You're curious.
Yeah, you sound honest.
Oh, yeah, no, I appreciate it, guys. So I mean, full disclosure. I mean, I do think the Earth is, you know, a globe, but
We used to as well, man, for most of our lives.
I'm having a hard time hearing you guys. Just a second, let me try to fix this. I'm not fairly new to Discord. Well, I mean, I've had it for a while, but I haven't really used it a lot. So, and it's updated. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to fix it. Okay, there we go. I should be able to hear you guys now. Yeah. So I full disclosure, I do think that the Earth is a globe, but I keep on seeing this room to be pretty populated. And I was just kind of trying to see if there really is that many people that believe that the Earth is flat. And then you just said that it's not a belief. You're more certain of that than you are about pretty much any fact. So you're more certain that the Earth is flat than you are that you exist.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, me
right
too.
Right in the button. You just nailed it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more certain that it's flat than anything else ever. Ever.
Yeah, we see too far all the time.
Oh,
We also measure too far all the time.
you also, what was that? Sorry, I didn't.
The thing is that you will cease to exist. There will be a world without you. I mean, not you. Okay, the royal you. Okay, a person. Someday I will end. The Earth will continue, and the Earth will continue without me, just as it always has, flat and stationary.
Whoa,
Yep, not running out of anything, not sea levels rising. That's all just global bullshit.
It is. Yep.
See, what you got different in the flat Earth model or cosmology is not observer dependent. The globe side is all observer dependency. You need the observer for the globe to make sense by not making sense at the same time. It's a contradiction. Meanwhile, in the flat Earth, it's perpetual. Nothing new under the sun. The Earth will be here with or without the observer.
And Glovers get mad at us because they think we repeat the same thing over and over. There's only one thing we can say in a sentence. It's flat, stationary, and we're contained with air pressure of 14.7 psi. That's all I really have to say, and people get mad about that. And I'll explain other things about it, but people get mad when you say that to them.
Well, so, I mean, the questions are just, I'm teeming with questions. But let me just ask this real quick. How is it that you know that the Earth is flat if it takes, some sort of mind to know that you know that, but yet you don't know that you exist even more?
Yeah, this was explained to you.
Yeah, I was just messing with you anyway. I know I exist as much as I know the Earth is flat. How's that?
This was just explained to you too already. The Earth is observably flat, measurably flat, practically used as flat. It doesn't require me to validate that. It's self-validating.
No, but I'm saying no, I agree. Facts exist. Objective facts exist apart from minds. But I don't, I just don't understand what you mean when you say that. I mean, the other guy said he was joking, but you seem to think that, I mean, do you really think that you are more certain, or you know this with certainty more than you do that you exist? That's for crit.
Yeah, exactly what I said. There's not one thing more certain that I'm more certain of than the Earth is being flat. And I know this because if I factor myself out of the equation, I'm no longer part of it. nothing changed. The Earth stayed flat and stationary.
But
There's
who is
no,
the one?
there's no observer dependency baked into flat Earth.
I guess what I'm asking you is how is this statement that I know that the Earth is flat and I'm certain of it more than my own existence, how does that even make sense unless there is a knower involved?
Yeah, we experience it that way.
Yeah, but there's an experiencer, right?
Yeah, and even if I don't experience it, it's going to be that way regardless. The observer dependency is not required.
No, I understand. I guess I'm just talking about you making the claim to me, right? I mean, you're saying this, in out loud into the ether, right? You're saying this, and you have this belief state, and I'm just saying you're the believer of that.
You're the one that keeps saying that, Andrew. Andrew, do you know that you exist?
No.
Oh, you don't know that you exist, so why the hell would we be talking to you if you're not even sure that you exist?
Well, I believe that I exist.
So you believe you're a brain in the jar, then?
That sounds like a conundrum for yourself.
No, so it just depends on
you
what
don't know. Listen, dude, I'm not going to have someone who doesn't know whether or not they exist or not explain anything to me. Sorry.
I know exist. Honest, no God, like I hate it. It's so stupid to me. Like I exist, and I'm pretty sure everyone around me is also in existence in some way.
Not you, President Brandon.
Like, I've been punched in the
Not
face.
you, President
I've been
Brandon.
punched in the
Andrew.
face. That's all I'm gonna say. I get
Andrew.
it. I'm just saying.
How sure are you that you're on Discord from a scale of 0 to 100%?
Who's being asked there?
Anyone who's uncertain.
You are being asked, Andrew.
Well, look, I'm just trying to have a dialogue. I didn't know it was going to turn hostile.
No, it's not hostile.
It's not hostile,
He's asking the question for a reason so we can continue. That's why.
No, somebody just said I'm not going to have somebody who doesn't know that he exists say anything to me or tell me anything.
That's all.
And-
Would you talk to someone?
Olas didn't have his coffee yet.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of my coffee. Hey, Andrew, would you talk to someone who was unsure whether or not they existed?
Yeah, I do it all day.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So knowing
Sounds
that
like a long day, dude.
Yeah, we do too.
So here's the thing: when you say that you know that you exist, the whole question is, what do we mean by I? Some people don't.
What do you mean by oh?
Yeah, but you can't prove that you are independent of everything else, and some people
Says
take
the
it.
the person who doesn't know whether or not they exist.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. So,
But I don't even know if you exist. Neither do you.
So, do you guys?
The needle pulling thread.
But that's not though.
It's too early for this, man.
Look, I'm
too early.
down with I'm down with like self-refuting arguments. I get what you're saying, but that's not what's going on here, and you're just not allowing me to explain it, so that's fine. So here's the question.
How would you know?
So if people are like flying in they're flying around the Earth, right, as they would perceive it, they start in one spot and fly in a direction, and they end up back at the same spot that they started.
This is gonna be good.
Is this
Hey, Andrew, do you have chat open? Can you see what we're typing?
No.
Maybe you.
Hey, Andrew,
go in there so you can see what we're typing.
Andrew, if you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
No.
There you go.
Here, I posted a picture of a plane flying. So, how does it? And it's flying west, and it has to keep correcting to go west. How come?
I don't know. Something
on a globe, you wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So wait. So if somebody goes in one direction and they have to correct periodically.
Yeah, like running around a track.
Yeah, so let's see why. Let's look at the top of a globe down, okay? We'll put a magnet there for the North Pole since they point their compasses. And let's see what happens. Going west. Looks like you go in a circle at the top if you went around the North Pole at the top. So if you keep going down, huh?
Right, one heading.
Yep. That's it. Going in a circle. So you're not going around a ball anywhere.
Okay. So you think that pilots are just not aware of this, or that they're lying?
What in their airplane tells them they're on a globe?
No. I'm saying that they're not aware that there's a problem in the way they perceive what they're doing.
If they perceive they're flying sideways, that's all on them. That's why I don't trust pilots.
You don't trust pilots?
Not necessarily. That's why I don't like flying.
You trust?
My cousin. I trust him. He's a commercial pilot. Flies for I think American out of Detroit or something. I don't remember. Anyway, like I trust him because he's like normal, and I've seen other pilots that are not normal.
Yeah. Do you trust astronauts?
Oh, brother.
Real, actually. Take that, Palestine.
So now we're starting to talk about NASA, just things that.
No, I'm actually just more trying to say that if you have this many, just
astronauts are liars. How's that?
Well, I think all people are liars in some sense.
No. You see, that's where you entered the room of not lies.
No. I think that people just lie to themselves and lie to people.
Like you're lying to yourself whether or not you know you exist?
Yeah, people lie to themselves all the time. When they come in here, they get slapped in the face, and all of a sudden they don't lie to themselves anymore.
Well, here's the thing.
If that was your best argument, why not come in with that?
Terms. No, I'm not trying to do an argument. I'm just trying to. I'm asking.
So you're just here to bellyache or what? Complaining about the liars of the world?
No, I'm trying to express to you my objections.
Yeah, listen. Pilots take off. They go to altitude, then they land.
Yeah, pilots take off. They go to altitudes and land. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
But so they have compasses though, right?
Sure.
Okay, so they know they're going one direction, right?
That's fine.
Okay.
Sort of magnetic declination issues, right?
Well, look,
you seem to think going directionally means going in a straight line.
Well, I'm just saying if it's broadly in the same direction, and I'm not saying it. Yeah, if it's broadly.
If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
No, but going around a track.
Latitude are circles, and they're concentric circles from the north, looking down.
Yeah, that's how it works.
So you head west and you stay west. You're always going to be going around a circle,
and you're going to fly on the circle. Normally, they're going to tell you which path to fly in, and you're going to have to keep your heading going because your plane wants to just go straight normally.
So I guess that's hard for me to make sense of what you're saying, and I'm trying to. But I guess my question would be:
do you think traveling directionally means traveling in a straight line? That's the only thing you could be confused about.
No, I think somebody can travel in a straight line. For the most part,
not using a compass.
Oh, they don't have to use a compass, but I'm just saying a compass.
So why did you bring them up?
Well, no. I don't think that's the only thing they need to use, but I think a compass is certainly going to tell you that you're going a direction. And I do think that it's enough to tell you. It's enough to tell you that you're on a particular path. That if you stayed on that path, if you were to calibrate routinely, and end up and to end up at the same spot, that you probably went around a globe, not in a circle.
Or you went around a track.
So I just showed you a guy putting a compass around a flat map of the globe, and you think that's going around a ball?
No, obviously, if you want to run a flat map on some plane, no, then that would be what you're doing. But that's not
Well,
what.
that's what planes do. They go to altitude and then they land.
Okay, so when I talked about
the only way you're going to be able to like shoehorn the globe in is forcing your wishful thoughts into the situation.
By telling me that pilots think they fly sideways and upside down sometimes. That's crazy thoughts right there. Seriously, dude.
It's wild. It's not a Denzel Washington pilot movie.
So do all of the pilots and astronauts that are like, independent from each other, right? Like, are all these guys like they're
either lying or equally befuddled as you are.
Well, and does a pilot have to adjust for the curve? Like, if he's flying around a ball, does he not have to adjust for that curve, or would he just fly off into space?
Yeah, they just fly off into space, don't they? If they don't always push the nose down, as we can see in the clip I posted, him pushing the nose down every so often, right? Let's look at that again. I think he's totally concentrating on making that plane go west. He could give a shit because the plane's staying at altitude.
Well, wait, but so I mean, would you guys want it to be the case if the Earth was a globe? Would you want that to be true? I know that doesn't have anything to do with truth, but I just want to know what you want to be the case.
You want us to make up something for the globe in order to make it become true?
No, that's just the opposite of what I just said.
Yeah, I was thrilled living within the globe paradigm for as long as I was perplexed about it, but I always wanted to know the truth of everything.
Sure. And I think that's the right.
So there's the answer to your question. Do you not think I was equally enamored by this outer space mythos as you are?
And I'm waiting for my $5,000 reservation fee for the Moon Hotel that they were supposed to be building in 1978. My parents, they bought part of the Moon Hotel and everybody else, and we still haven't gotten our monies back at all. There's no hotel to go to. That's been 50 years.
My head's reeling, and it's hard to keep up with everything. And I hear what you guys are saying, but I can't comment on all of it because a lot of people want to say stuff, and it's fine. And I appreciate you guys, having the room and stuff. I guess I would just ask if I could just ask a couple things. Just what is the overall, like, what's the purpose for those that are lying? I guess what would be the purpose of that? And then
have you ever asked a liar why they lied?
I was going to ask, why wouldn't they lie to you? It's not like they have your best interest at heart.
No, but I mean, like, what's the benefit?
They don't care if you like them, dude. They don't care if you like them or not.
Well, that's not what I'm asking, though. I'm just talking more about the benefit that people get from lying.
Money.
And
maybe these people don't even know they're lying.
They control us that way, duh.
Well, that would be selfish. Yeah, no. If they don't know they're lying, then I don't take. That would be just not.
Yeah, everyone's as equally enamored with this outer space mythos as you are.
Yeah,
and Andrew, I was.
Andrew,
that's just the way it is.
If you go work at NASA,
yeah,
and you talk about space and shit like that, nobody's going to give a shit because
they're all compartmentalized too. Yeah,
they all know about space. Yeah, we work at NASA. Of course, space is real. You get it?
Okay, so when I look so just real quick, so I had a couple questions and I got the first one out, but so when I look up in the sky and I see that ball up there that we call the moon, and I see that other ball up there that we call the sun, although I try not to look right at it. What is that?
There's two things that appear to be the same size.
Yeah, they are the same size.
And I would say, I don't see them as a ball. That was an implanted idea.
One happens to be 93 million miles away, and one happens to be inside the Earth's atmosphere, which gas can't take a shape, but that's another story altogether.
What a coincidence.
No, I'm saying, what are they?
Who knows?
Yeah,
mysteries abound.
I can't go there to check it out. Believe me, I would have already gone.
Okay. So moon landing fake. Moon landing fake.
How
for
do you
sure.
how is it that you know what it is they are?
Let me ask you, Andrew, when you're done answering this.
Well, he has no answer for that.
It's hard to keep up with everything.
Just go ahead. How did you learn
how
about
is it that how is it that you know that those things are what you say they are?
It'd be reasoning to the best explanation, and I don't think that you're going to have.
So wild guess.
That's not what I said.
Reasoning to the best explanation in relation to what?
Abductive reasoning.
Okay, so you just
let's hear how what the sun is then. I need to hear this.
Yeah, so what I mean by reasoning to the best explanation, it means that we're taking in all the data that I have, whatever that is, which is people's testimonies all over the world, science textbooks, all of the stuff that we read and learn.
Because everyone said so.
Guess what? I bet you don't read shit from all over the world about the sun. I'm going to guess you don't read books on the sun from all over the world or the moon from all over the world.
But that's not what I said. There's a lot of straw manning going on here. It's not. I'm trying to have a conversation with you guys, but there's.
You just said then Old Hoss is right. It's just other people told you something, and you believe it.
But that's a straw.
It has to be one of them.
Okay, Andrew. Then, do you know for a certainty that those things are balls up there?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then why did you ask about them as if they were?
Because I think that it is almost certainly the case.
Cool story, dude. Thank you for sharing your belief.
But here's the thing. Of course, it's a belief because pretty much everything that I hold.
Now you know, and now you understand that you're wrapped up in a belief system.
Well, it's going to start making sense to you since we told you what the beliefs are. Now you should be able to start peeling this thing apart by yourself.
Wait, so are all of you guys claiming you have no beliefs? That everything you know is what you know, and you have it's not a belief?
Yeah, not on this subject.
I'm not claiming
people have beliefs.
I can't.
Yeah, I don't follow like a belief system. Some people do, and that's fine. I totally get it. I know this place was created. It does. I don't have to believe that it is because it's already here. So that's as far as I go with it, and probably something else afterwards. But I'm not going to talk about that.
Are you guys predominantly theists or atheists?
Both.
Everything.
They're both in here, bro.
No, I'm sorry. In this room right now, are you predominantly atheist or theist or agnostic?
Both.
It's a mix.
All three. All three, bro.
Yeah, flat earthers are a wide swath of population that cover all people, all ideas.
And we don't care what the other one like believes in or not on their personal thing when it comes to facts that we all know about. That's why we all sit in here and can just talk, and we can talk about like Speculation Sunday. Now, if one of these guys wants to bring up something, we'll probably talk about it for a little bit. We don't stay on hours on really off-topic stuff, but we will. Stuff like that. We're talking to you. So you're talking to the actual flat earthers, not the Flat Earth Society government bullshit website, all that stuff. That's not us.
It sucks because there's a couple problems. One is we're not using the same terminology. So you guys are using words differently than I would use them. I think you're even using them different than each other. So that's one problem. The other thing is I don't like, I want to be like, I want to have a conversation with you guys, but it just feels like there's a little bit of hostility, and I don't know why that is. I'm not trying to be, I don't want to like
just factor your feelings out of it.
Well, no. That's precisely what I'm talking about. Is the feelings? It sounds like people.
There's no hostility. You came in here insisting that we believe something. Now you realize it's you who believe something.
I didn't insist that, but I am insisting that.
You said it about 7 times, even after you were corrected.
Yeah. Okay. So that was the second thing I was going to say. So it's different terminology. That's one problem. The other thing is there's an awful lot of straw manning going on.
So do you think believing and knowing are synonymous?
No, I think they're two different things.
So
and
what's the terminology you think is confused?
Yeah. So if you know something, it's going to be what typically, and it depends on your theory of truth, but it's going to be something like
theory of truth. What does that even mean?
It's what you take.
What does theory of truth mean?
I'm gonna say that tomorrow in a meeting and see if I get laughed at.
Real quick. Okay, so there is one thing that everyone in here believes, Andrew, that is not about the whole theist or atheist or whatever, but we do believe that there is an objective truth and an objective reality. Not like we don't believe in relativity at all. Nothing is relative. You can't.
I got you. I got you.
Good is good and bad is bad.
Well, okay, yeah.
Well, President Brandon, you're talking to someone who doesn't know whether or not he's here. So
no, but that's not. It's really. I mean,
let him respond.
There's just an awful lot of straw manning going on, and I hope you guys know. Just to be clear,
your own words, dude. That was your own claim.
Why don't we talk about that? What's straw manning? Can you bring up an instance?
Yeah, straw manning is there. You guys are
use the example that was used on you.
Yeah, like saying something like, when I'm looking at what Stop the Cut is saying, and I'm just reading the stuff in the chat and hearing what you guys are saying to me, like things like, I come in here and I insist that you believe.
That's what you said.
Yeah, but no, I didn't.
Yeah.
I said I think that everyone has beliefs. Okay.
And I have a favorite baseball team. I can tell you which baseball team I believe to be the best, but we're talking about whether or not the Earth is a ball.
That's I just showed you the straw man, and you just blew past it.
No, listen. When I tell you that you're unsure whether or not you exist, that's not a straw man. That's a steel man.
No,
this isn't a topic about beliefs. We all have beliefs, but not this one.
Okay, so look. It's the terminology of belief and terminology of know means different things to different people. And so when you guys are saying what you're saying and I'm saying what I'm saying, we're not saying the same thing. So it's like we're speaking different language.
I can tell you, we have firsthand direct knowledge of Earth. We have firsthand direct knowledge.
So you're in a room where we use the actual "we know for a fact" meaning.
Okay, I don't know what that even means. I said two different things.
Yeah, you said there's people that know for a fact, but they don't really know for a fact. Like you know for a fact the sun is a gas ball floating around through the galaxy at 1.6 million miles per hour, dude. You know that's a fact.
So when I say that I know something for a fact, because I do think I have beliefs that would cross over into knowledge, okay? Because I think knowledge is a subset of belief, okay? Knowledge is a subset of belief. And knowledge is, if you know something, it needs to be justified, true belief. That's what knowledge is. Justified, true belief. That's what people typically say. What's that?
Okay, so the definition of belief is to have faith in something with no evidence. Knowledge or gnosis is quite the opposite. The definition of knowledge is to not have faith, but know something because you have verified it with evidence. You know?
Yeah. Well,
people have their colloquial beliefs and definitions, but when you look these up in the dictionary, you will find approximately what I say to be true.
No, I got you, brother. So I think it was close, but there's one thing you said there that so if you just go to Google, type in belief, just see what it says. It says, and first definition, an acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. But then the second definition, and this is just based on usage, right? So first and second definitions, the first is going to be most used, second like less used, but still used. Second is trust, faith, or confidence in someone or something. And that's it, right? Like, I still got belief in myself. People say things like that. It just gives an example.
And you believe in astronauts, remember? You believe in astronauts, too.
I believe in astronauts. So, look.
Yeah, we have measurements. We have measurements.
You brought them up.
Well, so hold on. Let's go to no now. No, be aware.
This is great.
Be aware of, through observation, inquiry or information.
Yeah, you've only seen Buzz Aldrin on your television screen.
No, but I've met people that are astronauts.
Yeah,
so I don't.
okay.
Did he feel different now that he went to the moon?
Andrew, do you struggle with issues of gullibility?
Has anybody ever said to you, "You're pretty gullible"?
If you don't know, that should tell you something.
I mean, that's just like. Do
you believe everything that you're told?
Yeah, I believe everything that I'm told. That's why I believe what you guys are telling me and not arguing.
No, I'm talking about these astronaut stories.
Okay, wait.
Okay, wait. Do you believe all the stories the spacemen have told you?
The spacemen?
Yeah, the spacemen.
Do I believe all the stories that the spacemen have told?
Yeah, keep repeating it. Do it 8 more times, please.
Yeah, all the stories the spacemen told you. I repeated it for you. If you want to repeat it back, it's fine.
I'm taken aback. I don't even know how to make sense of what you guys are saying, and you're not allowing me.
You were told stories by spacemen. Do you believe all the stories that spacemen tell you?
I believe that a bunch of people are not colluding.
Oh, no answer. Oh, so you have that's called an appeal to your own personal incredulity. You can't believe that a lie this big could be told.
No, I think that's an unreasonable hypothesis to say that all these
that's an appeal to your own personal incredulity.
No, I'm reasoning to that explanation. No.
You can't. Okay, so, dude, your only evidence now is you can't fathom that this could have been pulled off.
You don't take millions and millions of people around the world that don't even know each other.
Millions now?
Yes, of course. There's millions between the pilots.
Why are you comparing pilots to spacemen?
Because pilots also know something about the terrain. They know something about what
they learn in Flight Dynamics 101, page 1. Earth is flat and stationary, treated as such.
Yeah.
We have pilots in our community and we talk to them.
I mean, is there any way that I don't know that it could be proven? I don't think that it could be proven to you guys that it could be round or globe, right? I don't think there's any way to prove it.
It's already been sorted out, sir. You're late to the party.
Yeah, we already know that it's flat because we already measured it.
I honestly think, are you guys, are any of you in here playing at all? Or are you guys serious? Are you guys being serious?
Check it out. This dude is having a fucking cognitive meltdown right in front of us, YouTubers. This is what it sounds like.
Tell you how serious it is. This community's been around 8 years, and we've recorded every discussion 24/7 the entire time. They're all on YouTube with astrophysicists, with satellite engineers, with pilots, you name it.
There's astrophysicists. There's like accredited astrophysicists.
Yeah, we talked to a guy. We talked to a guy who worked at one of the national labs not too long ago.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can you tell me the name of who you think is considered a credible person, any person that's considered credible among, academia?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
I have videos, testimonies of pilots speaking. It's flat. So yours, what's your?
Hold on, he just wait. You guys are cheating.
You trust the pilot?
Astronaut. I have an astronaut saying the Earth is flat. I have an astronaut saying the Earth is flat. I also have what is it called?
We have Buzz Aldrin saying we didn't go there.
Okay, hold on.
Three times, 3 videos.
Somebody just said.
You trust the pilots? We have pilots saying it's flat. So what you want to prove? Nothing. Just believe.
Okay, hear me out. There's pilots saying
I did post the definition of belief and acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof.
Okay, so again, I asked for.
What proof do you have on your side? What proof? I don't want beliefs.
Okay, proof. We don't talk in proof is something that's like in mathematics.
Mathematics.
Holy crap!
Mathematics.
Have you ever seen a courtroom drama on TV?
Yeah.
Do they ask for evidence and proof?
Yeah, no, prove.
This is a courtroom, and the globe is on trial.
Yeah, you know what they say though? Do you know what they say though? You remember the phrase they say, and I think it's a crucial thing to point out. Hold on,
I object.
Finish here.
Andrew, hold on.
Okay.
And you said that you said okay. Go ahead.
It's in the courtroom. Prove beyond a what? Reasonable doubt.
Yeah, with an expectation
That's different kind of cases. That's for if you stole a fur coat from Kmart.
Hey Andrew, I did post the video. I did post a video. Pilots admitting Earth is flat. So trust the pilots, okay?
Let me ask Andrew something. Hold on. Let me ask Andrew something because he said he has an acceptance.
I'm still trying to respond to 80 questions ago.
Yeah, I get it. But you said you had an acceptance that these things are all legit.
No,
so what? Tell us what led to your acceptance. And then maybe through that you'll realize that you were accepting something that was all wet.
Well, but I don't think we're going to be able to get off the ground because I'm not even like
you said there was an acceptance. You want to pitter patter around what's belief and what's truth. You said that you had an acceptance that all these stories were legit. So why don't you examine your own process of acceptance of these things?
The reason to the best explanation that you're not going to have a collusion among millions of people.
Yeah, that's logically fallacious if that's your best argument.
Not fallacious.
Can I show you a picture?
You can't conceive of it, therefore it's not real.
Go ahead and look in chat. Andrew, look in chat. I'm going to show you astronauts colluding, okay?
It doesn't
mean chat, Andrew.
Look in chat. I'll look in chat. Here's what I asked. There's two things. You guys
collusion right there.
You guys just blew past some stuff really quick. And I asked if Neil deGrasse Tyson, because I asked for a person, somebody said Neil deGrasse Tyson. I said, okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flat earther. Silence, crickets. Nobody give an answer on that. Now, I also asked because who was it?
Hold on. Neil deGrasse Tyson, when people say they see the Earth curve, he sets them straight.
Okay, listen. Is Neil deGrasse Tyson a flat earther? Can you just answer me?
He's a TV science communicator, but he says things that kind of cooks the goose of the globe.
Okay.
He's a damage control artist, so he has to talk out of both sides of his mouth.
Correct. He has to say it's flat because we know it's flat. Even though people say they see it from the sky, it's a ball. He says, nope, it's flat. You're just seeing it with a fisheye lens. He just tells it straight up. Then he says you can't get far away to see it as a ball. So that's the problem.
What would the consequences be if the Earth were flat?
Okay. Hold on real quick, because it's hard to have a conversation, and I appreciate you guys, but I just wanted to ask if I could, just real quick. I don't know where he is. Cunning Druger. Can you tell me just one name of the astrophysicist that you guys have talked to, just one, that believes the Earth is flat?
Irrelevant.
Okay, this is okay. This is just like not. This is not even on.
Well, listen. What someone believes, or what asking us to comment on the inner thoughts of strangers is pointless. That's not proving anything about the natural world.
Well, I thought you guys just finished invoking conspiracy, which involves quite a lot of inner thoughts, doesn't it?
No. Well, you need to look at empirical evidence, observations, measurements of the natural world. Not asking what this stranger believes.
Cyclone, this is fallacious what you're doing, right? I mean, you're trying to...
No, it's not. Pointing out that you asking us to divine the inner thoughts of strangers is not a coherent argument for either side.
Look.
Yeah. I was in the group, and the people were studying something that's from the Bible. There was an astrophysicist there. He was a flat earther. What's your point? What's your point?
Cunning Druger made.
You want to be a pilot? Try to land an airplane with Earth beneath, moving 1,000 miles per hour.
Can you
try that?
You guys just
crashing. You are just crashing.
Okay,
listen. Hold on. Listen, Andrew, it's irrelevant. The opinions of individuals doesn't confirm or deny what the Earth is. Right?
Okay, listen. Appealing to an expert opinion who actually is an expert in a certain topic is not fallacious.
Yeah, so, it is. If you're not talking about what their opinion is based on, we want to know what evidence their opinion is based on, not just their opinion.
I agree.
Okay, well then skip the opinion and get to the evidence bit.
Look, I agree that you want to scrutinize what they understand the best that you can, but none of us can be masters in all fields of academia. It's insane to think so.
Irrelevant. If you can't name one piece of evidence, we're not asking you to know everything about everything. We're asking you to provide compelling, verifiable evidence that the Earth is a ball that spins. That's very specific.
Cyclone, I'm not trying to provide some verifiable, incontrovertible proof to you that the Earth is globe right now. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that if you think that appealing to an expert opinion on something is fallacious, that is fallacious.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with
appeal to authority fallacy.
Appeal to authority. Okay, cool. So listen, you're quoting a fallacy, and you should look in the SCP or any philosophy handbook that'll talk about. Yes, the philosophy. That's what an appeal. When you talk about logic and philosophy,
you'll say, "But my authority is valid because he's trustworthy or he's got the expertise." That's a fallacy. You don't know. If you can't tell us what they're studying and what the evidence is, you have no idea.
No,
Andrew, I have a geophysicist. He's a flat earther. What's your point?
An appeal to authority is not always fallacious. That's what I'm telling you. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Well, for it to be founded, you would have to show us the verifiable evidence that the opinion is based on and show that it's verifiable in reality. So can you do that?
What causes stellar parallax?
It just needs to.
Well then.
Does anybody know what causes
this is
stellar
a pointless
parallax?
Conversation, Andrew. We're not interested in opinion. We want the verifiable evidence. So someone go into that.
Are you a flat earther, Abel?
I have no comment.
Hey, Andrew, you're doing so well that Abel's come to save you.
Listen, check it out. People that have no comments, have already been here and know the drill. They already want to just chime in just a little bit.
Are you guys trying to just absolve people of their deception? Is that what the idea is? Or like, what's the purpose of the room and what you guys are doing?
We're going to talk about reality.
Yeah, it's a comedy room for the globe. Comedy room. We all laugh about it in here.
You want people
we could just stick to facts and ideas and not talk about
Andrew, you're
being
the only one
emotional
who's
and
doing
personal
anything.
and all that nonsense.
So we need to
stick
get a hold
to
of this
facts
one
and
at a time.
ideas. That'd be great.
One you guys have guys. Like 6 or 7 people saying stuff in 1,000 different directions. So I don't even know how to.
I think
I'll say it again. I'll say it again.
With Andrew, Cyclone was talking to Andrew.
Well, whoever the global into, you need to understand that we're not interested in opinion. We're not, no matter how expert you think it is. We want to know what the verifiable evidence is. Right? So
what do you guys think of stellar parallaxes?
Observations.
Anybody got any thoughts?
Go ahead, Abel.
Oh, anybody have any thoughts on stellar parallaxes?
No, I don't have any thoughts on it.
Like why they would occur in the context of a flat Earth?
You could chat.
Anybody?
Ask ChatGPT what flat earthers think about it. It'll give you the answer.
We have wandering stars. They call it planets. They are not fixed.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the parallax of stars beyond the solar system.
Yeah,
beyond the solar system.
The ones that we see don't move. The ones we see don't move, but the ones that we don't see are moving.
Golly, why does it need always to be about the sky?
Yeah, they're all moving in that. They're all moving in predictable patterns. The luminaries are all moving in repeated patterns, have done for all of recorded human history. They appear to move, and we don't. So, what does that? How does that tell us that the Earth is a ball that spins?
Would you guys be willing to get on a ship and fly to space if it was
spaceship?
You cannot prove space.
Would you be willing? Let me ask this. Would you be willing to get into the cupboard that takes you to Narnia? Would you be willing?
Can you prove space? Can you have gas pressure next to this vacuum?
I shot you a friend request, Cyclone. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Hey, Andrew, Old Hoss, remember, you want us to go up and be spacemen too? Is that what you're saying?
I think you guys, I just gained a new level of respect based on that last thing about Narnia. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we wouldn't. I mean, if you guys, sorry, someone was speaking.
Look, I have this guy in space. You know, let's see this guy. You see the space shuttle?
Hold on. Who was it? Who was trying to get in there?
Look at that guy at space there, in Space Studio of NASA. That's your space. There's more.
I mean, listen, if you guys want to jump into rockets and fire yourselves into the sky based on stories from the government, be my guest, but I will not be joining you.
Yeah, if there's going to be giants like that peeking their head around the back of my spaceship, I don't want to go there either.
Yeah, I do kind of miss the idea, the fantasy idea of like an ice moon. That was my favorite, but I'm still okay without going because I know it's not there.
The ice moon, that's a good idea. Like the opposite of the sun.
Is that some kind of new fear?
Is there anybody here, if they had a paid trip, would they go to space?
I have a space hut. Look, space.
No, because Mike, you know what's going to happen? It'll be televised and it'll blow up on TV, and I don't want that to happen.
Even if you could go to space, it looks like the story was true. What about the concept of space is appealing at all?
Thing out of nowhere.
Look at that rocket in space with that rat. Oh, it's alive.
I didn't hear what you said, Sydney, but I couldn't hear you because other people were talking. But I would say this: like, nothing about space is appealing to me. I don't want to go to space. I think it's actually kind of freaky. But it's certainly there.
Why do you think we would want to go?
Oh, because I think that you guys think it's not real. So I think it'd probably be good to go there and see that it is. See that it is real.
How do you know it's real?
What makes you think it's real?
Oh, I'd probably put like a 97%.
Here we go again.
Okay, what's
brain in a jar. Brain in a jar.
Specifically.
What a belief.
Hold on. What would that confidence be?
Imagination.
The videos, the photos.
The confidence would be based on justification.
Okay.
Reason.
Yeah, but what is the justification? That's the question.
We wouldn't be able to get there because I wouldn't be able to get more than a sentence out, and it would get interrupted.
Bro. Well, we already know. Your experience of space is the same as our experience of space, which is zero in reality, but on a screen we've seen images and videos, and we've been told stories. That's the extent of it.
Yeah, for you, it's built on trust, Andrew. It's all about trust. You trust people.
Here's what's interesting is that people can look at the exact same data set and come away with 180-degree different conclusions.
Yeah, we asked about the provenance of the data set. That's the difference.
No. I'm saying that
yes, we do. We are interested in how the data set came to be.
Look, we can all have all the facts laid bare, and I'm saying that when we look at
you've not even come to a conclusion.
No, I'm saying that when we look at it, that we can all come away with 180. We can come away with 180-degree different understandings, and the question is, how is that possible?
You know what?
You're gullible.
That's because we have prior commitments, and everybody has like their axioms and presuppositions.
You know what?
It's not about axiom. It's not axiomatic for you guys. It's belief in a story.
No, look, I don't care about a story. I couldn't.
That's all it is, bro. You've never experienced space.
I want to know what's true too, and I want to know what's true too.
But if you can't even understand that your idea of space is based on hearsay stories, images, and videos you've been shown.
Yeah.
Then how are you going to understand what truth is if you don't even know where your idea comes from?
Well, let me get this straight. When I get a telescope, which, we have some pretty strong ones, and my brother has one that's, pretty strong, and we take a little look up and we see these things, and we can see them we can see things moving around.
You look up into the night sky.
Yeah, in the night sky. Right, correct. And we see things moving around.
Not an infinite vacuum like you believe in space.
So hear me out. We see things we see things moving, and we see these like things flying around, and then we can see like. Yeah, but here's what's crazy. You can see like shimmering.
Are
like
you drinking right now?
Not at all. You know what you can do with.
How do you say you look in a telescope and see things flying around?
Yeah,
you know
because you do.
Maybe he
You know
means
what?
satellites.
You know what you
You
can
can
do
see
with
many
your
satellites
telescope?
passing pretty fast through the sky.
You know what you can do with your telescope? Go to a big lake, and point that horizontally, and try to find any curvature. Because I have 70 miles, without any curvature on the big lake at the South America, Lake Titicaca.
So Lake Titicaca. So what are we looking at?
What is your curvature? You are claiming a ball Earth. Where is your curvature? Even your space, is not possible. I did post a citation from NASA.
Why can't I see the other end of the Earth?
Okay, it's very simple. It's, the goal on the table right now is going to space, yes or no. Okay? And the problem is that the globalists want flat earthers to go to space when they won't go themselves. The pathway to space to get your ass on the rocket and get your ass to Mars would be a tightrope walk. You would not be able to deviate from that life path. That career path and that path would be a tightrope walk. So get back on the horse.
Wait. I don't want to go because I just don't like that kind of stuff. I don't want to go to space. I don't want to go to the deep sea. Okay, that's not what I want to do.
Use that then.
But no. I'm saying I don't want to do that. But what I'm saying is a lot of people do want to do that, and they do like the idea. No.
See, the problem is a lot of you guys come in here and you say these really cringe things like space travel, manned space flight would be a thing had it not been for those pesky flat earthers. The flat earthers have collectively drawn down all of human intelligence, so now they can't go back to the moon.
I don't even know I genuinely don't even know what you just said. I don't know what you guys.
Right now, the Artemis program is on perpetual hold. It's been on perpetual hold for like 8 years. Just now, just a couple of days ago, they kicked the can down the road again to 2027. Now, after that, the globalists have went all in. A lot of the anti-flat earthers that we talk to every day, they went all in. They said 2024, flat earth will cease to exist because there'll be men and women on the moon setting up a permanent colony base. They don't even have
the flat earthers just move the goalpost if they did put something on the...
They don't even have a heat shield. They don't even have a spacesuit. They've got no plan to even get there. And this is now 2024. They've already succeeded. They already conceded that it will not happen this year.
Okay,
so, hold on, I'm almost there. Okay?
All right.
So now, instead of accepting the fact that they lost the bet, they went all in, and flat earthers called their bluff. Now they're talking about, well, you go to space then. Why the fuck would I want to? You're the one who said your model was built on you can go to space. You can go there. But you can't. You can't go there. It's a contradiction. So now instead of taking responsibility that they're unable to do the things they said they could do, they have to pass the buck and they blame flat earthers for that. Had it not been for flat earth, like, the Mystery Machine,
either way. Yeah, either way.
Okay, go ahead.
Either way, the whole space thing is a non-starter, really. Regardless of what you believe, you would have to appreciate that these are just images, stories, and videos that we've been presented with. None of us have experience of this place called space. So one side telling the other side to go there is pretty meaningless.
Doesn't exist anyway. How could you go there?
Wait, space doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, space, the vacuum can't exist. That's why all the images are fake and why they come up with all these stories that my colleagues are talking.
Oh, so you think space doesn't exist either?
Yeah, because, gas
space,
laws.
Space exists. Okay. There's a distance between me and you. Jake, hold on. Space exists. Like, I can count how much space is. How many it takes to get from A to B. Outer space, the vacuum of outer space, does not exist. You cannot go there. You will live. This is what Bill Nye said it more eloquently than I could. He said,
okay.
After 30 years in the classroom, he said, if there's only one thing I can get through to you people, is that you cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Oh, okay. So you're just saying. Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
The Earth is a closed system.
And I don't know if you do get it yet.
Even if you could leave.
No, I understand what he's saying.